Welcome back to YouTube. Satyen reads. I was thinking Twitch, but no, we're on YouTube. We're on YouTube today. Get it right. Waiting. Gonna kick in any second now. Any freaking second now. DSS disabled. The DSS was immediately engaged upon arrival at Pylon V, taking direct and severe damage. The crew managed to conduct a successful emergency warp to Chlorel before the station was destroyed. Many valiant crew were sacrificed. Repairs are underway. It is unclear when the station will be returned to operational status. That's the latest on the reports from the front lines. Helldivers 2, the defensive Super Earth, Electric Boogaloo, meow. Oh my god, all the memes. All the memes. Okay, perfect. Anyway, what we're doing is we just need to go ahead story mode this. Oh my god, this is why you alternate the meal prep. Sometimes you get Peach Monster, sometimes you get Ultra Fiesta Mango Monster, but you always get the Digimon cards. That's freaking hilarious. I love that that tweet. It's so funny. Also, a little frog in a car going beep beep bitch, but he probably would say a lot softer. Beep beep bitch. On to mm, Oh fuck. Not a big mistake, but wasted seconds. Precious wasted seconds. Copy, not paste, and post, and then we're on to the next. Bum ba-dum, bum ba-dum, bum ba-dum, bum. Bum 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 ba-dum, bum ba-dum, da-dum. Dim dee dim, da da dum dum. Da dum da 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 dum da 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 dum. Da da dum dum da dum da da dum dum. Da dum dum da dum dum da dum. Da dum da dum da dum da dum ba dum ba dum ba dum ba dum ba dum bam bam bam. Okay, we got our links. Follow Japan Spits at Japan Spits on YouTube. Like the dog. E for you and for me. Also, Good Times with Scar and Gemini Tay are live. Playing some 3D Among Us. Back. Blah 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 blah. Da da dum dum da da dum dum da 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 dum da da dum da 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 dum da dum da da dum dee 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 dee. Bum 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 ba da da dum da da dum dum dee 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 dee. Da 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 dum dum da 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 dum dee 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 dum dee 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 dee. Da dum 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 da dum da dum dum da dum dee dim dee 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 dee. Bum 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 ba da da dum dee dee dim da da dum da 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 dum dee dee dim dee 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 dum da 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 dum dum da dum dee. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, got the also posted in the Discord. That's right. All right, vocal exercises over. I think we're ready to start, chat. We don't really need to get into the author yet again because we're just reading one more in the Maze Runner series. Maze Runner, Maze Brother Runner. Demon Lord Kitty. What's the boss? Yay! She might be busy and might be ignoring us, but it's perfectly fine. As long as we know the Demon Lord is alive and well and doing her best, that's all we need. That is all we need. Hello, Demon Lord Kitty. All right, pals, brothers. Here we are, Godhead Complex. We're going to get through at least 2 parts of this book. So we got about like what 250 pages, I believe it is. We can get through the entire book, maybe we will. But as it stands currently, I'm planning on getting to at least part 2. Through part 2 to part 3. Looked like there were 4 parts to the book. That's about 100 pages in part 3. 120. Sorry, it's an important song. So as I'm looking at it here, though, the Maze Runner books, we have all these ones, but the Maze Cutter books is supposed to be a new trilogy. But currently, the only thing they have is the Maze Cutter and the Godhead Complex. So just give me 1 second. I want to know if and when we're gonna get another book to read. Uh, the Infinite Glade, Maze Cutter Part 3. Okay, I didn't even realize that that one was out already. They had only requested. Oh, it's coming out this year, chat. September 9th, 2025. How exciting. How freaking exciting. We're here on the cusp of it. Brand new, fresh. We're going to be some of the first ones to I'm definitely reading this for you guys. I'm certainly reading this for you guys. Fantastic. Amazing. It's a good thing. Okay. I suppose we can go and we can read the synopsis later on. We don't need to know now what's happening. But it's right here. I'm staring at it, but I'm not trying not my best not to like read read what's the But yes, Infinite Glade. That's the next boss responded. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. I love Demon Lord Kitty. She's so funny. uh, mm. Bye, boss. I'll talk to you later. Bye, 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 bye. That makes me very happy. You don't even know, chat. It's good to see the Demon Lord. Mm-mm-mm. All right, so good news about Demon Lord Kitty. She is doing fantastic. Good news about the Maze Cutter. We have one more book coming in on September 9th, 2025. That's when we can expect this. So, very, very soon, we shall be able to complete this series. But we'll get done with this one in the next week or so. Less than that, obviously. But it's always good to give more time than to give less time. You know, like if I say oh yeah, we'll be done with it by tomorrow, and then we don't get done with it tomorrow, that's just dumb. That's just very stupid of me. All right, here we are, the Godhead complex. I read to you this sleeve before, but let's go ahead and get started over here yet again. The second book in the Maze Cutter trilogy, Flare Above, Maze Below. Sedina and the Islanders are up against both man and nature as they navigate their way to Alaska. There, they hope to meet the mysterious Godhead, unsure of what separates myth from truth. But the Godhead, now led by Alexandra, is fractured within the cracks of their sacred trinity. Remember, she went and she destroyed Nicolas. Secrets are revealed that blur the lines of good and evil forever. After a devastating discovery, Isaac and Sedina are forced to split up. Minho holds the rest of the group together, but it's his beliefs that are slowly falling apart. What once drove Minho to join his sworn enemies is causing him to question everything. When Sedina finds a clue in the Book of Newt, her mission to meet the Godhead becomes even stronger. Isaac and Old Man Frypan come across an enigmatic traveler and learn that the cure isn't what it once was. They are shaken to the core when they realize that the immunes aren't as immune as they should be, and the world as a whole is evolving in a dangerous new direction. In Alaska, the Godhead and the sacred site of the maze face something that no generation of pilgrims before them has ever witnessed. Beliefs will change, futures will be rewritten. Will be rewritten. I was having a lot of issues with that last night. Beliefs will change, futures will be rewritten, and not even the Godhead knows what will happen next. So much intrigue, so much mystery. The Godhead complex. The Maze Runner books, the Maze Cutter books, 13th Reality books, the Morality Doctrine books, and then adult books. We've read those before. We don't need to go through those. Godhead Complex, James Dashner, Akshik Media Enterprises, blah, 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 meow, meow, meow. Second book. So there's always a little summary over here on this one. Let's read that one. In the second book of the Maze Cutter trilogy, Sedina and the Islanders are up against both man and nature as they navigate their way to Alaska. There, they hope to meet the mysterious Godhead, unsure of what separates myth from truth. But the Godhead, now led by Alexandra, is fractured. Within the cracks of their sacred trinity, secrets are revealed that blur the lines of good and evil forever. One person's God is another person's devil. That's a new line. There we go. One person's God is another person's devil. Interesting. To Tessa Schaffer, who has poured as much of her heart, soul, blood, sweat, and tears into this series as I have. I'm forever grateful for her work and her friendship. Thank you. Prologue. Night of the Evolution. Night of the Evolution. So interesting. 31 years ago. What the fuck? Pardon my French. Night of the Evolution. 31 years ago. Nicholas wasn't one to avoid danger, but he didn't exactly go chasing after it either, except tonight. Testing the latest variant of the cure required Nicholas to walk directly into the Devil's Den, or as the locals in Denver, Colorado called it, Crank Palace. He pulled his black hooded cloak tighter around his face so that no man, woman, or crank could see his features. In his right pocket, he clicked two syringes together like Chinese medicine balls as he walked, each hypodermic needle clicking the other in a relaxed rhythm as he entered the hollowed gates. Click, clack, click, clack. Screams and wails surrounded the inner walls of the dismal place. Fires ignited from flare pits, smoke hung in the air, and bodies hung in the shadows. No matter how many times he'd visited these hellholes, he had proudly visited them all. Nothing. He had. No matter how many times he'd visited these hellholes, and he had proudly visited them all, nothing prepared Nicholas for the fresh, curdling cries of desperation he felt vibrating through his whole body when he walked through the gates. Screams of death that Nicholas imagined as souls being cooked from the inside out. He continued to circle the syringes around each other in his pocket. Stuck together. Come on. We got this. Please, brother, please. Okay. Click, clack. A dance of opportunity for someone tonight within the sacred walls of the original Crank Palace. What better way to rescue the past from itself but to come to Colorado? Nicholas felt someone approaching and looked to the footsteps behind him. A crank stumbled past. He needed to be more careful with how his test went this time around. The last test subject nearly drew unwanted attention. In testing the cure, he needed those possessed with only the purest of minds. And even then, his most recent experiment proved that anyone's intentions, anyone's mind, could change in an instant. A person became a different version of themselves when they were dying, and not just the part of them that slowly turned into a crank. Even when using his telepathic gift, Nicholas found that a person could say almost anything when they themselves were closer and closer to the end. But when given the chance to live, we want to live. That's when their own beliefs, fears, and desires came back into awareness quicker than what could be controlled, quicker than what was safe. Nicholas needed to be more selective this time, and he wanted someone past the gone. This worked as well as it worked last time. He needed to be sure the cured crank reverted back to healthy DNA, could stay under his study for years to come without waver. Nicholas didn't know how long the cure held true. A year? 2 years? A lifetime? He wasn't sure of that, but he knew the variant within the syringes in his pockets worked more quickly than imaginable, but might someday wear off just as quickly. Many more studies were needed. Crank, more human than not, walked past Nicholas and let out a deep-bellied groan, a sound that could have been from hunger or the vocalized grief of having his deepest memories resurface. He wrote of one's sanity slipping away. Nicholas walked on. He wouldn't choose a walking crank. No, he needed to choose a crank more dead than alive. One on the ground who writhed in pain, perhaps, but one close enough to death that the promise he or she made to Nicholas would forever be kept. Is this how he found Alexandra? He has tested variants of the cure on so many cranks that he had lost count. Of course, some were hidden in the journals of his library, where the observational notes, the number of experiments and trials that attempted to prove his hypothesis right time and time again. That DNA changes from the flare could be reversed, and that the same cure that erased the flare could unlock a multitude of dormant DNA in the human body. Dead end genomes that the scientists had called junk DNA for centuries in their scholarly journals. Nicholas tried to hold back his smile, thinking of the discovery, but how could something so monumental as evolution not make him feel like a god? But it was this fleeting feeling, to be sure. Click, clack. He circled the two syringes together as he watched the cranks before him. Oh, but it was a fleeting feeling, to be sure. Click, clack. He circled the two syringes together as he watched the cranks before him. A failed experiment was a failed experiment. Successes were only temporary. He reported back to the villa what they needed to change in the next batch. What the hell? It's all tied together. It's all tied together. Freaking Clutter. She was part of the freaking Godhead the entire time. And then there's some of the Godhead who have invaded the Remnant Nation as well because they came out of the Bergs. Remember, there was those couple of the freaking Godheads that the Godheads, the cranks, a couple of cured cranks that came out of the fallen Berg and released the rest of the cranks from the chains. Interesting. I guess that makes sense though. Clutter being in league with the Godhead, they needed Zadina. They always have needed Zadina in her DNA. Okay. Successes. He reported back to the villa what they needed to change in the next batch. Side effects, advanced symptoms, deaths. Most deaths happen naturally. Not everyone's DNA was reprogrammable. Not everyone's body could take the cure. Death was a natural part of scientific advancements, even those deliberately caused by the advancer. That's when Nicholas's last crank subject shouted about the cure within the walls of Crank Palace and put Nicholas's life in danger. Turning back, my hands, look, he's cured me. This man is a god. The cure itself was at risk as soon as one muttered of its existence. The crank had promised to stay silent and obedient, but as soon as his life became his own again, he betrayed his own thoughts, and Nicholas had to end the life he brought back that night. Easy come, easy go, you might say. Nicholas wanted to test on someone past the gone, someone easier to influence, manipulate, control. Nicholas wandered toward an alley behind the west side buildings as it started to rain, and he squinted at the sight of a crank on the ground with limbs as limp as a butchered deer. But huddled over the crank sat another, and Nicholas couldn't test on two subjects at once. He tightened the hood of his robe again, but the falling rain enhanced his telepathy, and he couldn't help but overhear the woman's thoughts. I'd take this pain from you if I could. I wish I was infected with this, not you. Nicholas stopped walking and looked on from the shadows of the alley. Why the hell was someone healthy inside Crank Palace? Nicholas wasn't infected, but his presence would be swift and purposeful. This figure in front of him seemed to be mourning her long lost love. Had she no fear of the flare? The only reason Nicholas proved fearless was because he had been a test subject of his own unique study, something the villa knew nothing about. Using one of the variants as a preventative, Nicholas knew it couldn't harm him with the flare, but might just protect him from it. What he didn't expect were the powerful side effects, weird and frightening things, like telepathy. Human DNA was a funny thing. For a crank, it was about healing. For the non infected, the cure resequenced DNA structures that had been left abandoned in humankind, opening new pathways and abilities whose potential had been lost or never discovered, like clicking in the last pieces of a puzzle. But Nicholas's gift of telepathy was also his curse. He could trust no one. Can you help us? Asked the voice huddled over the crank, writhing in pain. Nicholas read her mind again. Please say you can help us. He suddenly felt naked, as though she could see right through his cloak, to his hand that held the cure. Help us, she spoke with an unwarranted confidence. Nicholas was drawn to her assuredness, her fearlessness. He walked from the shadows, closer. What makes you think I can help you? Because you're not infected. I can tell you're different. That's said in the italics, so it's in her mind. Nicholas danced with her thoughts again as the rain came down harder. And why do you think that? He responded. Your eyes, and in her mind. Please help us. I'll do anything to save him. Nicholas leaned in and asked an impossible question. Would you sacrifice your life for his? Without hesitation, she answered, yes. He changed his mind. He'd do something unplanned that night, something he had never done before. Once he saved the wretched crank on the pavement of the alley, he'd also inject the fearless companion with the cure and study them both, bring them to his inner circle, and create the future one day at a time. One infected, one not. I'd do anything to save him, please, she whispered without tears. Just tell me what you want me to do. Nicholas palmed the two syringes in his pocket. I'll ask for your silence. Not just now, but as we leave the walls, and for every single day beyond that. Whatever happens. You have my word. Her thoughts and intentions aligned. Can you save him? I can try, but I'll have to inject you too, just in case you have an asymptomatic infection. Nicholas wouldn't tell her of the Nicholas wouldn't tell her of the DNA resequencing she'd undergo, and needing to know her gifts evolved naturally, if they evolved at all. Anything, please. You're a godsend. Thank you. God is nothing but a complex. We are all gods. You'll soon find out. Nicholas gently tapped the inside of her arm to find the vein. He wondered how the sequencing might align her unique strands of DNA. You'll come with me after this to New Petersburg so that I can keep you under observation. Alaska? That's a little far from Colorado. That's a little far from Colorado. Yes, Alaska. Nicholas engaged the syringe slowly so as not to flood her body too quickly with the cure. Not bad in a burg. He smiled and watched her face relax. You mustn't make a sound when I inject him next. Not a cry, not a scream, not a shout for the world to hear. If you mutter anything louder than a sigh of relief, I will have to. Of course, she watched on, and Nicholas pivoted to the crank with skin so thick the needle needed extra force to penetrate. What's your name? She asked. Nicholas. Thank you, Nicholas. Will forever be in your debt. My name is. Doesn't matter. Nicholas stood up from the damp ground and put the emptied needles back in his pocket. Click, clack. From now on, he'll be known as Alexandra, and he'll be known as Mikhail. Part 1 Natural Selection. I don't know what awaits us after the gone. I guess I might meet my maker, as someone in the glade once said. Or I might just meet myself again, my whole self, memories, real name, all that. Maybe at the end, the broken pieces of life all come together. Maybe they'll make sense, or maybe they won't. Maybe it's a little of both. The Book of Newts. Because he wasn't immune. Newt was not completely immune like they thought. Chapter 1 Forging Ahead, Part 1 Isaac. The flames danced higher from their nightly fire, and Isaac watched as his friends carried on in a circle around the camp, as if they were all back on the island after a feast. As if everything were the same as it ever was. But no, everything had changed. He could see the change most in Jackie's face, how the loss of Lacey and Carson took the spark out of her eyes, or maybe killing a bald-headed half-crank with her bare hands changed her. Either way, with every mile, they traveled closer to the coast and farther away from the broken grief walker. Away from Lacey and Carson, Jackie seemed further and further away, too. He didn't talk about what happened all those weeks ago, and Isaac understood that perfectly. He never wanted to talk about losing his mom, dad, and sister either. Talking about it made it real, and it didn't need to feel any more real than the empty space that remained in their place. Isaac half smiled and half frowned at Jackie. The only way he knew how to send a sympathetic but supportive look, letting her see that he knew the grief and torment of what she was going through. It wasn't just the loss of her friends that Isaac understood all too well, but the feeling of what Old Man Frypan once called survivor's guilt, the feeling of still being alive when those you loved weren't. Jackie half smiled and half frowned right back at him. Hey, who wants to hear a spider bark? Dominic stood up to stretch, and before Miyoko could push him out of the circle, he did it again. He let one rip. Since escaping the Bergs, Dominic's gas had become the biggest weapon of destruction the group had to avoid. Trish glared at Dominic. She had a steadfast rule of not farting near the campfire. You're going to catch us all on fire one day, you know. Trish rolled her eyes and then inched closer to Sedina, intertwining Sedina's fingers with her own. After Sedina and Isaac were kidnapped, Isaac couldn't help but notice Trish tethered herself more than ever to Sedina, in whatever ways she could. Isaac understood that too. He was thankful for the group, but he himself felt untethered, as if a bad wind could come along and just blow everything away. Maybe because they slept outside as if they were on the run. He missed the safety of the yurt he'd built back home. He looked around at the trees and available resources. It'd take some time, but he could build a shelter here for everyone. Thanks for dinner, old man, Isaac said as he collected the carved wood that they used for bowls and helped clean up. Isaac had never seen Old Man Frypan happier than when they were settled in between the mountains, eating rabbits and plants, and cooking for everyone when he had the energy. Minho leaned back to stretch. He even managed to make Roxy's stew taste better, which I swore wasn't possible. Some kind of spiky herb he added from the forest, Roxy added, as she helped Isaac clean up. Called rosemary. I don't know how I remember that, but I do. Old Man Frypan inched closer to the fire. Roxy took all the bowls from Isaac and stacked them together. I'll forage the first thing in the morning. Go out a little further east and see what I can find up there. I'll go with you and maybe find some squirrels to hunt. Orange tugged at the annoying burrs that had gotten stuck in her hair from hunting earlier. Ow, these things really hurt for how small they are. The weeds, vines, and brush had weapons of their own in this part of the world. The harshest things back on the island were rocks, water, jellyfish, and the weather. But out here, there were too many dangers to count. Every day, it seemed like Isaac learned something new to watch out for, besides cranks and giant killing machines. How's your insect bite? Isaac asked Dominic. I don't think it bit me. I think it was a stinger. Dominic looked at his bicep. Kind of looked like a bee, but that sucker was way bigger. Do you think grievers can shrink down and fly? Everyone but Old Man Frypan laughed. Grievers are nothing to snark at, the grizzled veteran said, and then the group hushed out of respect. Maybe the bees bite out here, Miyoko asked. I don't see any teeth mark, Dominic explained, his arm even closer. Dominic examined his arm even closer. Roxy went over to check on the poor guy. It's not ants, or you'd have more of them with the same marks. Sounds like it could have been a murder hornet. That's not good. Murder hornet? Is my arm going to fall off? Dominic looked at Roxy, concerned, and Isaac couldn't tell if he actually believed it. Am I going to die? Bet that sucked the gas right out of you. Trish laughed until Sedina elbowed her. Until Sedina elbowed her. Roxy held in her own laugh. I'm just messing with you. It'll probably be sore for the next few days, but you'll be fine. She looked closely at Dominic's arm, then patted it lovingly. Lucky he didn't get you more than once. Yoko and Trish combed their fingers through the orange ginger locks and removed the spiky balls of nature that had attached themselves, tossing her hair into a bird's nest. Despite Minho and Orange being more intimidating than Miss Cohen at times, Isaac was glad to have their leadership within the group. Without Orange, they'd all be dead. He sat back down by the fire, taking everything in. The wind kicked up, and the sparks of the fire reminded him of the sparks in the forge. He'd give anything to go back to being a blacksmith apprentice at home, but he had a feeling that even life on the island wasn't exactly life on the island anymore. The fire made Isaac feel safe, and the smoke had a way of cleansing the group enough that they all didn't smell like the hammers of hell in between stream baths. The wind pushed again, longer and harder. Anyone else notice it's getting colder at night? Isaac had only felt it in the last few days, but right before dusk, the temperature dropped further, and each whoosh of the wind lasted longer than the day before. They're getting closer. Yeah, it sure is, Dominic answered. Miss Cohen inched closer to the fire. Never had this kind of chill back home. The flames flickered and highlighted the shadows of stress on Cohen's face. Along with the drop in temperature, she had been uncomfortably quiet the last few nights. Isaac imagined that the weight of her decision to leave the island and go against the government must have continued to weigh on her, especially after losing Willem and Alvarez. But there was no way she could have known that the trip would result in so many deaths. You think everyone back home is doing okay? Isaac asked her, but Cohen didn't blink. Slowly, one by one, heads looked up in her direction. Miss Cohen, Isaac asked again. Even Orange, Minho, and Roxy, who had never been to the island, waited on Cohen's response, but she just stared at the fire. Mom, Sedina shouted over the fire. Miss Cohen finally blinked. What's that, dear? Do you think everyone back home is doing okay? Isaac asked again. Cohen looked at him as if it were a trick question. Yes, of course. They're all fine, I'm sure. But the way her voice lowered slightly at "they're all fine" gave Isaac a pang in his gut. A pang that said it was then. The 11 souls sitting around the fire just then weren't fine. How many bergs are on your island? Minho asked while adding wood to the fire. And everyone from back home looked at each other. Trish replied, None of us knew what that thing you called a berg was until we flew on it. No, we didn't have bergs on the island. The islanders weren't meant to leave. Cohen's last words seemed coated with regret. Isaac felt the mood shift along with the cold air, but Cohen finally snapped out of her trance. Look, if we hadn't left the island, Lacey, Carson, Wilhelm, and Alvarez would still be alive. I know that. She took a slow, deliberate breath. But we owed it to humanity to work for a cure. And if we'd succeeded, we could have saved hundreds of thousands of lives, maybe millions. Who knows? If there's that many people left, Roxy responded in the grimmest voice. If there's that many people left, Roxy responded in the grimmest voice possible. We can still do that, Miyoko said while she finished the braid in Orange's hair. The villa Cletter talked about wasn't far from where we were when we arrived on land. Maybe a few miles? She paused before adding. I think she said it was a 2-day hike before she and Isaac knew why she stopped talking when she did. Because there's no polite way to say before Cletter got her throat slit open. Selena chimed in at that. Yeah, we were supposedly really close to the villa, and that's why Letty kidnapped us and kept saying the same thing, not to trust the people there or Cletter. You trust a word that came out of Letty's or Timon's mouth? Isaac didn't think he had to remind his best friend that the two crazy people who forcibly took them probably weren't the best ones to take advice from. Sure, there were moments when Isaac thought that maybe Letty and Timon were helping to protect them from something, the way they allowed them to leave clues for the rest of the group to stay on their trail, but they never fully explained what the so called evolution was or how people could die. I vote we go home, Dominic said, and a silence fell over the entire group, even from Minho and Orange, whose home sounded awful. The fire crackled. We could all go with Minho to Alaska, Roxy added optimistically, but the mention of Alaska made Old Man Frypan stand up and leave the circle. He had understandably seen enough of that place to last several lifetimes. I didn't live this long just to go back to the maze. I'd rather die right here than step one foot in that godforsaken country. After his airing of grievances, he sat back down. Some wounds aren't meant to be reopened. What might happen if they did go back home? Isaac wondered. The way they left on the maze cutter, mysteriously leaving after the whole island got knockout drunk from poisoned wine, might have seemed like the best solution at the time. But what would Cohen say if they went back? Lie and blame it all on Kletter? She poisoned everyone on the island and kidnapped us. Or be honest and say, hey, we tried to save the world, but it turns out there's a lot more to it. A bunch of scientists wanted us dead. The cranks have evolved, and some of us escaped thanks to 2 orphans from the Remnant Nation. No big deal. We're back. And even so, what if by returning to the island, they only caused more people like Kletter to come after Sedina and the islanders again? The Gladers of old wanted to protect the immunes and their descendants from ever being found. It seemed selfish to put everyone back at home at risk again. Well, what did that mean? Spending the rest of their lives on the run? All right then, should we put it to a vote? Cohen asked, and just like that, the nightly campfire improbably turned into some kind of government meeting. Isaac had never wanted parts in any kind of decision making. He just wanted to learn how to forge and be a blacksmith. But his throat felt itchy with the pressure of needing to speak up. I motion we move to vote, Dominic said as he stood up, sounding like a stranger. Isaac wasn't sure what he wanted to do when they reached the coast. Stay in the wilderness and build a yurt? Go home to apologize for ever leaving? Go to Alaska and finish some mission they didn't understand? See the maids of old? Go to the villa and find the scientists? It was too much, as usual, for him to process. Sedina also stood up. Mom, can't we just... No, we had a democracy at home, and we'll have one here. Cohen acted as if this entire trip hadn't revolved around Sedina and the possibility that her blood might change the world. Also, poisoning your people because they might not agree with you wasn't exactly what Isaac would call a democracy. We'll vote by show of hands. Only vote once. Isaac looked at Sedina and mouthed the words, I'm sorry. Part 2. Sedina. At times, she had been glad to have her mom on the trip with her, but this was not one of those times. Why couldn't they discuss the decision for a few days and present options and listen to everyone's opinions? Why did her mom always have to do everything in such a public forum, like the poisoning at the amphitheater? Sedina never would have brought the entire town together just to poison them all and then sneak away and pretend to be taken forcibly. If the truth wasn't an option, why couldn't they just have disappeared in the middle of the night on the ship and left a note about their true intentions? If a cure was such a good and noble thing, then why hide what they did? It shouldn't have mattered that some of the island Congress disagreed. That's always the case. Sedina just wanted logical sense sometimes, like now. Why couldn't they sleep on it and have an open discussion in the morning? But her idea of what was fair didn't matter. It never did with her mom. Sedina couldn't control what happened next any more than she could control having special blood. She could only hope her friends chose the best option, whatever that might be. Letty and Timon thought Cletter was evil enough that they killed her the minute they had the chance. They could have killed Isaac and everyone else in the group except Sedina if they wanted to make it easier on themselves to manipulate her. But instead, they let everyone live. And weren't they working with the Remnant Nation somehow? They never killed anyone else, despite having the chance to do so. It was the one thing Sedina kept coming back to because she couldn't shake how fast they'd killed Cletter. Because the villa was bad. Vote with me, Vote with me, Sedina whispered to Trish. Wherever you go, I'll go. Trish clasped her fingers around Sedina's and held her hand fiercely, so tight that Sedina's knuckles hurt. Wherever you are, I'll be, she whispered back. Sadina's mom cleared her throat. Let's handle this like a proper vote, meaning no outbursts, no arguing. Whatever has the votes will be what we do, period. Whatever has the votes will be what we do, period. Understood. I'm reading that entirely wrong. Sadina's mom cleared her throat. Let's handle this like a proper vote, meaning no outbursts, no arguing. Whatever has the votes will be what we do, period. Understood? Everyone in the group nodded their heads but said nothing. Selena couldn't tell if her mom was being more of a mom at this moment or more of a senator. Both titles sometimes put off a because I said so tone to them. Something Sedina could have done without. What if the majority vote isn't the best way to spend their time? All those in favor of staying here, raise your hands, Sedina's mom asked. Old Man Frypan's hand shot up as if it were connected to a shooting star in the sky. Jackie's hand joined his arm in the air, but theirs were the only votes for staying. And once the senator pointed at them each as if to say, Your vote has been seen, Old Man Frypan and Jackie's hands lowered. Why do you want to stay here? Dominic whispered to Jackie, but Sedina's mom hushed them all. All of those in favor of going back home, raise your hands, Sedina's mom announced next, but Dominic's hands was the only one to go up. He looked at Jackie with a frown, as if her vote and his combined would have tipped the scales of the majority, as if they'd all have just gone home. Sedina looked over at Isaac. She thought for sure Isaac would have voted to go back home. He wants to go to the forge. He wants to get back to blacksmithing. All he had talked about in the last few days was setting up his own forge, finishing at the point again, and checking in on the gray-haired firstborn of the island, Miss Ariana. Sedina nodded to Isaac. He must have been waiting to vote with her. Sedina nodded to Isaac. He must have been waiting to vote with her, and for that she was thankful. Why was she so nervous about this? She took a breath so big that all the little bones in her neck cracked. She couldn't believe Old Man Frypan actually voted to stay put, night after night, forever, because even her body ached from sleeping on the stony ground. The tiniest rock or clump of clay woke her up in discomfort every night. Trish made Sedina a woven grass pad to sleep on, but it didn't help much. There weren't enough grass pads in the whole mainland to keep her there. Heck, even the wooden boards and half-broken cots in the maze cutter were more comfortable. Next vote. Sedina's mom cleared her throat again, as if that made whatever she had to say next more official. All those in favor of going to Alaska, raise your hands. Sedina watched as one by one, Minho, Orange, and Roxy raised their arms with confidence. If Sedina had to be anywhere when trouble came, she'd want Minho and Orange to be around. She couldn't shake the feeling, like a tickle in her spine, that Alaska was where she was supposed to be. Letty and Timon might not have known everything, but the one thing they knew for sure was that the villa wasn't going to help in the way Kletter thought it was, or the way Kletter lied that it could. Sedina squeezed Trish's hand and locked eyes with her. One set of clasped hands rose because Trish wasn't letting go of Sedina, not even to vote, because Trish had Sedina's back no matter what, even if Sedina was wrong. But Sedina looked at Isaac in confusion. Did he forget to vote? She waited for his hand to go up, but it didn't. All those in favor of going to the villa, raise your hands. Cohen asked the final question, the only option left, and Sedina watched as Isaac and her mom both raised their hands, along with Miyoko. How could one of her best friends and her mom both think that they knew better than her when it came to what she did with her own DNA? Sure, Kletter scared them into coming off the island, but were they all forgetful how she killed the crew of 8 people before she got there? What if Kletter was just a master manipulator? What if those 8 people she killed were all scientists too? There was just too much yet to learn, and it sounded like going to Alaska to meet the Godhead was the only way they'd have answers. Real answers. Sedina shook off Trish's hand. The villa? Really? You do remember the scientists were to blame for all of this in the first place. She couldn't hold it in. The Flare virus, the Flare coalition, Wicked, the maze, the trials, and here you are voting to just trust those in the same position? Sedina couldn't believe she was the only one to question things. Isaac and her mom lowered their hands, but they didn't say anything. How could they not speak? Sedina had so many questions running through her head that kept her awake at night. Like, what if the scientists wanted to infect Sedina and the islanders to send them back so that everyone on the island, all the way up to poor Miss Ariana of the Firstborns, got infected with something new? What if it wasn't about curing anyone at all? What if all they wanted were fresh new test subjects? What if the trials never ended? Who could Sedina actually trust? All questions that floated through her mind and kept her up at night. Well, I guess it's decided then. Alaska has the votes, Sedina's mom said with veiled enthusiasm. What if we took the top 2 and we all voted again to see if, Dominic suggested, but Sedina's mom cut him off. This isn't a swimmer's champion bracket like Midsummer's Day on the island. These are the majority rules. We are going to Alaska. Even though her vote for Alaska won the majority, Sedina hated how they'd reached their solution. Why did Isaac's vote, Jackie's vote, and Miyoko's vote feel like betrayal? Sedina watched as Old Man Frypan pulled out his book of Newt, and Jackie stared deep into the fire. Isaac finished cleaning up the dinner with Roxy and everyone, but Minho looked heavy from the responsibility of choosing what path lay next. Alaska it is, Minho tossed a handful of brush onto the fire, and it seemed to sizzle and clap with approval. You okay? Trish asked Sedina. Yeah, she replied without thinking. Are you lying to me? Trish shot back. Sedina stopped to think. Trish was right. She knew her better than anyone. Why do I feel like this is the last time we'll all be together? That not everyone will go to Alaska. She waited for Trish to make the face she always did when Sedina was being extra dramatic, but it didn't come. I know what you mean, she replied instead. Kinda had the same feeling. Interesting. They're going to part ways, potentially. Part 3. Alexandra. She stood alone on her balcony and watched in wonder as the full palette of colors from the aurora borealis filled the sky like never before. The milky green of the northern lights had never left, coating the town in a fog-like feel. But tonight, the sky lit up to reflect all the colors of the rainbow. Bright blues, oranges, and purples appeared as ribbons after so many years without them. Pinks hung low, pulling at the purples, and if Alexandra looked closely enough, she could even see a swirl of red racing above, as if to announce something more. Could it be? Yes, it was time. Alaska was ready for the evolution. Alexandra was ready. And this moment she embraced before her was all too perfect. The lights danced in the sky, named lifetimes ago after Aurora, the Roman goddess of dawn, and the god Boreas of the northern winds. It was nearly midnight, but to Alexandra it was the dawn of a new day, the evolution. She took in a deep breath full of the cold Alaskan air and imagined the ancients of old and how they must have been shocked upon seeing the lights for the first time. Alexandra had the luxury of time and knowledge that they lacked. Unlike them, she didn't need to create any fairy tales to tell the people of Alaska about gods and chariots. She'd simply tell them the truth. The sky was no place for gods. The only gods needed on Earth were stationed on Earth, scientists, academics, and those who were blessed with the infinite knowledge of the world, like her. Even without viewing this many colors, even without ever viewing this many colors of the aurora borealis before, it took Alexandra only one look at the sky's brilliance for her mind to flood with information, instant facts about the events, and it was truly an event. The solar winds were more active than ever. The solar winds were more active than ever. Coronal mass ejections operated independently from solar flares and blasted particles millions of miles towards space and into the magnetic field of anything in its way. They were blessed with particles that danced with oxygen from the lower atmosphere and produced green, flowing curtains of light. Bright blues struck the massive display in places where magnetic winds mixed with nitrogen, and the rare purple lights woven from hydrogen molecules in the atmosphere. To see such magnificence and not understand it would be a sin. Yes, a sin. She took note of the emerald swaths that spread farther and stronger than the other colors, just like she would soon be the strongest voice of the Godhead. A green no longer murky, but one that had held bright life within it. How she wished Nicholas and Mikhail could see her triumph over Alaska, like the lights that floated in front of her. In a way, Nicholas was there to see it. She turned and opened her balcony curtains just enough so that Nicholas's severed head, in its sealed glass box, could take in the view. With the eyelids removed, Nicholas's eyes bulged out to remind her of his outrageous expressions when he presumed to have read minds. The color of his face and the frayed skin of his neck made her stomach twist, thinking how much pressure Manus must have used to release each muscle, tendon, and bone from its place. She found humor in the fact that part of the Godhead was literally just a head now. Nicholas, always the scholar, would have appreciated the play on words. As soon as they find the rest of you, you're out of here. She set the glass box on the table. She didn't think discovering Nicholas's body should have taken so long. But with all the traveling he did and on all of his secret trips, no one had ever noticed the weeks without him. No one missed him. She certainly didn't miss him hovering over her thoughts. The freedom that Nicholas's death afforded her went beyond the ability to finally execute her plans. It freed her mind from his intrusiveness. Even now, she looked forward to the day she'd be fully and finally freed from him once and for all, and not have to stare at his decaying face. but she needed to keep what remained just long enough for Mikhail to know that she was in control now. There are certain words here and there that are bolded, decaying being one of them. I think that's just for emphasis. I don't, but worked deliberately, even those deliberately caused by the advance. This worked as well as it worked last time. Are these important words? Is my question. Should we be writing them down? Crank Palace and like solving some sort of clue? Or are we doing an anagram? What's happening? Crank Palace worked deliberately. These are the ones from the prologue you resequencing. And then it's been a long while since we've had another one. Here we are at decaying. Okay, just so you know, chat, just so you know that these things are things that are happening in the book. Decaying. It's highlighted, bolded, not highlighted, bolded. I don't know if it's something important, but it is a thing. Meow 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 meow. Sorry, like I said, I got good times with Scar, Gemini Tay, Among Us, Hermits, my ear. Doom 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 dee 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 dee. Okay. She was the one above all, the goddess of the new dawn. Bright, colorful streaks swirled prominently above her, brighter than ever before, and below Alexandra's balcony, the pilgrims came out in flocks to look up at the night sky. People pointed upward, arms skinny from a weak harvest season, and their mustard yellow cloaks dirty from everyday life. But this moment allowed them hope, and she, Goddess Romanov, would be the one to deliver out. Would be the one to deliver on that hope. And she, Goddess Romanov, would be the one to deliver on that hope. A knock at the door made her ears buzz. She shook the noise from her head and quickly shuffled to place a cloth cover over the glass box, holding Nicholas's head. What is it? Flint swung the door open as if the rapture was upon them. Out of breath, like a flight of stairs could kill him. He'd never have survived in the times of the maze. Sometimes Alexandra thought of sending Flint down there just for a week or three to prove it. Well, what is it? You're fluffing and puffing like the world's on fire. The lights, the skylights! Flint pointed to the balcony as if Alexandra didn't have her own eyeballs. Yes, of course the lights are back. Alexandra moved the covered head of Nicholas closer to the balcony so he could watch her change the world. She smirked. How many times had Nicholas begged her to be patient, begged her not to be brash? The lights are a sign of the evolution. Everything is evolving, Flint. This is just the beginning. People are crying in the streets, talking of sacrifices. Don't be an idiot. Alexandra dismissed his fear. I'm scared there will be more howlings tonight. Hollowings. Oh, hollowings? What's a hollowing? I'm scared there will be more hollowings tonight. Flint stood at the doorway, neither in nor out, exactly how he acted within life. Teetering on the edge of faith or fear, Alexandra had no time for teetering. The evolution was finally, after years of pause, upon them. Nicholas should Nicholas should calm the people, and she cut Flint off. I will calm the people. Tell the pilgrims their goddess will address them tomorrow, and that if any hollowings take place tonight, I'll see that the sacrificers are the next to be sacrificed. Can you handle that? He nodded, he bowed, he left. Alexandra ripped the cover from Nicholas's box. Enjoy the view. Chapter 2 Kindling and Kin, Part 1 Sedina. A chill in the air shivered her awake. She tried fixing the grass mat Trish had made her, but she couldn't get comfortable. Her family's lineage from Sonia had never felt like a burden before. At times on the island, she had felt admired and special, even protected, but none of those feelings seemed to follow her on their journey to the mainland. Ever since the group arrived, Sedina had felt unsafe, vulnerable, like her own life was at risk of being extinguished before discovering why her family's DNA could help. And maybe, if more of her ancestral bloodline had been alive, the pressure could have been spread out among others brothers, sisters, cousins. But Sedina was the only child, just like her parents. Sedina slowly and quietly stood up from her makeshift sleeping spot next to Trish and moved closer to the fire. She walked past her mom, Old Man Frypan, and Minho, all still snoozing. Minho slept with his boots on. Orphan soldiers did weird things. You have to be ready to go, Sedina. You gotta be prepared. Sedina sat cross legged on the ground closest to the fire and rubbed her temples as she looked into the dying flames. A rustle in the trees to her left startled her. She looked back to the sleeping bodies and counted shadows, then felt beside her for something, anything, to use as a weapon. Her right hand found a rock. She held her breath and listened as the rustling grew. What was that? An animal, maybe? But how big? Minho had told stories of the animals they hunted where he came from, animals bigger than anything they had on their island. And had told stories of the strength it took to kill half. And Isaac had told stories of the strength it took to kill the half cranks. Sedina wasn't sure she could kill anything bigger than a spider. She never had a reason to before. What if she was forced to crunch the life out of something under her own weight? The disturbance grew louder and closer. Sedina looked at Minho's boots and thought the best thing to do with the rock she grabbed might be to throw it at Minho and wake him up. He had guns, knives, and if things got really bad, he had some kind of ancient artillery that blew up when you pulled a pin from it. A grenade. Sedina tensed with a dark, tall shadow hunched over in shape. Sedina tensed when a tall, dark shadow, hunched over in shape, emerged from the tree line. Sedina's eyes widened, taking as many details as they could. The dying fire made it hard to see more than the outline of a person holding something long and thin. A weapon. She was sure of it. Her heart filled with all of its special blood and beat faster and faster until she realized that her fear had gotten the best of her. Don't mind me, the whispered words floated in the air and the shadow stepped closer to her. Don't mind me. The whispered words floated in the The whispered words floated in the air, and the shadow stepped closer to her. Just taking my hourly piss and feeding the fire. Old Man Frypan's image came into focus before her tired brain could identify his voice. Oh shuck, you scared me, Selena exhaled and dropped the rock beside her. Nice, and I'm sorry. Didn't mean to scare you. What are you doing up? Couldn't sleep. Too anxious about Alaska. Imagine my excitement. Frypan broke his stick in two and leaned both halves on top of the dying fire. It didn't take long for the flames to catch on, flickering to bright life. Sorry, Sedina didn't know what else to say. I've heard all the Gladers' stories of old, but to be honest, they always felt more like history lessons and not real life until I saw that first crank. The cranks, he scoffed. They ain't nothing to hardly worry about. Time did what they could with the cranks. The people, though, they're the ones you have to watch out for. Sedina pulled her knees to her chest. What do you mean by that? I mean, how do I say this? Frypan pulled up a log to sit next to her and shifted his weight in thought. The island has been a safe place, a safe haven for many, many years. Those born there in that safety, they don't know the evil that existed, that still exists in the outside world, which is good. It's the whole point of the safe haven. But what I mean is, you're talking about the people at the villa. I don't know if the people in the villa are good people or bad people. I just know that they don't know us as well as we know each other. And we don't know what their motivations and we don't know what motivations they might have. Frypan's voice was somehow stronger in a whisper, or the motivations of the Godhead. They really want to cure the flare. That can only be good, right? Ava Page wanted to cure the flare too, he said. He said it with the utmost. Ava Page wanted to cure the flare too. He said it with the utmost spite. Just like anything, I guess, someone's motivations can be good, but their actions could be bad, or their motivations could change. Sedina looked up to the stars and tried to find the biggest one. There was no way she could fall back asleep thinking about all this now. What if the Godhead had motivations but bad plans to execute? Just like her mom had the best of intentions by holding the vote, but the act of democracy ruined the vibe in their group. Everyone from here to the great beyond has motivations, and when you meet someone, try to meet their motivations as well. See if you can figure them out. Old Man Frypan tossed another twig into the fire. The cranks don't scare me anymore because they can't think past their primal urges. People, though, people are manipulative, motivated by power, greed, and things you and I aren't capable of. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Gotta be careful. You also can't be too fearful, right? Sedino wished things could be black or white, the cure or no cure. He hated all this gray area where people like Ava Page lived. You think I was an idiot to vote for Alaska? No, the old man answered her almost too quickly for her to believe it. Am I being naive to trust the two people who kidnapped me? She asked, hoping for a more honest answer, even as she realized how ridiculous the question was in the first place. I can't tell you who to trust, he said gently and slowly, like her grandmother Sonia spoke. The elders had a way of speaking that made the words themselves hold more weight. All their life experiences stood behind those words and made them feel heavy. Sedina wished for an ounce of wisdom from her grandmother about all this, but Grandma Sonia died years ago, so Sedina looked at the fire as she thought out loud. How did you know who to trust? Old Man Frypan put another piece of wood on the fire as if the answer required patience. He sat back down and softly said, You trust yourself more than anyone else, so I shouldn't trust anyone else? You're jumping to it too quickly. He slowed down his words. You trust yourself first, and after that, you trust those who trust you. He stoked the fire, its flames reflected in his glistening, wizened eyes. The only mistake you could ever make is trusting the trustless. Part 2. Minho. Orphans had no parents. Orphans had no siblings. Orphans had no friends. Only enemies. Minho sat up and reached for his knife. When he pulled a sharp blade from its sheath, he realized he had only been awakened by the sounds of the group making breakfast. Old Man Fry Pan snapping twigs, Roxy cutting root vegetables, Dominic humming a song. He slowly put his knife back in its holder and avoided eye contact. Mornings, when he floated in that dreamlike battleground between sleep and awake, he often didn't know where he was and grabbed his weapons on instinct. In those early moments of the day, he reverted back to his orphan days, ready to shoot, ready to stab, ready to survive. Maybe the group knew his reflexes were on overdrive, and that's why no one stepped too close to him. Sometimes he had a good, solid sleep, so restful that even in his dreams, he wasn't anywhere close to the Remnant Nation. But the further he went from his training ground, the harder reality seemed to snap back when he woke up. He moved his knife to his hip and reminded himself that he had friends, and he had a mom now. And most importantly, he had a name. His name was Minho. Orange, Roxy said in a way he imagined a mother's tone might sound when something isn't wrong, but not exactly right. Yeah? Orange took a glimpse at Roxy's bowl. Here, she motioned for Orange to hold out her hand. I think this potato you found me is a rock. She plucked the rock out of the bowl and into Orange's open palm. Oh. Orange laughed at the potato looking chunk of rock. Minho had never heard her Minho had never heard her make such a sound, a cluster of small laughs like Trish and Sedina made. Orange is trying to break our teeth on breakfast, Miyoko. Orange is trying to break our teeth on breakfast, Miyoko yelled with her own chortle. Minho watched as Orange bounced the rock in her hand, a thing that she could use to kill 3 people without so much as a thought. Anything an orphan held in their hand became a weapon. He wondered if she felt the same disorientation in the mornings, if she too had to slow her heartbeat in order to keep the practices of the Remnant Nation at bay. The orphan The orphans were in training from the age of 4, trained to fight, to kill, to survive. Until then, were they cared for by nannies until they were able to stand and balance their own weight. Until then, were they cared for by nannies until they were able to stand and balance their own weight? He didn't know. His earliest memories his earliest memory was Griever Glane forcing him to kill another forcing oh my god. His earliest memory was Griever Glane forcing him to kill a mother wolf in front of her cubs. He turned the wolves into orphans only to later die the same death as their mother. Was that what the Remnant Nation did to him? Your eyes are open, but nobody's home. Your eyes are open, but nobody's home. Roxy looked right at Minho, as if what she said were a question. She had funny ways of saying good morning, unlike Sedina's mom, who spoke gently and said things like, Rise and shine, kiddos. Getting there, Minho didn't have the heart to tell Roxy any of these dark thoughts, both past and present. He watched Orange closely with every bounce of the rock in her hand. Every time it met her palm, he waited for her to peg Miyoko in the temple for laughing at her. Felt Dominic in the ass for being such an ass. But she didn't. She just tossed the rock up in the air and watched it fall. If having friends was changing Orange, maybe there was hope. Maybe leaving the Remnant Nation meant they could also leave the nation's imposed beliefs behind. Orange vaulted the potato looking rock further up this time. As it dropped to eye level, her elbow swung in a way that made Minho's own muscles flinch from years of training. Orange flicked her wrist with hand to hand combat skills and gave a hard backhand that sent the rock flying into a nearby tree. The islanders gawked at her precision. Minho smiled. So she's not losing it, you know, like she's controlling the temptation. She knows that, oh, I should have killed you for laughing and you're going to die for being an idiot. But she's like, bah, and swatted it away. Breakfast potato rock. Islanders gawked at her precision. Minho smiled. Whoa, Dominic said. I want to learn that. Do it again. Miyoko grabbed a stone from around the campfire. Is this one too big? Orange repeated the trick. Big heave into the air, quick swing of the elbow, backhand that sent the rock flying, this time a little closer to Dominic, whizzing past his ears. Minho sighed, even as the others cheered. Orange was a good fighter, but she deserved to be more than that. Humanity deserved the right to evolve, didn't they? Be better than this? Born fighters could evolve into born leaders if given the chance. Maybe even nameless orphans who killed dozens of trespassers on sight could turn out to be something more, something much more. Just maybe. Or not. There's always hope, chat. There's always hope. That we hold on to the maybes. The or not. I mean, 99%, hope, but you also have to account for the 1%. The 1% that you'll never be able to account for because you just we're not able to think of it. We're not able to conceive potential happening. Hope, but don't be ignorant. And with that, I must make more tea. We are pretty low over here. And we still have a ways to go before we're done today. So bum 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 ba dum bum ba da 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 dum bum 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 ba dum dee 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 dim be dee dee dim be dee 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 dim bum bum ba da da dum ba da dee doo 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 be dee be be bum 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 dee 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 dum da 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 dum dum da 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 dum da dum da da dum da dum da da dum da dum da 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 dum da da dee 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 dim doo 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 dum da 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 dum da 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 dum. Where are we at? About are in. Okay. Okay, all right. Get over here. Get over Decided to join us. Meow 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 meow. Yeah, that. Yeah. La 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 la. Like some piano. Merida especially loves it. Clean the gunk out of her eyes in the morning. One of her favorite things. Right? You can see. Yay! Yeah, okay. Hold on, hold on. You know this is for your own good. There you go. There you go. Right? She's doing her best to get as comfortable as possible. Mm. All right, cutie. Dee 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 da 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 dum da dum dee 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 la da 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 dum da 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 dum dee 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 ba da dum da dum ba da dum da dum ba da 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 dum dee 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 ba 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 meow meow meow. This has become the Merida show, all about her little lady. Mm. Hey. All right. Down you go. Dee 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 da 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 dum da dum da 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 dum da 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 dum da 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 dum da 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 dum da 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 dum dee 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 dim dee dee dim dee dee dim dum da 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 dum bum 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 frick. I forgot. Oh, there it is. I did mark my page. I'm not a total idiot, chat. Okay. Chapter 3, Secret Mission. Part 1, Isaac. Isaac didn't plan on bringing up the Timon and Isaac didn't plan on bringing up the Timon and Letty thing again, especially not while they cleaned up camp. But Sedina just couldn't let it go. The reason I trust them, I think maybe Clether lied. I mean, she killed her whole. She killed her whole crew, 8 people. That's enough right there not to trust her. But besides all that, the reason I think I trust Letty and Timon is that they trusted us. They did not pace with Isaac. Brain reset. Brain reset. The reason I trust them, that I think maybe Clether lied. I mean, she killed her whole crew, 8 people. That's enough right there not to trust her. But besides all that, the reason I think I trust Letty and Timon is that they trusted us. Selena paced while Isaac folded up her grass mat. She kicked up dirt behind her with every step. They said it themselves. They could have killed the rest of the group, just like Kletter, but they let them follow our clues. They trusted us. Isaac handed her the mat. That wasn't them trusting us. They only manipulated us into thinking everything we did was something they wanted us to do. They were frantic half the time, and Isaac stopped himself before saying, and they didn't even trust each other. Did Serena not remember what Letty had pulled on Timon when they came across Roxy and Minho for the first time? The whole gunfire in the air, mentions of betrayal, something about how not even Timon knew the plan. I just think we need to go to Alaska. I need to go. It wasn't worth arguing over something that had already been decided. Good thing we're going then. Isaac put his arm around her and pulled her into a hug. Even if Sedina had chosen to go back home, he'd have supported her. She was the closest thing to family he had, and family didn't always have to agree. And how the hell were we supposed to get there? Dominic asked, still sour from being the only islander to vote to go back home. It wasn't that Isaac didn't want that. Of course he did. But he didn't want to go do it as a failure. He wanted to make the rest of the island proud, to at least say they tried. If they went back now, they'd be returning with more questions than answers. Yeah, how are we supposed to get all the way to Alaska? Miyoko asked as she packed up what smaller pieces of firewood were already cut. Well, we can backtrack along the coast and pick up the maze cutter. Cohen cleared her throat. New Petersburg is along the Gulf of Alaska. Traveling by ship will save us all the time and energy. Miss Cohen was probably all night worrying about how to be the most diplomatic in these decisions. Isaac thought with the vote over and done Isaac thought with the vote over and done with that Sedina's mom might be more relaxed or less stressed, but the circles under her eyes looked darker than ever, and she moved slower than Old Man Frypan. Minho, can you steer a ship? Isaac asked. I can get us there. Minho didn't flat out say he'd never steered a big boat before. But as far as Isaac was concerned, if he could steer a berg and a grief walker, then he could handle the maze cutter just fine. Plus, enough of them had picked up details on the journey to the mainland to help him out. We could stay close to the coast and come in to hunt as needed, Orange said while packing up. Miss Cohen cleared her throat again, but this time said nothing. Part 2. Minho and Orange led the way from the camp, but the vote had slowly divided them into three distinct groups. Minho, Orange, Roxy, Sedina, and Trish in the lead, those who had voted for Alaska. In the middle was Isaac, Miss Cohen, and Miyoko, the three who thought the villa was the better choice. Trailing behind were Jackie, Dominic, and Old Man Frypan, all of whom didn't want to go anywhere and were moving at a speed to prove it. Poor guys. Isaac never paid much attention to the politics of the island because he never had a reason to. The sets of laws back home were kept, and there was rarely an issue that divided anyone. The last real division in politics on the island have been when they added laws about being near the water during a storm after Isaac's family's accident. It was clear some people were upset that there weren't laws made earlier, and others were upset that there needed to be laws added and abided by. Isaac didn't care either way, because no law in the universe could bring his family back. But he hated the feeling of everyone's vote and differences in opinions now seemingly split the whole. But he hated the feeling of everyone's vote and differences in opinions now seemingly splitting the whole group apart. He hated it. He could barely see Sedina's group ahead on the trail, and he lost sight of Old Man Frypan's group behind him 10 minutes ago. He only knew that they were somewhat close by hearing Dominic making up a ridiculous song about every single thing they walked past. Hey, let's rest a minute and let them catch up, Isaac called ahead to Sedina's group. Miss Cohen cleared her throat with a nod. Yoko whistled and waved Sedina and her Godhead driven crew to fall back. It was almost as if once Sedina had decided to go to Alaska, that she was going with or without the rest of them. Miss Cohen sat on a log and pulled out her canteen. Isaac waited to see which group came back into view first, but something wasn't right about the way Miss Cohen drank the water, taking small sips, pausing after each one. The way she lacked the enthusiasm for conversation she once had. Maybe she was just homesick like the rest of them. Maybe the guilt of those they'd lost still weighed heavy on her. But Isaac couldn't help but wonder. You okay, Miss Cohen? He asked. Of course, why? She looked up at Isaac from the log, but even the way she tilted her head seemed off. You just seem out of breath, or like it's hard to swallow, maybe. And that's when he noticed the mark on the woman's neck. The trees stopped shaking their leaves, the wind off the coast stopped blowing, the birds stopped chirping. The only thing that didn't turn silent in that moment was the rash on Cohen's neck that seemed to scream obscenities. What was that from? Cleared her throat yet again, locking eyes with Isaac. Panic rushed through his mind. The flare. The variant's infection. He couldn't unsee the image of the half cranks, of Jackie killing one with her bare hands. Isaac couldn't help but clear his own throat. The thought of a virus hit him like a hammer to a metal on the forge, igniting sparks of fear in his gut. The heat of the unknown rushed through his body. The flare, the variants, infection. The immune aren't as immune as they once thought. Remember that's what they said at the beginning chat in our little synopsis in the book cover. Interesting, very interesting. So the question is, how, if this is the flare, how is it going to affect the immunes? Or no longer? Yarp, 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 yarp. Bee, 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 da, 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 dum, do, 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 do. Da, 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 dum, da, 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 da. Oh no! Helldivers 2 leak reveals something, blah, blah, blah. Okay, don't click on that. Do not click on that article. Oh my god, no. I don't want to know. Let them surprise us. Let it be a surprise, chat. A few years ago, I might have been interested in like leak stuff like Pokemon's and Monster Hunters. But nowadays, let them release it. I don't need leaks. If it's something that they're sharing with us, okay, fine. That's something entirely different. But leaks, you guys have too much freaking time on your hands. Good for you, but also I don't need to know. I don't need to know. I am not your target group. Isaac followed Miss Cohen into the brush. Maybe it was just poison. Maybe the rash was just a rash. They'd been surrounded by plant life for days, plants they'd never seen before, some with spiked weapons that attached to clothing and skin, and some that Roxy claimed could kill you with so much as a touch. Maybe that's all it was. He tried to catch up to her. Miss Cohen. He waited for a response, but heard only the sounds of vomiting. A sound he'd heard often enough from Jackie during the maze cutter voyage, but never a sound he'd heard from Cohen before. He followed the gut wrenching noise, bent over and heaving. Miss Cohen's body purged the evil from inside as she leaned her shoulder against a tree. Shit, Isaac said before apologizing. Sorry. It's okay. I'm okay. Just allergies. She quickly composed herself and fixed the handkerchief around her neck. Oh my god, allergies. Are you serious? Miss Cohen, you sure? He pointed to the spot where the material covered her scabbed skin. Cohen touched the rash as if covering with her hand might make Isaac less suspicious. We've got to tell everyone and see, in other words, suspicious. Folded. Cohen touched the rash as if covering it with her hand might make Isaac less suspicious. We've got to tell everyone and. No, Cohen stood up taller. Everyone will overreact. I'm fine. You can't hide vomiting from the rest of the group. You remember how bad it was on the boat? Especially with Dominic. He was trying to break the ice, reminding her of the Dominic vomit domino effect that ensued every time Jackie got seasick. Jackie barfed, and then if Dominic were close enough to hear or see it, he'd throw up. And he barfed with such gusto that it usually made someone else in the vicinity throw up too. Cohen gave a pathetic smile. Good times for sure. It'll be okay. I'll figure this out, all right? She cleared her throat like a crack of thunder, and the sound of it made Isaac shudder. The smell of her vomit made him shiver. Please don't say anything to anyone. Please. Isaac could only nod. That's a dumb thing to do. Both of them. Both of them. I am upset with this. All of this. Obviously, honesty is the best thing. They should just let everyone know. But it does. They're going off on their own mission, right? Isaac and Sedina are forced to split up. So, are they going? They're going to the scientists, right? Isaac and Miss Cohen are going down to the scientists at the villa so they can try to see if they can cure her. Which is also interesting because if they were to just head straight for the Godhead has their own way to cure, right? But maybe it's not as reliable as a cure from scientists. The scientists are tied to the Godhead too, which is the interesting thing. Too many questions, and potentially not any answers until we get to book 3 because we're still only in book 2. Interesting. So many interesting things happen. I was waiting for it to cool down. So freaking hot. So freaking hot. Meku's, are you okay? Two, one. Mm-hmm. Good to go. He's so cute. I love Meku's. Oh, they've ended. Repo is over. Oh no, it's not. Scars just ended. Still playing Repo. Oh, duo with Impy. Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Big group is over. Jam and Impulse are playing Repo. So freaking hot. So T is freaking hot. Ow, 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 meow, meow. Meow, ow, meow, ow, meow, ow, meow, ow, meow, ow, meow, ow, 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 meow, 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 ow, meow, ow, meow, ow, ow, meow. Don't sit down there, please. Damn it. Move. Can you move? Thank you. Thank you. I don't know why she thinks sitting there is the best spot. Well, obviously because it's closest to me, but okay. Fine. You okay? I know what she really wants. She wants me to go over there. But no, we're busy. We're reading. I'm sorry. Later, 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 later. Mhm. So yes, horrible thing, horrible decision that these people have made here, Isaac and Miss Cohen. They should definitely be more honest for sure. Chapter 4: Safety and Divinity in Numbers. Part 1: Minho. You really think we'll run into cranks out here? Orange asked as they walked through the spotty forest. She eyed Minho's hold on his weapon as she dangled her own gun by her side. The trunks of the trees creaked as they swayed in the wind. Branches and leaves sang a haunting whooshing tune. Maybe, Minho answered. Whether cranks or something else, he'd be ready, especially when the rest of the group took bathroom breaks in and out of the woods. Even wild dogs protected each other when one of them had to do their business. Orange seemed to be letting the islanders rub off on her, but Minho couldn't let his guard down so easily. You don't? I think the worst of what we could possibly run into is back in Nebraska. Orange grimaced, and Minho silently agreed. Even before meeting people like Roxy and Miss Cohen, he knew that the way of the grief bearers not to mention their priests and priestesses, wasn't right. So their worst evil was the Remnant Nation to these guys. Understandable. The constant guards, the rigid schedules, training and watch duty for hours, being forced to kill anyone that approached the fortress walls. And call me crazy, but I think the Remnant Nation must have collected all the cranks in the world for their sick crank army, and that's why we haven't seen much of any out here. She waved her weapon in front of the coastline as if to prove her point. Minho looked at Orange to see if she was kidding. I thought only the lowest level of soldiers believed in that rumor. Orange frowned and raised her eyebrows. I thought only the dumbest of soldiers didn't. Cranks can't be trained, and they can't be taught how to shoot. He tried to reason with her. The rumor about an army of cranks is just something the older officers threatened to send off the younger soldiers to in order to scare them straight. To make them think that if they ever disobeyed, they'd be turned into brainless slugs fighting the same war, whether they wanted to or not. Sometimes rumors turn out to be true, Orange said. Name one. I don't know. Maybe the rumor about grief bearers throwing orphans off cliffs when they turn 18? She gave him a knowing look. Meh. She was only half right. Sometimes they threw orphans over the cliff before they turned 18, like Minho. Everything's always exaggerated. He understood the ritual and why the grief bearers sent away their strongest soldiers for a 40-day pilgrimage. It was obvious to weed them out and find the ones strong enough to become grief bearers, help train the next generation. They still threw you off a cliff. The sound of swift rustling in the brush returned Minho to the present moment. Roxy, Trish, and Miyoko stepped out from the thicker woods and back on the trail with Old Man Frypan. Did I hear that right? They threw you off a cliff? Frypan asked, and everyone else's eyes swerved to Minho. Old Man Frypan knows a thing or two about cliffs, doesn't he? Roxy looked the saddest. Say what? It wasn't that high of a cliff. Minho didn't know why he felt the need to defend the grief bearers. It was more about him not being viewed as vulnerable to the others. Everyone goes through it. It's a rite of passage. Sounds like they weren't very nice, Frypan said with a massive roll of the eyes. Much less trustworthy. Minho shrugged. He was still learning what real trust meant, and hearing that Orange believed in such a thing as the Crank Army rumor made him realize he couldn't ever tell her his real reason for going to Alaska was to join the Godhead. He wants to get infected. He wants to become a crank himself so that he can undergo. Maybe he doesn't know about the evolution necessarily, but yeah, to become better, Because if Orange believed in childhood rumors, then she surely still held on tight to her training. She'd been taught to kill the Godhead, and Minho wanted to join the Godhead. He didn't know how he'd separate from the group when they arrived in Alaska, but there was something in his blood that screamed at him, "You are one with the Godhead," and he believed it. The orphan named Minho was one with the Godhead. He'd prove it in time to everyone else, but for now, it'd be his guarded secret. He was still learning about life outside the walls of the Remnant Nation, but he knew one thing for sure. Gods could not trust men. Interesting. So he's still separate from everyone, even in his own mind. Part 2, Alexandra. Once tolerance of the cold depended on genetics, and Alexandra always knew she had good, adaptable DNA because of her ability to withstand frigid temperatures. Or maybe it was mind over matter that she developed from strengthening her principles with the precepts and the flaring discipline. Whatever the cause, others around her had bundled up in their mustard yellow cloaks, while she was comfortable with only a thin veil of cloth wrapped around her shoulders. It made her strength visible, which helped her to stand out even further from the crowd. It told the pilgrims that she was their fearless leader. She was their god among men. As she moved closer to the eager crowd before her, the sheer cloak gently moved and folded with each step. Like the aurora borealis in the sky, she pointed to the heavens above and spoke, throwing all the eloquence she could at the words. The sun shines on us now with new energy. The Alaskan lights have returned to the night sky with all the colors and all the glory of the universe. Only 2 pilgrims clapped at this. The rest gawked at her in confusion. She couldn't blame them. Were you not blessed to behold the colors of the sky last night? Alexandra worked daily on strengthening her mind and controlling her thoughts and emotions. But times like this, when it felt as though she were speaking to children, only the digits helped. The lights are a sign of the end times, a man murmured. And although Alexandra was prepared for the doubt to show up in many ways, she couldn't help but be annoyed. The pilgrims of countless religions had been wishing the end times upon them for longer than recorded histories. Remember, it was supposed to end in 2012. all the different predictions, and this is we get these numbers, and so this is the end day for how long? For how freaking long? Also, in addition to that, like predicting the end of empires and such, America, which that is may only be a matter of time. History has a way of rhyming. The pilgrims of countless religions had been wishing the end times upon them for longer than recorded history. Why was every generation bound to the hopelessness of the generation before it? Why couldn't something so grand as the Borealis be a sign of good things to come? Or if anything, why can't we just band together and say, like, let's hope for a better future together and not just, like us versus them? But here's clear distinctions of us versus them. The Godhead will never get along with the Remnant Nation. They cannot be together. This is, well, but maybe it could. But maybe it could. The flare, the nature is our greatest not enemy but obstacle. Something that humanity needs to overcome together. Because look what happened. It was the solar flares that caused all of this. Something that maybe if we had prepared better as a species to deal with these horrible things might not have happened. But instead, we were probably squabbling over land disputes and dumb things like that. As if any one person could own more than a tiny fraction of this tiny dot for more than a second cosmically. And here it is. Here's the things that happen when we don't prepare for such things. Solar flares come and destroy the world. Maybe it might not have been the grand apocalypse that people had been predicting, but it was an end of times and a beginning of times as well, right? The northern lights are a promise of hope. They are telling of the times ahead, the evolution of the world to come, and an ungrateful and uneducated pilgrim. An ungrateful and uneducated pilgrim interrupted her. Red appeared in the sky before the sun flares. Alexandra stood tall and recited the digits in her head. She was far too tired from a sleepless night to coach the citizens into their future. Always, she was forced to commit their feeble minds. But today, shifting their perspective took more time than what she had patience for. Always more time. She hated progress halted by such lack of foresight. The sun will never flare or scorch the earth again, she said calmly. I hope. I hope is in italics, their thoughts. Nicholas foretold times just like these. Your Godhead has prepared you, have we not? He enunciated every word as if to cut their doubt and fears in half. The Godhead is good, a woman in the crowd shouted as she held a baby up in the air. Those around her murmured in support and raised their voices together to repeat, The Godhead is good! Alexandra smiled. All it ever took was one voice to guide the others back to faith. She made eye contact with the woman holding the baby and nodded in gratitude. She remembered the faces of those who supported her just as much as the faces of those who spoke against her. Glaring back at others who expressed fear, she said the words herself along with the crowd while peering deep into their eyes. The Godhead is good. The Godhead is good. The people breathed and chanted as one, a single organism moving and swaying together with each word. Something caught Alexandra's eye, movement in the distance. A hooded man walked in the opposite direction of the town square, his back to the crowd. But she didn't need to see his face to know whose shoulders lay beneath that cloak. It could only be one person, Mikhail, and Alexandra knew exactly where he was going. The Godhead is good, she chanted again. The Godhead is good, as she watched Mikhail disappear around a corner, turning left toward the former home of Nicholas, their former Godhead. Plans within plans within plans. Chapter 5, Dear Nicholas, Part 1, Mikhail. Okay, chat. I'm just taking a look where we're aiming for. We're aiming for at least part 2, which is not too far. Yeah, we'll do this rather quickly. And I will definitely save part 3 and part 4 for future streams. I like how we divide it up. Also gives people the time to maybe catch up if they are listening in on the VODs. So yeah, we will only be doing part 1 and part 2 for today. Part three and part four may be together, but it may also just be separate. That's something to decide for another time. Let's get through today what we can and worry about the rest later when we need to. This isn't life or death, chat. This is not life or death. This is just stupid cat on the internet meowing at you. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. I love reading chat. Chapter 5, Dear Nicholas, Part 1, Mikhail. So Mikhail's the one who was on the ground. He was too far gone. He was gone. They're gone. That's what it's called when like you're just completely taken over by the flare. And we'd know more about the flare if we would have read the other books of the Maze Runner series, Court Trials and Death Cure. But unfortunately, our information is lacking, so all we know is what we know. He knocked on Nicholas's wooden door again. Two knocks, pause, two knocks, pause, and then a burst of knocks in succession. Then even harder until the blood pooled within his skin and formed a fresh bruise along his pinky. Patience, dear Mikhail. That's what Nicholas would say, but the panicked feeling had followed Mikhail around all morning, and now it intensified. He had the same dream again. The dream that only visited him when things were off course. Mikhail knocked one last time, even louder. He tried the door. Locked. So Mikhail has also undergone the evolution, just like Alexandra and Nicholas had gone through. Very interesting. Because how does it manifest in Mikhail? Alexandra has gotten the Godhead complex where she's above everything. But this guy, he seems to be following orders, you know? Nicholas's intuition was so strong that all Mikhail had to do was think about stopping by for something, anything, and Nicholas usually met him at the door. He was always at the door. Well, unless he'd left on one of his trips. Was he gone? Mikhail searched his memory, but his memory was shit. Complete mush ever since Crank Palace. At least when he was a crank, he had all his memories. But now, even the things his brain remembered, things he knew for sure, he couldn't pronunciate. Wait, that last word didn't sound quite right in his head. That happened a lot. Pronunciate. That's why I read it like that. I was like, what? Is that a word? It isn't a standard English word. It's often used humorously or as a misspelling of pronounce or enunciate. While some dictionaries like dictionary.com may list it, it's rarely used and considered a neologism, newly coined word. So it's been added to the common, uh, not vocabulary, but common, commonly used phrases and words. But it's not official. It is not completely and totally official just yet. Like maybe like three more dictionaries need to add it before it becomes like an actual word of the English language. But it's pretty funny. It's pretty funny that they added that here in the book. He reached for his keys to open Nicholas's door, not wasting time to remember which key out of the six in his collection would work, trying them all. One by one, the keys failed until the fourth, a red dot painted on the metal, did the trick. Nicholas? Mikhail whispered in case he forgot something he should have remembered again. So yeah, okay. So here we're seeing it. His memory isn't as good. He hasn't evolved to the point that Alexandra has. He just was cured. He just was cured. That's all it was. It was cured. He regained some of his faculties, but and he's not a blob on the ground anymore, a decaying husk of a human. But it messed with his brain, in negative ways, it seems. Negative? Potentially? Maybe he gained other powers, but yeah, he had memory before, but now his memory is all over the place. Wah, 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 wah. Interesting. Mikhail whispered, one by one, the keys failed until the fourth. A red dot painted on the metal did the trick. Nicholas? Mikhail whispered in case he forgot something he should have remembered again. But as soon as the name left his mouth, the overpowering smell of rot filled his every sense, gagging his throat. Mikhail coughed to clear his airway. He couldn't find oxygen, only decay, and he knew the smell of death all too well from Crank Palace. Ever since Mikhail's senses came back to what Alexander called healthy again, Mikhail believed that there were no good smells left on Earth. His sensory nodes performed 10 times what they did before and amplified all the worst stench of all the worst cities. Flare pits that smelled like charred skin and bones, soggy, foggy days that reeked of moldy earth, the odor of sewer water that hung heavy in the air after a storm. But this, Mikhail choked on it. Sir? Interesting. So his senses, his physical senses have been increased, but not his mental capabilities. He walked through the great room, slowly, immediately spotting Nicholas's robe, lifeless on the ground, draped over a cushion. Nicholas would never have done such a thing, discarding his holy robe on the floor. Even in his own apartment, Mikhail coughed again, using his own robe to cover his mouth. Finally, when his eyes adjusted to the dim light of Nicholas's apartment, he realized it wasn't a cushion that Nicholas's robe covered. Oi! You're not going out there to bark at nothing, all right? You're gonna bark, you can bark at me right here. Got it? Good. There's nothing happening out there, chat. They're barking. They're barking at nothing. Hi! I'm louder than you. I'm barking. Meow, meow, bark. Meow, meow, bark. Sit down, please. All right? See, like I told you. No, no, no. You ain't going out there. You bark. Got that? You got that, Missy? All right. She got that. Love you, Marila. She's so cute. Her manipulation tactics failed. Sorry. Sorry. He walked through the great room slowly, immediately spotting Nicholas's robe, lifeless on the ground, draped over a cushion. Nicholas would never have done such a thing, discarding his holy robe on the floor. Even in his own apartment, Mikhail coughed again, using his own robe to cover his mouth. Finally, when his eyes adjusted to the dim light of Nicholas's apartment, he realized it wasn't a cushion that Nicholas's robe covered, but a bloated body. It took him a handful of seconds to realize what he was looking at, not because his brain was confused, but because he had never before this moment seen a body without a head. Interesting. So this one is the biggest instigator. If she goes over there and starts barking, they all think it's okay to start barking, which is why, as long as she's here, it's no big deal. Right? Yep. Part 2, Alexandra. 3, 5, 8, 13, 21. Sitting at the table, she recited the numbers out loud as sitting at the table, she recited the numbers out loud as she pulled closer the hard-cased red leather briefcase with Newt's blood inside. Newt's blood, that was what's inside the coffin. Despite having it in her possession, she still felt anxious. Alexandra tapped the glass case holding Nicholas's head 3 times, then 5 times, then 8 times while she waited for Mikhail. She understood the power of the digits better than Mikhail or Nicholas ever did. For one thing, Mikhail was too erratic to remember the numbers in their organized sequence. But Alexandra knew the infinite loop of numbers and could recite them at any length. It was as if the digits were born inside of her, and she birthed them into existence with every reciting. Each number equaled the sum of the two before it, creating within the string of digits their own frequency sequence. The evolution was always inside of her, and the time had come to bring it to the others now. She'd guide them as their one true God, no longer a divinity of 3. Interesting. So she's got a lot of better math ability. No, no, no. It's the mailman. They're barking at the mailman. About that time. I'm not going there to bark for mailman. Not freaking happening, all right? Sit the frick down. And shut up. Got that, lady? Huh? Huh? Got that? You are not barking at the poor mailman, Merida. All right? You got that? Got that? Got that, little lady? She got that. She got that. Instigator. You. You are the one. You. Worry, you're not in trouble. I'm louder than you. That started yelling. Right? No more barking. Go sit down. Poor mailman. Even though she risked dropping the vial of sealed blood every time she held it, she couldn't help herself as she whispered the digits and pulled out one of the vials. 34, 55, 89, 144. The small sealed tube grew warm in her hand, a warmth of possibility that fueled her thought. Small sealed tube grew warm in her hand, a warmth of possibility that fueled her through the coldest nights for the last 30 years. She'd waited for this moment when she'd finally no longer have to answer to Nicholas, when she could choose who was blessed and who would be changed like she once was. Never mind the irony that he'd been the one to choose her, after all. She often wondered why he did so, chose her of all people all those years ago. But her intentions even now were always pure as met her needs and wants, anyway. It was Nicholas's intentions that had changed over the years. What started as a relationship based solely on survival allowed Nicholas to manipulate her until his end. For years, she let him think that he was greater than her, but now it was her turn. He'd once read a funny word in an old book, switcheroo. That described it delightfully. Just like the aurora lights returning to the skies of Alaska, she'd step forward to brighten the world with subject A4. But despite her love and appreciation for numbers, she didn't know what in the mazes of hell A4 meant. An arbitrary letter and number that once perhaps held great meaning was just a symbol now. But even numbers had vibrations to them. Did A4 vibrate with the frequency of Newt? She wasn't sure. 4 wasn't a holy number, it wasn't in her digits. The lab tape on the vial with Newt's name on it was undeniable. This had to be the sample of what was left after Nicholas's this had to be the sample of what was left after Nicholas injected her and Mikhail each with variated sequences of Newt's DNA. Interesting. It was actual just DNA. But even 3 decades later, Alexandra never thought the word cure fit. What it did for Mikhail was much more than that. It was a miracle, a cursed miracle. Parts of Mikhail had returned to human, while other parts remained animalistic, like the urges of insanity, madness, traits of the cranks, things that terrified her even while she subdued them. What the slightly variated sequence of DNA had done to her was even more astounding. He'd received clear knowledge, clear as the glass box in which Nicholas's head nestled, intuition that not only predicted future events, but also received elements of the past, as if her very own cells, once upgraded, carried the knowledge of previous civilizations within them. Previous civil. I'm trying to read it too fast, and it's just screwing me up. Carried the knowledge of previous civilizations within them, as if the wireless internets of old were alive again, and only she had access to them directly from her brain. Preposterous, yes? True? Also, yes. Interesting. So, in Dune, in the Dune series, there's the thing called the Ben Gesserets, a group of women, and they're able to go into the old memory, which is like, well, the feminine side. The male side is blocked off to them, but they're able to go in and see the past lives of people that they've shared with, and there's the way that they do their sharing and stuff like that, past memories, and so the history of humanity is able to continue itself on, perpetuated in their minds. The honored mothers, and things like that. So this is like it's very similar to that, but her genes them. Oh, also yes, the spice is what unlocks this thing. So it is just in their genetics as well. Very similar concept. Genetics holds memories. The rewiring of her DNA had been subtle but powerful, unlike the hellfire Mikhail had to go through. His body had to physically reproduce cells that were being eaten by disease. His cells undoubtedly. So remember when Nicholas told her not to scream, not to say anything, not to do anything once he injected her friend? That must have been horrible. The creaking, the or just all the sounds that the body must have been making to like put itself back together. His cells undoubtedly held no knowledge, but it took him months to be able to speak like himself again. And even after that, he was never truly the same. Nightmares haunted him at every step. Nicholas expected Alexandra to grovel at his feet day in and day out with gratitude for saving her dear Mikhail. But Alexandra had watched him change twice, and the transition back from the gone was somehow harder because he didn't come all the way back. Interesting. To her, he was still gone. His mind was more fragile than ever, still completely mad. Being asleep in the dream world for only 10 minutes could sometimes send him spiraling into paranoia. But his visions never made clear sense, and because of her gift, she was able to clearly see how the evolution was meant to unfold. How it was exactly what the world needed to continue. She tried to tell Nicholas and Mikhail the things she knew, but they wouldn't listen. To be fair, they might not have understood anyway. The world needed more brilliant minds like hers to keep advancing. Visionaries, true gods and true goddesses. Goddesses. Damn, she had an ego. The evolution wasn't for everyone, to be sure. No, it couldn't just be handed out like loaves of bread on Sunday. There needed to be tough decisions in who advanced and who stayed within the confines of their own minds. And she certainly couldn't let it be wasted on the population already infected with the flare. It was a sacred thing, the evolution. She carefully set the vial back into the leather briefcase. Years ago, she'd have died for the mere chance that Mikhail might live. But now Alexandra would give him only one chance to join the evolution, or she'd erase him without so much as a blink of regret. Sadness, perhaps, but not regret. She knows what must be done, and she has memories of the past. But what must be done takes precedent. Not precedent takes priority. That's the word. There we go. We nailed it. Nailed it. Precedence is things that have happened before that inform our decisions potentially in the future. That's what precedence is. Priority means that this must be done and it has to be done urgently. So poor Mikhail, she was there stopping for back at the beginning of the book. Please save him, please. Now it's she thinks that she hasn't changed very much. She thinks everyone else has changed, right? Her intentions being completely and totally pure. Mm. Who knows what the truth really is in all of this? I suppose that author James Dashner might have an idea, but I have no clue. Or Mikhail. I think he'll make the right choice, and which is the right choice in this one being to align with Alexandra and live because we want to live. But maybe death will be better for him, right? Who knows? We'll find out. We certainly shall find out. Mikhail. Mikhail controlled his breathing outside in the crisp Alaskan air, just as Nicholas had once taught him. Inhale for 3 seconds, hold his breath for 3 seconds, exhale for 3 seconds. He repeated this without thought. The Trinity, the power of three. If I say it 3 times, it must be true. That's Lewis Carroll, Hunting of the Snark. The breathing was an attempt to control his anger, but the efforts were wasted. There was no inhaling and exhaling, and no mindful meditation that could calm him now. His brain clicked with anger. The smell of Nicholas's apartment hung within his nose as if a rat had crawled inside his skull and perished days ago. Thoughts became sounds within his head, and those sounds were the symphonies of war. Guns firing, knives stabbing, swords swordifying. Mikhail's feet took double the length of steps as he walked to Alexandra's building. Could a crazed pilgrim have decapitated Nicholas? Possibly, but there was no doubt in Mikhail's mind that Alexandra was the voice behind the command. When he couldn't find the coffin, the sealed red leather case that held Newt's blood, and Nicholas's apartment, he knew who'd taken possession. Her love for power had finally outweighed her love for mankind, or her love for a kind man. Nicholas was mad, but he was kind, and without his guidance, Alexandra wouldn't be held to any standards, and Mikhail wouldn't either. He didn't have the capacity. Nicholas was really the only one that had any control over Mikhail because Alexandra had already given up on him. In her mind, he's already too far gone, and I think we already know what's going to happen. I think he was more loyal to Nicholas than he will be to Alexandra. But I could be wrong. Maybe he'll live. Maybe he shall live. But with the way that this is starting, it sounds like he's about to, go into his death. But maybe she'll convince him. Maybe she'll have the words that will bring him over to her side. I don't want to say with certainty for sure at this point. We're still very early in the book. He searched his memory for Nicholas's voice, memories fragmented in Mikhail's mind, blips of conversations, faded glimpses of events. But he knew for sure, surer than sure, that their former master had planned to release the cure. He even warned Mikhail of all the ways Alexandra might try to get in the way. Mikhail ran through his mind like a maze runner to remember what Nicholas told him to do next. But he really only needed to remember one thing: the Golden Room. There's a thing called the Golden Path in Dune. You know. Nicholas insisted that when it came to Alexandra, she doesn't know what she doesn't know. But how could she? But how could he have not seen this coming? Or did he know of his own end at Alexandra's hand, but wanted to save Mikhail from the unavoidable fear that comes with such knowledge? The walk, the building, stairs, the hallway. He was there. Heat rushed to Mikhail's hand as his fist formed tight to knock on Alexandra's door, but she opened it before his flesh hit the wood. He immediately smelled vinegar and seaweed. Alexandra drank green tea so potent that the herbs smelled like fish. She only used vinegar when she was deep cleaning. Cleanliness was next to godliness. He knew this, but coating things in vinegar didn't make someone a god. You're late, Alexandra said as she opened the door further to reveal a table set with the red leather coffin case on top. Cure. Mikhail inhaled for three full seconds, smelling the putrid vinegar, and held his breath for 3 seconds. You're thinking that will help you. Breathing exercise. She squinted at Mikhail as she tilted her head. He exhaled for 3 seconds. I'm thinking it will help you. He needed to keep his calm and wits about him. Couldn't let his anger cause him to misspeak. Couldn't reveal more information than he meant her to know. He too had secrets. She didn't know what she didn't know. So Nicholas knew? Did he know? He had so he must have suspected that something like this would happen. So plans within plans within plans. There are other things going on, and Alexandra thinks she's at the top of it all. But is she really? You shouldn't worry about me, dear Mikhail. She openly mimicked Nicholas's term of endearment for both of them. What did you do? Who killed our great master? Mikhail pushed past her and walked closer to the table that held the cure. Alexandra touched the edge of a black cloth draped over another object, the same way Nicholas's robe had been draped over his dead body. Mikhail shuddered. Behind the smell of vinegar was another smell: death. Twice in the same hour, that stench. He was never our master. Maybe he controlled you like a puppet, but fate is my master. One long sweep, Alexandra pulled the black cloth to reveal a clear glass case, and there it was inside the head. Mikhail coughed. The breath left his lungs so quickly that he couldn't stop. Nicholas's head. The former Godhead's eyes looked right past Mikhail with a terrifying, horrifiable, blank stare. You have his head. For what? For this moment? Mikhail turned away from Alexandra and from the part of Nicholas in the room. He inhaled, held his breath, exhaled, 3 seconds each. Alexandra walked over to Mikhail and placed her hand lovingly on his shoulder. But there was no love. Not anymore. Don't go erratic on me. The principals have done this to Nicholas. Mikhail pulled away from her touch, from all the vinegar in the air. Her apartment would never be clean again, and she would never be a true god. Not like Nicholas. Not like him. The principles, he knew them well, woven tightest into his brain, despite his difficulties. But he couldn't understand how Alexandra justified murder as fitting into those principles. Nicholas had created the Godhead with the essence of three truths: patience in all things, integrity in all acts, faith in fate. So her biggest thing about this is going to be that fate is what the reason why Nicholas had to die, because fate is guiding everything a certain path, and he was not the man to be the one to do it, to take fate into their hands and do what needs to be done. Cal spun around to face Alexandra, close enough for her to smell the rotting flesh of their master trapped into the fibers of his robe. You haven't even anticipated what Nicholas anticipated. Alexandra cut him off with laughter. She never tried, she never tired of correcting him. So what if he combined two words that meant the same thing? It was just one of many ways she reminded him that he wasn't as gifted as her. Who gave a crank's ass if he never spoke in front of people, in front of the people of who gave a crank's ass if he never spoke in front of the people of Alaska like her? Mikhail had bigger plans. Wars were fought with actions, not words. Poor guy. Anticipated. He held Alexandra by the shoulders, now sure that she could smell the death still trapped on his clothing. He needed her to be as disgusted by her own crime as he was. What you did is Mikhail waited for his brain to catch up with his thoughts, his visions. Irreversible, irrevocable. He waited for her to correct him, but she didn't. Alexandra wiggled out of his arms. Yes, evolution is unstoppable. You're right. That's not what Mikhail meant, and she knew it. His eyes followed her as she walked to the red leather case, disengaged the locks, and swung it open. He knew all her power moves. He knew she couldn't help but dangle that vial of Newt's blood in front of him and drone on and on about the evolution. He inhaled, held his breath, exhaled, 3 seconds each. His death or her death are around the corner. He's doing his best to keep it in check, but I'm thinking it's him. I'm thinking he's the one that's gonna go, right? But I could be wrong. Traced the vial with her fingers as if to taunt Mikhail. You can do this with me, We can do this together. I'll never be like you. Walked closer to her. Close enough to smash the vial in a moment's rage if he so chose. Would he choose? Would he let the crazed part of his brain win? That part that urged him to show the outside world all the chaos he felt within. Is he going to? That's the question. You don't understand the process and all of the. He paused, waiting for the train of thoughts to pick up the passengers of his words. Alexandra never showed patience. Faith in the fate we always come to be. She taunted the principal as if she'd made it up, as if her manipulations could be called fate. And what will you do with those who don't qualify for your advancement? What about those who qualify but changed for the worse? He tried for years to prove to Alexandra that her shift after receiving the DNA upgrade had changed her in a bad way. The sequencing or whatever it was of Newt's blood gave her an arrogance that entered any room before she did. He might refer to them as her gifts, but to Mikhail they were a curse. A lust for power, not unlike those scientists of old. She didn't appear phased. Everyone's gifts are different. Just because your gift is, he yelled at her. Life is a gift. I got my life back. What you're doing is selfish. You'll leave half the population behind. And he paused as Alexandra lifted the vial out of the case. She dangled it between her fingers like a child with a toy. Except there was something else about the vial, something he didn't quite understand, but understood perfectly at the same time. His thoughts lifted, then emptied out of his brain, as if an awakening had taken place. He pivoted to the door and avoided her eyes. I'm sorry. I'm losing it. Grieving for Nicholas. I'll go on a pilgrimage to process it all, and we'll talk when I get back. Okay. So we've pushed it off. We've pushed it off for a little bit longer. Who knows what's going to happen, but his life is his still for now. Pilgrimage. That what you call it when you disappear for weeks at a time? She placed the small container back in the coffin, perhaps even with a smirk. But for once, her smug look didn't bother him. Mikhail had just found out how little she knew without even without her even knowing. Nicholas was a good man who saved my life, and I'll honor him in my own way. He lifted the hood off of his robe. You'll address the people? Don't I always? Alexandra quickly snapped back. The people of New Petersburg loved this woman, trusted her, worshipped her. But they were fools, all of them. She wasn't as in control as she thought. He looked back, just briefly, to the red leather case that held the vial with Newt's name sprawled across it. The number. The number belonged to another. A4. A4 was Dear Chuck, as Nicholas called him. A4 wasn't the cure. Alexandra didn't know what she didn't know. Ah, good old Chuck. Good old dear Chuck. It's good that people still remember him fondly here in these days. Good old Chuck. You didn't deserve to die. You didn't deserve to die. Freaking galley, you dumb idiot. But that's so interesting. So she holds a vial of Chuck's blood and she doesn't even know it. That's so interesting. That's so freaking interesting. Poor Chuck. Poor guy. Oh, that's so interesting though. Why wouldn't she know that Newt wasn't A4? Oh, you know? Why? Why? Why is that something that she doesn't know? It's pretty obvious that she doesn't know because she's so proud of her prize, her arrogance, her ego. Don't get cocky, chat. Sheer fucking hubris. Doesn't she know though? Why doesn't she know? What's wrong? Why doesn't she know? She should know. She's so smart. You know? She should have just done a bit more research, I guess. Chapter 6. The fire goes out. The fire goes out. Interesting. Part 1. Sedina. The closer they got to the coast. Oh, no. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah. Sedina. I was like, okay, but who are we? Okay, but I just said it. I just had said it 2 seconds ago. Part 1. Sedina. The closer they got to the coast, retracing the steps of the mace cutter, the more anxiety she felt and the less sleep she got. Oh, dyslexia. The more anxiety she felt and the less she slept, grass mat or not. She rolled over and the full moon illuminated Old Man Fry Pan, placing sticks on the dying fire. Usually, a half inch of wood could burn up to 1 hour, but the skinny stuff they found closer to the coast was all brush and fizzled out much quicker. She was thankful to see Fry Pan awake, not just for the warmth of additional fuel to the flames, but the questions running through her mind were the kind that only he could answer about the past. She stood up as quietly as she could and walked over to join him. You don't sleep much, do you? She whispered. You get to be my age, sleep doesn't matter much. I'm closer to the great sleep, and I suppose I'll get some rest then. I'll sleep when I'm dead. When he turned away from the fire to grab more brush, she could see part of the tattoo from Wicked on his neck. My grandma had the same mark. Well, not the same number, but I know what I mean. But you know what I mean. My grandma had the same mark. Well, not the same number, but you know what I mean. At least Sonia had long hair that covered her neck. But Old Man Frypan just had his subject number out in the open, like a twisted version of a smile, a constant reminder to anyone and everyone of where he'd been. Ladina took a deep breath. I never understood all you went through. I still don't, but I have a better idea. Lame attempt at gratitude didn't do her thoughts justice. Until now, all that history she'd been taught had seemed so stale and banal, in a way almost made up, but the cranks and the death were all too real. And although she wasn't being poked and prodded, she always felt like a test subject. You think they'll put me you think they'll put me through any She couldn't find the right word for what she was afraid of. Trials and tests didn't seem to cover her concerns. Nah, they'll just take your blood. They'll get all the vials they need, and that'll be done. They took your blood way back then? They took a lot of things. His frown hid 1,000 thoughts and feelings, she was sure, his memories, amongst other things. Sedina let the heaviness of it all sink into her bones, and there fell a silence between them. The shadow of a figure appeared from the left. You two having fun without me? Trish sleepily walked over to join them. The moon's too bright, kept waking me up, Sedina lied. It seemed like she couldn't take a deep breath without Trish asking her what was wrong. She reached for Trish's hand and squeezed. She loved Trish. She really did, so much. But she wished things could be as easy as life on the island, when the worst thing that happened was getting chastised by the elders for swimming out too far. Out here, death seemed to lurk at every corner, and ever since getting kidnapped, it felt like Trish was just waiting for the next bad thing to happen, almost as if she wanted to get it over with. Sorry if we woke you, Old Man Frypan said to Trish. I felt Sedina gone, and I freaked a little, till I saw shadows by the fire. Trish tried to downplay her reaction, but even in the dark, with only fire and moon lighting her face, Sedina could see Trish's heart racing. Her tenseness stressed Sedina out. What if Sedina goes missing? What if they just one day they take off and they're gone? I wake up and never see Sedina again. Everything's fine. I just couldn't sleep, is all, Sedina reassured her. Frypan pulled out his pocket sized copy of the Book of Newt. Reading always helps me sleep. You must have read that a million times, Trish said. I'm surprised you don't have it memorized. I do, mostly. Sedina said, I feel kind of guilty admitting this, but despite Newt being my great uncle, I only read it in primary school, with the assignments they gave us. Frypan shrugged, tapping his copy. It's not like Newt was a god. That's not what this book's about. Newt was human, but he was also brave, the kind of soul that a person could count on. He had a responsibility to his group, just like you two have a responsibility to this group. You and your great uncle are more alike than different. Sedina's life was so drastically different from her great uncle's that the words seemed outrageous. Frypan continued, I read this to calm the parts of my mind that are stuck somewhere I don't want them to be. I hear Newt's voice when I read it, and it's a hell of a comfort. Newt was a good leader. Sedina had always thought of Newt as somewhat of a myth or legend. She was thankful for these talks with Old Man Frypan to help her see that he was just a kid like her once. You really think I'm like him, or are you just saying that to make me feel better? He shook his head. You've got his kindness and you've got his instincts. Everything will be all right. Don't look at this blood in you as a burden. Look at it as your opportunity to rise in your own way. Let the way you live your life be your legacy, just like those before you. It's better to be kind, chat. Thank you, Sedina said as Trish leaned in to kiss her. Leaned in. Thank you, Sedina said as Trish leaned into her and kissed her cheek. Although I bet you weren't that cheesy back then. I'm gonna go back, Trish said. I can't take these all-day hikes and then stay up all night partying like you two. She kissed Sedina again and whispered, just wanted to check on you. Sedina nodded. I'm right behind you. Dominic will be singing his good morning song like a rooster at first light. She walked over to the fire and stacked a few twigs like the roof of a yurt. You gonna get some sleep tonight? She asked Frypan. I may not. He sat up tall and looked her deep into the eyes. Hang in there, kid. You're gonna be okay. And on hearing that, Sedina couldn't help but wrap her arms around Old Man Frypan in a hug, because all she needed in the world was to hear someone tell her that she was going to be okay. Here he was, a glader of old who had seen more unsurvivable things in his life than most, telling her that she would be okay, with an amount of sincerity that only the purest of souls could muster up. She squeezed the wonderful man. You too. We're all here for you, and we'll get through Alaska together. Hugback felt like it held all the support of those from the glade long ago. Her great uncle Newt, Thomas, Minho, Teresa, as if they were standing right behind them. Alaska. Frypan laughed as he pulled away. Don't go telling don't go telling on me, but I ain't going to Alaska. Or I guess it's too cold for him up there anyway. Good luck, Frypan. Sedina pulled back to make sure she heard him right. Not going? Not in this lifetime. His eyes widened as he shook his head, but she couldn't think of the words to protest wanting to wake up every single person in camp just then and do what old man Frypan asked her not to do. Tell them he wasn't going to Alaska. She knew that going just might kill him inside, but going without him felt like it might just kill her. Please, you. I can't go without you. Sorry, child. I'm sorry. He turned his attention back to the fire, and the conversation was over. Good luck, old man Frypan. Hope you find success wherever it is that you end up in this story. Part 2, Alexandra. She stared at the glass case that held Nicholas's head and traced the corners of the box with her fingertips. She wanted the hideous severed thing that housed Nicholas's bulging eyes gone from her living space for good. She could summon Manas to come and take the head back, give it an ocean funeral. He did murder Nicholas after all, and part of their pact of any murder had to include disposing of the body, right? Or she could pawn the head off on Flint and demand he feed it to the wild pigs at the outskirts of town. But she knew that man couldn't keep a secret, and even the sight of even the slightest death might weaken his knees enough to crumble. No, she couldn't think. She could think of only one proper burial place for Nicholas's head: the ruins of the maze underground. Put it back in the box, right? She'd go in the middle of the night under the light of the aurora borealis. She didn't plan on burying it so much as setting the head there as a warning, a rotting flesh reminder to Mikhail whenever he had the itch to go visit. Whenever Mikhail went missing for days at a time, Alexandra pictured him in the maze, wandering around like an imbecile, lost to his own devices. She wasn't positive that's where he went, but it's where she always pictured him, lost in the maze. Or maybe he was just lost in the maze of his mind, despite her clear knowing. There were times when that man's madness created black patches within her, gaping holes of no awareness. Goddess! Flint burst through the door without knocking. She quickly covered the glass case with cloth. Flint was easily sparked, and it didn't take much to send him into flames. But as annoying as his traits of overreacting were, she could manipulate him to start the fires that she wanted stirred about and spread. For Flair's sake, what is it now? She gazed at him with stern eyes. You entered without knocking again. She reprimanded him in the way a mother might a child. It's Nicholas! His face flushed with obvious fear. Alexandra froze. Ice filled her nerves. She expected him to point at the glass box, but he just paced wildly within the same four corners of her rug. He was found dead in his study. His body, well, part of it was found. Flint's face now drained of color, as if he were the one to find their former god. Alexandra quickly recovered. Yes, I knew he was missing. She showed the requisite amount of shock and horror one might when their closest associate turned up dead and headless. The news frightens me. Who could have possibly murdered one of the Godhead? She demanded Flint share any rumors he may have heard. There are no leads, Goddess Romanov. He stood still with a waiting, submissive look. Was he waiting for her to console him? Or was he finding it hard to console her? What would you like me to do? He finally asked quietly. Any time to process. Leave. Now. I'll prepare a statement to address the pilgrims of the maze on Sunday. Arrange it. What about Mikhail? Flint asked with glaring concern. For just a moment, Alexandra considered the possibility of framing this whole thing on Mikhail. He left on his latest pilgrimage. She didn't know where, but she could easily cause an uprising, throw the people against him, and raise her goddess above all, without dispute. Of course, doing so might cause a war within the city limits, and war was the last thing she wanted. War was low vibration, and the evolution was about raising the vibration. War was about low. So, I mean, I might not like Alexandra and the things that she's doing here in this book. Now, last book, she wasn't doing very much. But here, it seems like, yeah, she's gotten too big for her britches, honestly. But I do like that. I do like the thought of that. Low war was a low vibration. War is a low, and wars pro peace. We're pro peace. Anti war is welcome. Give peace a chance. War was low vibration, and the evolution was about raising the vibration. He needed to use her proclamation on Sunday for good, not to point fingers of blame and cause more violence that didn't suit her needs. No, she'd use Nicholas's death to propel her plan forward and to plant faith in the hearts of those who seemed to have lost all trust after seeing the new colors in the sky. Her ears buzzed with the possibility, and the skin of her face pulsed with heat. And so, I mean, Nicholas had warned Mikhail about the possibility of Alexandra coming into power like this, like forcing herself onto everything. Who else did he warn? What other, provisions did he put into place should something like this happen? Because it seemed like he considered it. He definitely considered it, right? Maybe this is fate. Maybe this is fate. Maybe he didn't fight it because this is how it was supposed to all play out, you know? Who knows? I don't. I have no clue. Her ears buzzed with the possibility, and the skin of her face pulsed with heat. She touched the top of her head, and her fingertips grew cold. She touched her ears, and they buzzed louder. She closed her eyes and saw flashes of red, bright red, as if the sun shone inside the room. In her mind, she heard the pilgrim who spoke of the red sky before the solar flares. Red. Could it be that her own evolution was still unfolding? No. Madness. But she feared madness. Oh, how she feared it. Goddess? Flint's voice sounded far away. What about Mikhail? So she's is she feeling that she's devolving into the madness? She wasn't as in control as she thought. Remember at the beginning, it was also said that who knew how long the effects of this cure would last. So is it all unraveling? Is it finally unraveling inside her head? Alexandra recited the digits and tapped her fingers along to the count so that every thought, action, and vibration of her mind, body, and spirit embodied the sacred numbers. Harvey, welcome. Thanks for stopping by. If you haven't finished the Maze Cutter just yet, we are here on the Godhead complex, so you might want to go finish that one up first. I hope you're doing well. You got Nightbot. No, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Harvey. I don't. Are we able to undo this? Freaking Nightbot timed out Harvey. It's a stupid freaking Nightbot. Damn it. Nightbot, we love you, but you shouldn't be doing that. You should not be doing that. You put in too many waves, Harvey. That's all it was. Too many wavings emojis. I think that shouldn't be too many though. How many did we allow? I don't remember exactly what I put on, but it shouldn't be. It should be at least like 20 or something, right? Well, how many did you put? How many did you put here? 12, 15, 18. Okay, so that's way more than 20, 21, 24, and 27, 30. You did 30 whole hand waves. Oh, I don't know how to bring you back. Are you timed out or are you banned? I don't think Nightbot would ban you. Stupid Nightbot. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Hopefully you reappear, Harvey. But if not, yeah. So we're here, book 2 of Maze Cutter trilogy. Book 3, Harvey, we just learned. I just went and looked it up. Book 3 is coming out in September. So we will be reading that one when it releases, which is cool, which is very cool. We'll be like right on the forefront of that book, you know. I really like that. Oh, first stream I'm seeing in ages. Yeah, I can see that. You're back, Harvey. Welcome. Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to get this one done. We're gonna get through we're here at the end of part one of this book, just part 2, taking about 2 hours, so I think 2 more hours and we'll get through part 2, part 3, about that many pages. So we're just gonna keep on going. We're just gonna keep on trucking. But yeah, this whole series I think has been very interesting. I've been told that the Scorch Trials and the Death Cure were not as good of books, but we will get back to them and find out what we missed. But yeah, I think this second trilogy of the Maze Runner has been very interesting so far. All the things that have happened in the decades since the original series, the evolution of mankind and that sort of stuff is always very interesting to me. The different concepts that they're bringing forward, you know, like plans within plans. Um, Fate was, is this all according to Alexandra's plan, or maybe this is Nicholas's? This is some sort of golden path, you know. The the whole purpose is survivability of mankind. Very Dune-esque kind of concepts. Well, not concept, right? They're not unique to Dune, but those were some of like the main campaign ideas. But it's good to see you, Harvey. Thank you for stopping by. Please like, subscribe, and share, and do all the things. We appreciate you. But here, let's get back to it. Alexandra recited Alexandra recited the digits. I don't know why this is. It's just probably because I've been going for so long. Digit. But yeah, just saying this word is just weird to me right now. Alexandra recited the digits and tapped her fingers along to the count, so that every thought, action, and vibration of her mind, body, and spirit embodied the sacred numbers. What about Mikhail? The question posed in Flint's voice echoed through her mind, but the red shapes in her vision spread to black. A tingling warmth came over her body, then a searing heat, and she felt herself falling. Goddess! It was a single word, shouted as if from a dream. So is she going? She's going into the madness, maybe, right? Something's happening to her. Something's definitely happening to her. She just fainted. It seems possibly. Part 3: Minho. Old man Frypan woke up early every morning, but an early riser didn't make him a quick mover. Minho guarded the trail for another one of Frypan's bathroom breaks, and he thought of asking the old geezer which was worse, the maze and the trials of the past, or the invisible maze and the trials that stayed intact within his mind. The orphan named Minho knew all too well how growing up in the Remnant Nation felt like a prison, but it seemed only he could see the walls at times. They didn't have grievers in the Remnant Nation, but they sure as hell didn't have friends either. That was the one thing he envied about Frypan. You know when the next stream will be early. Maybe we'll do an early Minecraft stream tomorrow. I mean, I keep on saying that and I don't do it, but I mean, okay, I'll do my very best. Tomorrow we'll try to have an early Minecraft stream. We'll save off part 3 and part 4 of Godhead Complex for later on. It will definitely be done within this week, though, as I mentioned before at the beginning of the stream. But yeah, I'll do some Minecraft tomorrow, early morning. Demon Lord Kitty, please join us. She's not watching. She's not, but I have to say it. Demon Lord Kitty, Demon Lord Kitty, Demon Lord Kitty. We would love for you to join our early Minecraft stream. Will do my very best. I will do my very best. Or I mean, we could do other games too, Harvey. I mean, since you're the one requesting, if you have any other game that you would like to see me play that we've played before, then Helldivers 2 has updates. I don't think Japan will be around that early, but we can go and do some randoms. We could also do some Ready Player One, but I'm thinking gaming stream because we did reading stream today. Oh, that's just my thoughts on the issue. But yes, feel free to let me know what you're thinking. Feedback and suggestions are always appreciated. Part 3. They didn't have grievers in the Remnant Nation, but they sure as hell didn't have friends either, and that was one thing he envied about Frypan. Friendship. How to be a friend and how to have a friend were still things Minho had to learn. Isaac walked up to Minho while the rest of the group waited on Frypan. Can I talk to you for a minute? Sure. Minho didn't adjust his stance, but something about the look on Isaac's face made him grip his gun even tighter. Everyone else seemed occupied enough. Miyoko and Orange were picking weeds that looked like flowers. Jackie was poking Dominic's arm where the murder hornet had stung him. Chris and Sedina were lost in some kind of dreamy conversation. Over here, Isaac lowered his voice and pointed away from the group. He stepped to the side, shielded by a couple of trees. Did you finish that game with the big cat-looking thing? I enjoyed that game. Yeah, we did. We certainly did. I desperately needed to finish that game. Yeah. It was so good. It was so good. With poor Trico. We got Trico. Yeah, we did get Trico out of the ruins. The nest is what it's called. The Last Guardian is what that game name of that game. Did you want to see us play it again? If you like game like that, there's also the Shadow of the Colossus, which is by the same company, and I haven't played that one on stream yet. I have the remastered version of it. I've played a little bit of the original version, the PS2. Yeah, it was a PS2 game. But yeah, I did not actually complete that game. So if you're interested in games of like that, I'll show you the trailer. But I would also be very much interested in going back to The Last Guardian, maybe doing like a platinum or something, maybe even just doing another playthrough. That game, Trico is so cute. We love Trico. It's so good. So if you want to see something old, we can go and do that one. Want to see something new? This is something. So take a look at that trailer. That's another game from the same game company that created The Last Guardian. So let me know what you're thinking. There's another game that they've produced, but I don't think that one's out on PS5, PS4. Eco is that? Yeah, that one's not available. Let me know what you think about Shadow of the Colossus though, or if you want us to go back to maybe do some more Last Guardian. Because yes, Trico is so cute. We love Trico. So good, so good. And then yeah, we could go for the platinum maybe and just check out the trophy list and get all the ones that we've missed. There's not too much. I think we're about halfway done with the trophy list just from our first playthrough. Mm-mm-mm. But if I had to choose, I would say let's do Shadow of the Colossus because it's something new. Mm-hmm. But if you request it, I have no problem going back and doing The Last Guardian one more time. No problem at all. That is not an issue. I would not be upset. I would be very happy to go back into the world and spend some more time with Trico. And since we've already beaten the game, we have a better idea of like how to do things. Like I did learn that you can go and you can whenever Trico gets wounded, you can go and you can fix his feathers. So you can make him like nice and proper and prim and clean him up a bit. I would probably just since we have already beaten, I would probably just take my time even more. We could also even go for a speed run. That's a thing. Last Guardian speed run. That's a thing too. All potential things. All potential things. But yeah, we're here. We're here reading. So let me get back to it. And also feel free to give me all your reactions and what you're thinking too. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Over here, Isaac lowered his voice and pointed away from the group. They stepped to the side, shielded by a couple of trees. What's wrong? Minho asked, still not letting his guard down. Never letting his guard down. I need, I don't know what I need, Isaac stuttered, and his nervous energy was contagious. Something's wrong. Minho raised his eyebrow as if to tell Isaac to just spit it out already. What are the symptoms of the flare? Isaac blurted out. But the orphan didn't really know. So he's asking about Miss Cohen. His medical knowledge consisted of how to kill someone without making a sound and tending to battle wounds in the field. Flare? Don't worry about the flare. You're all immune, right? Minho watched Isaac's face closely, but the nervousness didn't fade. What did these people ever have to worry about on the island with their young and nearly perfect lives? He pictured them playing games on beaches, kayaking through streams, dancing every day. Isaac pinched the skin between his thumb and forefinger. Something definitely wasn't right. I mean, if we were to run into someone out here who might have signs of something, how do we know if they're infected or if they just have, say, allergies? Pivoted to turn his gun on Isaac. You have symptoms? Isaac put his hands up. Whoa, whoa, I'm not infected. I'm just curious. Fear in his face made it evident he didn't know the slightest thing about guns. Minho didn't have his finger anywhere near the trigger, and he didn't have the butt of the gun against his shoulder to prepare for a kickback. Orange would have known that from Minho's stance that he wasn't a threat. But the islanders thought having a gun within 100 feet was dangerous, so Minho used the misunderstanding to his advantage. Tell me the real reason you're asking. Now. Okay, fine. It's Miss Cohen. She has a rash, but it's just a rash. Isaac paused. So far. Coughing. He said it was dust in the air. Minho held the gun tighter in frustration, but then he let it tilt toward the ground. Minho's not a bad guy, chat. Minho is really not a bad guy. Harvey, we like Minho. He's the orphan named Minho, and he's really doing his best to try to get along with everybody. So props to you, Minho. You're doing fantastic. You're amazing. Props to you. Go pat head pats. Isaac, if you don't want the head pats, we take them back. I'm sorry. We didn't mean to disrespect you either. Orphans, they have rules. They have ways of being. Isaac let all the oxygen out of his lungs. And the cough? Yeah, I forgot about the cough. Minho hated this. The rest of the group had started to call for them. They were ready to move back down along the coast. Minho looked hard at Isaac. He thought about the countless times he'd been forced to kill healthier people than Cohen, at just the possibility that they might have been somewhere where someone was infected. And now Cohen had 3 symptoms: rash, the cough, and Minho had noticed her being lethargic lately. Can't say anything, Isaac said. No one else knows. Minho thought about the possibilities. Thought she had magic blood or something. Come on, let's go back. You're not going to kill her, right? Isaac tried to keep up with Minho's steps as he walked back to the group. Of course not, Minho replied. He really didn't want to kill anyone. You're a good guy, Minho. You're a good guy. He really didn't want to kill anyone ever again. But he would if it came down to it. But there were complicated dynamics that came with these new friendships of his. In the Remnant Nation, he'd be punished if he didn't kill someone in this same circumstance. But out here, he'd be punished if he did. He could only imagine the response of the others, especially Sadina. Actually, Roxy might go even crazier on him. There were too many new rules that Minho had to keep track of, and he tried to think of all the possibilities quickly. And he doesn't want to make Roxy sad. What are we going to do? Isaac asked. I'm not going to kill her, but she can't get on the boat. No arguments. Even if the maze cutter were the biggest ship known to man, having an infected with anything, much less the flare, on a floating vessel wasn't a good idea. Cohen was lucky that they weren't in the Remnant Nation. Be the flare pits for her. That's what the flare pits are? That's what they are? I mean, they said flare pits before, but this seems to imply that they're putting people down the pits and then burning the crap out of them. Oh my god. We can't leave her out here alone, Isaac offered. She won't be alone. Minho locked eyes with Isaac until the other boy's eyes reflected the unwanted understanding. Isaac shook his head, but Minho nodded. You've got to stay with her. Take her to the villa to get help. No arguments. Sensing a pattern, not a good one. Look, Minho said, if Cohen has something, it could be a virus, or it could be a genetic reaction. He paused, wondering if he should admit what he really thought out loud. Old man Frypan certainly always did. I'd shoot her dead right here behind the bush if it were up to me, and it'd be done. She'd be safe and we'd be safe. But you all have this little experiment going on, and if Cohen's sick, that means Sadina's blood, at least half of it, might not be as precious as everyone thinks. Minho finally let his gun fall to the side. Sometimes it all just seemed pointless. I didn't think about that. Isaac slowed. His shoulders slumped. Minho had really ruined the kid's day. It had to happen, though. This was necessary. They walked back into view of the group. Trish and Sadina were doing some goofy dance things as everyone clapped, but Minho couldn't keep his eyes off Cohen. He looked her up and down. His training and every last one of his instincts screamed at him to shoot her, but he couldn't. He just couldn't. You're a good guy, Minho. You're a real. I'm gonna keep saying it. I don't keep saying it. We love Chuck. Minho's a good guy. Not if you wanted to have friends. Minho looked at Orange, Roxy, Old Man Frypan. Were these friendships worth ignoring his instincts? Yes, we'll say that with supreme confidence. Yes. Don't let Roxy down, Minho. By the way, Isaac said from behind, don't say anything. I'm not supposed to tell anyone. For some reason, the statement annoyed Minho more than anything else he'd heard. Weak, he thought. All of these people are weak. That they are, Minho. Part 2, Believing the Belief. Nothing feels good and nothing feels bad anymore. Nothing feels right or wrong, hot or cold, happy or sad, exciting or dull. I heard an old saying once, ignorance is bliss. They even named that damn crank drug after such a notion, the bliss. All these things relate to each other, and I neither care nor don't care. I might be losing my mind, or I might finally understand the whole of it. The Book of Newt. Life is pain, and then you die. Maybe that's what Newt's learning, right? But he wasn't as immune as they thought he was originally. All right, here we are, 3 hours in, chapter 7, part 2. Have about 50 more chapters to go. Chat. I mean, not chap. 50 more pages to go, and then we'll call it a stream here. Thank you for joining me. Let's continue on our way down the path of the beam. I will also go and pour myself some more tea. We've come down to another pot, which is cool. That's one pot of tea per one portion of the book, right? Wait, no, that was two. That was two for part one. No, I'm wrong. I did the math wrong. I'm stupid, chat. Yep. All right. The Digimons need snacks too. Good, make you. All right, we just give you a protein. Do some training next time. Meow, 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 meow. There's some Discord messages I have to respond to do that after stream. Han sent some messages about dumb divers, and I want to know. And then Lana has been trying to get me to buy some overlays from them, but I'm gonna put overlays on. I got to do some pricing first. We're just gonna go with the first one, right? Oh my god, yep, this is what I was talking about earlier too. Pokemon Gen 10 leaked starters sound like the best we've had in years. I don't care, I don't want to know. Stop telling me. No, I don't want to know the stupid leaks. Oh my god. Funny things on the tweeters. Sorry, we were just taking a little break. La 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 la. Dim, dee, 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 dim, da, 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 dum, dee, 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 dim, dee, 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 dim, da, 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 dum, dee, 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 dim. Da, 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 dum, dim, dum, da, 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 dum, dee, 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 da, 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 dum, da, 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 dum, da, 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 dum, da, 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 dum, da, dum, da, dum. Da 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 dum da da dum da dum da da dum da 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 dum da 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 dum da 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 dum da dum da dum da dum da 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 dum dee 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 dum dum dee 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 that one's a cool picture. Oh my god. That has to be a meme. That has to be a meme. We're moving on. It's so fun. Cat looking thing. Trico. Trico's like a cat bird kind of thing. Ah. Mm-mm. Bum 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 bum. Chapter 7, Control Subjects. Part 1, Isaac. He waited for a chance to talk to Miss Cohen alone, but day turned into night. He had to wake her up while everyone else slept. Psst. He gently shook her shoulder while avoiding the rash near her neck. Cohen, we. What? I'm fine. She slowly opened her eyes and tried to smile, but the corners of her mouth, drooped. So did the corners of her eyes. She was more than just tired. This lady was sick. You're not fine, and I talked to. I'm not coughing anymore, and my throat felt tight before, but it's not now. Sat up groggily, rubbing her eyes. It must have been those plants somewhere, or the bugs when we slept somewhere. An ant bite, maybe? She lifted her hands in the air as if it were all a bad dream. I was allergic, and now. Your neck, Isaac whispered. Didn't want to mention the change in her speech patterns. She used to talk in such a refined manner. Now her thoughts were all over the place. My neck's fine. It's not itchy anymore. Itchy? You said it wasn't. He took a deep breath and looked around to make sure he hadn't awakened anyone else. Being responsible for Cohen weighed heavily on him. He had to get her to the villa. What if something happened to her before they got there? What if she infected him? He focused on whispering as quietly as he could while still making his words clear. We're going to the villa. You and me. He made it sound like a fun vacation. Cohen didn't respond, but her eyes and mouth open made it look like she wanted to protest. It's not an option. It's an order. From Minho. Isaac paused. That's good that he has a little bit of because they trust Minho at this point, which is very good. Minho, you're great. You're fantastic. Please don't ever betray us, please. Which he might. And there's still that potential in the future. But they trust him, and so that gives this order a bit of weight. And so Miss Cohen isn't necessarily going to protest as much as she possibly will, Isaac paused and waited for the backlash, but for her to be disappointed in Isaac for blabbing, telling Minho, the guy with the gun of all people. She just took the news. Did she even understand what he just did? Okay, thank you, Cohen replied. You understand what's going to happen? We're going to have to split from the others. We've got to get to the villa. Cohen said it like a government decree, as if she had already been thinking it before he brought it up. Okay, so she was already thinking that too. She was already going to split off from the group. And suddenly, the heaviness in Miss Cohen's eyes made sense to Isaac. She wasn't afraid of being sick. The sadness and weight in her eyes were all about knowing she had to split up from Sadina. Isaac felt the same heaviness wash over him in that exact moment. The likelihood that once they did separate, they may never see each other again. The world was hard enough to navigate together, and there were too many things that could pull them apart. But he'd voted for the villa, and he needed to keep his promise. If Isaac could have saved his own parents, he would have in an instant. He owed it to Sadina to try whatever it took to get Cohen the help she needed. Cohen, we might never see them again. That isn't an option. We will see them again. She said it firmly, but it didn't erase the doubt in Isaac's mind. Going to the villa felt like it would take him further from anything that reminded him of home again. Like Sadina. I appreciate your help. If I can admit it, I'm a little. Her eyes traveled slowly from the stars above back to Isaac. Scared, he answered for her. I'd say you don't have to come with me, that I could find the villa myself, but I don't know if that's true. A tear dripped out of her left eye. Isaac felt the silly urge to wipe it from her face. Thank the gods he relented. You and I voted the same, to go to the villa. I gave Minho my words that I'm going with you. We'll figure out what this is. Cohen took a deep breath and reached for Isaac's hand. It held all the comfort of a mother's love. He decided he'd look after this lady, not just for Sadina, but also to make his own mom proud. Cletter wasn't entirely truthful about everything with you kids. Isaac pulled back a bit from her touch. What do you mean? Sadina's blood is important, yes, but... She paused. But what? Well, didn't you wonder why I let 8 other teenagers trot along on this adventure if it was just about Sadina's blood? We all came from immune blood. Every single person born on the island comes from a bloodline of immunes. Isaac hadn't thought about it before, but she was right. It was never about just one of us. It was all of us, Cohen coughed. Well, except for you. Her words stung Isaac like he imagined a griever might sting, hard and fast. You'll remember you weren't originally on the roster to come. Isaac did remember, all too well. Sedina had to beg her mom to let him on board. He wanted to spare me because of everything I'd been through. The grief and trauma from losing his family. Everyone always meant it without actually saying the words. He wasn't sure which was worse, them not saying the words, or if they said them, you can't come because your family is dead. It coated almost everything in Isaac's life with a stain, ever since the accident. If someone was nice to him, he had to wonder if the interaction was sincere, or if it was under the blanket of because your family is dead. Even Sedina went out of her way to include him at times, like inviting him onto the maze cutter at the last minute. Not that he minded, he really didn't. It helped. What was Cohen getting at? You're right, she said. I wanted to spare you because you've been through so much awfulness. But also, without a single living family member left back on the island, you don't have any control subjects to your bloodline. Owen let the smallest laugh escape before she covered her mouth. I'm sorry, I just find it so ironic that you weren't supposed to be here with us, but it's you who I need the most, I trust the most, to help me now. Control subjects? Chills went up Isaac's spine. You lied to everyone. The chills inverted and then went to down his whole body. What was Cohen saying? That everyone who boarded the maze cutter was a test subject? Dominic, Miyoko, Jackie, Trish, and poor dead Lacey and Carson too? A test for what? Scientists use controls in an experiment. The control group stays unchanged, and in this case, it's the family members who stayed back on the island. Vila can compare those who received treatment with the control group to find out if Isaac held a hand up. What treatment? I thought this was about taking Sadina's blood, creating a cure from creating a cure from Sonia and Newt's bloodline. He no longer whispered, and he didn't care who heard him within camp. It was time everyone else woke up to Clutter's lies too. But so this is why, because she's from Newt's and Sonia's bloodline too, right, Miss Cohen? And she's the one infected right now. Miss Cohen motioned with her hands for Isaac to lower his voice. Part of what Clutter wanted to see was how immunes might react in the evolved environment of the world today. Somehow she managed to smile. The environment isn't so great for me. Isaac didn't understand how she could be so damn happy sometimes. You lied to everyone here. Half of the truth isn't a lie. Everything we came out here for is still true. What about Alaska? We need to tell the others everything now. They can come with us to the villa and. No, the Godhead will explain everything. There's too much that I don't know, but the Godhead will answer. Better was trustworthy, but she was no god. Isaac was sure about only one of those things. Better was definitely no god. Sedina needs to go to Alaska and work toward the cure. They'll come into the villa in due time. Plus, Cohen coughed again. If it comes from us, from me, they'll be as angry as you are. They'll refuse. Sedina will never forgive me if she found out this. Sedina will never forgive me if she found this out now. But if it comes from the Godhead, it will all make sense. She fixed the fabric around her neck to further cover the rash. Isaac thought about what had been said. She was right about predicting Sedina's reaction, and that's exactly why Isaac couldn't go along with all the lies. He could only cover up so much for Miss Cohen, and the rash wasn't one of those things. He had to put his foot down. We have to tell them the truth about this and your symptoms, Isaac said, pointing at Miss Cohen. There's no way around it, and there's no half truth to it. We're telling Sedina, so if anything happens, his heart contracted in pain, and he walked away. He knew the horror of losing a parent all too well, and he didn't want that to happen to his best friend without warning. Sedina deserved to know. She deserved to know when she said goodbye to her mom. It might be the last time they ever hugged. Good choice. Good choice there. Yeah. Nope. Tea's brewing. So hot. So hot. Sorry, I'm over here reading Yu-Gi-Oh chat. They've been replaying Yu-Gi-Oh episodes on YouTube, and I've had that as my background noise for a while. Not necessarily watching all the episodes, but the chat's always a hoot and a riot. Every single time they're over, like this is not a rule in the game. It's so funny. And then there are the regulars too. People, I mean, I will chat every now and then, but they're the people that are always yapping. It's funny to see them too. And Yugi is dueling Pegasus right now. Tasty, so good. I love tea. Yep. Okay, she's just stretching her legs. If she wanted to leave, she'd go stand over there. Chapter 8, A New Journey. Part 1, Minho. 2 more hours until they reached the maze cutter, and everyone could rest. Minho didn't know for sure that they'd find the ship in the next couple of hours, but the feeling grew in his gut. Orphans didn't have much, but they had instincts, like flying the bird, like meeting Roxy and not killing her despite everything he'd been taught. Careful, he said to Orange. The ground they walked changed from small stones to sharp edged rocks that stuck up at all angles. It seemed like the trail could turn into a big cliff looking over the ocean at any moment. He could smell it, hear it. We're almost there. 2 hours or so. I'll believe it when I see it. Orange walked just ahead of Minho. He knew her competitiveness wouldn't allow him to spot the ship before her. It's so funny. Sorry, I like to be first. Blame the grief bearers. I get it. He slowed down and looked behind him, waited for the islanders and Roxy to catch up. Orange was the only one he trusted to go ahead of the group and not get herself killed or lost. The rest are too soft. He'd once seen her kill 3 rabid wolves that came at her from the woods without warning. Everyone thought she was a goner. Hey, Orange dropped back before they catch up. Minho didn't hear Dominic's obnoxious singing, so they had at least a few minutes. Yeah? You're lying, right? She placed the tip of her boot on the edge of a jagged rock, as if to trace the blade of a knife. Minho shook his head. No, what are you talking about? About helping the Godhead. You're going to Alaska to end them, right? Orange's eyes might as well have been question marks. Minho's teeth clenched with the pressure of betrayal. He forgot about that lie. He couldn't tell his fellow orphan the truth. He had to let her believe that he had lied to the islanders and not to her. I promised I'd get them to Alaska, he replied vaguely. Never mind that his goal was to join the Godhead, not destroy them, as they'd been conditioned from birth. Orange would probably kill him quicker than she'd dispatch those wolves if she found out. After that, we can figure out a plan. I figured you'd have a plan. Just checking. She sounded suspicious, but oh well, he thought. She looked up to the trees. I hope he doesn't have to kill her someday. Oh my god. Orphan against orphan. Or Orange. Being lied to. She looked up to the trees and pointed at a sparrow landing on its nest with food in its beak. Back in the Remnant Nation, she would have used that mama bird and a baby for target practice. She trying to send a message? Returning her attention to Minho, she asked, You ever wonder about your mom, who birthed us? Not really. It was the second lie he'd spoken in the last 10 minutes. Not only did he think about his past family sometimes, he thought about them all the time. In the periphery of his mind, the grief bearers had drilled into them that they were orphans. You have no family, you have no friends, you have no name, only enemies. And by constantly telling him that he had no family, Minho knew he'd had one. He imagined them all the time. Animals were meant to raise their own. We weren't created in some lab, manufactured to grow up and protect their walls, right? Sometimes someone. Someone birthed us. She glanced back over her shoulder as if she didn't really think he was listening. Minho thought about the birds again. They were bigger, like pigeons or dove. He wouldn't have shot them for dinner, but they were barely worth a bite of meat. Worthless, yeah. Then they were thrown into the flare pits. Great thing to talk about. That's what they'd been told anyway. But of course, rumors always tiptoed their way around the orphan barracks. But did you ever wonder, what if your parents aren't dead? A quirky smile spread across Orange's face, as if she knew something he didn't. No, I never wondered that. He placed the thought up there right along with Orange believing in some kind of massively organized crank army. It was silly, naive, unfounded. Thankfully, the roar of the ocean had grown louder. So there's probably a crank army out there somewhere. With the way that they keep on referring to this, there's probably a crank army somewhere out there that the Remnant Nation is sitting on. And the way that they're talking here, Minho and Orange's parents might not be dead. Maybe they're in the crank army. Maybe they can be cured. Maybe we can save them. He placed the thought up there right along with Orange believing in some kind of massively organized crank army. It was silly, naive, unfounded. Thankfully, the roar of the ocean had grown louder and the salt in the air had intensified, meaning this conversation could be over soon. Meaning this conversation could be over soon because she's gonna notice the maze cutter and then she'll have won. Victory! Hear me out, she continued. What if the grief bearer who raised you was your dad? What if they wore those hooded cloaks to hide how much we look like them? Minho had the slightest notion that someone on the planet might be related to him, especially Griever Glane. Orange was full of wild ideas. Well, if he was, he's dead now. Roxy came into view with Miyoko, soon followed by the rest of their group. Minho started walking again, alongside Orange, and their movement caused the bird to fly away. What made you think up this, anyway? He asked. Because if they lied to us about one thing, who's to say they didn't lie about more? He was right. Nothing outside of Remnant Nation had turned out quite like he had expected. Minho looked around at the vast openness of nature, the trees, the animals, the sky, the clouds. Peaceful. Their whole lives they'd been warned about the outside, but the only real threat since leaving the Remnant Nation was from the Remnant Nation. They'd seen a few cranks in the wild. The most dangerous thing about the islanders were Dominic's various unsavory habits. Poor guy. Constantly getting attacked by Minho. You think you have parents that are still alive? Minho asked. Me? No. Ever seen anyone with their hair like this? Me neither. She walked over rocks that grew bigger and bigger. But Skinny and I used to joke that maybe we were related because we both had the same birthmark. Really? Let me see. She showed him the thin smear of ropey white skin on the outside of her elbow. His was exactly the same, but maybe it's just a scar from some lovely childhood torture, like the ropes. Minho remembered. The grief boat bearers hung them by their arms until they were all pins and needles, almost numb. Man, good training, I suppose, but man. Then they'd lower them hand over a gun, ordered them to shoot at targets which faced each other in a zigzag pattern, only feet apart. Missing the target meant hitting another orphan. Damn. So fricked up. Minho examined the birthmark again. Doesn't really look like a scar. Maybe you were born with it. Well, whatever. I like to think it matched because we were family somehow. He saw a familiar look in her eyes, that feeling of trying to replace the complete abandonment that came with being an orphan. Maybe you were. The problem was the abandonment had no name, had no face, only had a feeling, and that feeling was present in everything. Minho instinctively checked his own elbow, but no birthmark or scar. Time to move on, he thought. Luckily, Orange did just that. So after we find the boat, we'll hunt for supplies. A week's worth for 10 people. 7. Minho rubbed at his elbow. There's only going to be 7. What's that supposed to mean? As soon as she asked, Minho realized that he did trust Orange, or he wouldn't have said anything. Maybe he could trust her with his secret after all. He looked behind them to make sure no one could hear. Cohen and Isaac need to stay behind, he whispered, even though the rest of the pack was a good bit behind them. And Frypan's not getting on. Orange didn't seem to care all that much. What about the third person? You said 7. He shrugged. I just have a feeling someone else will choose them over Alaska when they find out. Find out what? Her curiosity finally appeared ignited. You have to tell me. Swear on Skinny's life you won't spill it. I swear on his soul. Minho took wider steps as the path changed again. The rocks along the trail were smoothing out. They had to be close and were just turning a corner of jutting land loaded with palm trees. Owen's sick. Isaac's gonna take her to the villa. And then there it was, all at once, the ocean, vast and blue and sparkling, endless, forever. The most stunning thing he'd ever witnessed. Without thinking, he'd stopped walking and could only stare. Holy shit, Orange said. Holy shit, it's another reference to something else in my mind. Amazing. She pointed ahead. Well, it was about worship, not holy ship, but like just the idea of like praising the ship. I think I've mentioned it before. Destination Void. I am definitely doing that. Then it's a sign. It's fate. It's destiny. We have to do Destination Void and the Pandora sequence. So it's 3 books about what happened after Destination Void. Definitely. Oh, I'm happy about that. I'm core memory unlocked. I love reading those books, learning about worship and everything like that. So good. Okay, holy ship, Orange said. He pointed ahead at an inlet on the coast below them. A ship, all right, as big as a berg floating on the water, as if it had always and only known peace. Remnants of missing letters along the side made it clear. The maze cutter. He felt as if he was looking upon the maze itself, a ship as solid as any grief walker, ugly but solid, ready for use. Maybe even a vehicle fit for God. But remember when they landed, it was Cletter, right? She just slammed up against the side of the pier or whatever they docked on. Are there holes in the hull? Is it gonna sink? Part 2, Isaac. The mood of the group shifted once they found the boat. Miyoko couldn't stop smiling. Dominic sang louder than usual, and Roxy and the crew were downright celebrating. But not Isaac. He didn't have anything to celebrate. Finding the maze cutter felt so final. Once everyone boarded the ship, he might never see them again. An anxiety churned deep inside his stomach that wouldn't settle. Seeing the maze cutter again, he couldn't shake the memory of Cletter arriving on the island with 8 dead bodies rotting on the deck of the ship. Was Minho different? Yes, he is. He had an arsenal of weapons after all. The people who went to the island with Cletter were once on her side too. Of course, they only had her word for it. Now Minho's. While the others hunted and gathered for the long journey ahead, Isaac set up a secret forge deep off the coast of the beach with scraps of wood, concrete, and metal he found. He needed to prepare for the worst and have something that resembled a knife if he needed it. More than that, it was the break that he needed, the therapy. Yep, sometimes you just got to do something, like it's been how long since he's been able to do his favorite thing and work on forging things, crafting things, mining and crafting. He yearns for the mines, chat. It's time to go and find some iron so that we can smelt it up. Put it in the furnace. We're all just Minecrafters at heart, chat. He pounded metal on metal, clank, 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 hoping the noise didn't echo all the way to the beach. He hammered the hot, because then someone would come and ask, "What are you doing? Why do you need that? Why are you making that? What's going on here?" And he doesn't want to have to answer these questions until he absolutely has to, right? Bye, guys. Smell you later. They get on the boat, and Miss Owen begin their journey. That's the only thing that's ahead on the path. Hoping the noise didn't echo all the way to the beach, he hammered the hot steel 3 strikes at a time to mimic a bird song. Clank, 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 clank. Oh, look, it's future Captain Sparks, Sedina said as she pulled tree branches away to clear a path. What are you doing? Busted. Making a knife. He didn't look up. He couldn't, especially because it's Sedina. Minho and Orange have plenty of weapons and grew up using them. If you think anything happens, I think if anything happens, we'll be. It's just in case. He banged the metal harder. He didn't want to tell her, not here, not now, not ever, that her mom was sicker by the day, and that it was up to him alone to save her, or be up to him to kill her. I guess it's good to get some smithing practice before you get back to the island. The real Captain Sparks might finally promote you. She smiled with innocence. Poor girl. With the ease of someone whose life had never been turned upside down, thinking of going back to the island was like imagining his parents and sister alive again. It was a stretch to even create the images in his mind. They were too far away, and soon Sedina and the memory of her would be just as far away. You think we'll ever be home again? He tried not to sound hopeless. But who knew if Minho and the group wouldn't settle into a new home once they got to Alaska? Yeah, I do. It's our home. She said it without question, but Isaac wasn't convinced. If a family could be taken away, then a home just as easily could cease to exist. I know things are different. I know when we go back, nothing will be like it used to be. She moved closer and finally reflected the amount of heaviness that Isaac felt. Trisha's been a little extra since we got kidnapped. She let out a fake laugh that she only did when things were the furthest from funny. He couldn't return it. Well, from what Jackie said, Trish almost didn't make it through that. Cried every day and every night. It was all they could do to keep from dying of dehydration after all that crying. He looked over at Sedina, but she wasn't changed by this information. So he added, You know, people can die of a broken heart. Sedina rolled her eyes. She loves you. Now a sigh. I know. She just loves me in a very heavy way right now. I can't even get up at night without her coming to check on me. Plus, since we got back with everyone, I haven't had much time to talk to you. She nudged him. He was right. They hadn't talked much since he saw the rash on Miss Cohen's neck, because Isaac couldn't lie to his best friend. He did his best to create natural distance between them, and Trisha's overprotectiveness lately helped the effort. Isaac forced a smile. It's all right. We're always going to be close, even if we're not right next to each other. Dina nodded, but that wasn't enough for him. Promise? He asked. She recited the motto they'd had since childhood. From the sea to the sky, I promise. He hadn't thought about saying it. He hadn't thought about the saying in years. From the sea to the sky. Isaac went back to pounding on the metal to flatten the knife he'd made. And with Sedina looking on, it was almost like they were back home, and she might start begging him to cut out of work early for the day to go for a swim. Can I tell you a secret? Sedina asked, and Isaac's stomach dropped. How could she trust him with a secret and he not return the favor? Of course. He wished he hadn't promised Miss Cohen to keep quiet until the day they boarded the ship. He tells Sedina. It wasn't his whole secret to tell, but Isaac felt so much guilt about keeping this from his best friend. I'm a little scared about what happens when we get to Alaska. What if they want to separate me from you guys? Trish can't take that. She fumbled with the rock in her hand, and Isaac had to wipe his face to hide the springing emotions. The question wasn't a what if to Isaac. It was guaranteed to happen. She was about to get separated from her mom and her longtime friend before they even left for Alaska. You're strong enough to get through anything, and Trish might surprise you too. Just hang in there. He hammered back away at the knife. When you're done with that, can you help me make something too? Held up a piece of metal. Sedina held up a piece of metal wire in her hands. Found it on the beach. Sure thing. What do you want to make? He leaned over to the makeshift forge. He only wanted to make her happy and hoped she didn't hate him forever when it came time to leave. Something for Trish, a necklace. She also had a small piece of wood. It only made him wish he'd created something for her to remember him by. Sedina, he needed to tell her. He had nothing to give but the truth that her mom was sick, that he wouldn't be getting on the ship to Alaska. What? You're looking at me like you've some deep, dark confession to make. She laughed nervously, but then got quiet. Look, if you're going to tell me you've always been in love with me or some weird, sappy shit. No, nothing like that. I don't think I'm your type anyway. He rolled his eyes, but Sedina started to laugh, and he realized he couldn't be the one to tell her. Not now. I just want you to know that I really would go from the sea to the sky for you. I know, she gave him a questioning smile. He wanted her to understand. If we ever get separated, I'll find a way back to you and everyone else. Isaac, stop being so weird. We're not going to get separated. She snatched the hammer out of his hand, almost burning hers in the process. You're right, he lied. Part 3. Alexandra. With the ranks of evolutionary guards to protect her, Alexandra confidently walked in front of the crowd that had gathered for Sunday May's Mass. The air was icy on her arms and face, despite the sunny skies above. She folded the mustard yellow wool cloak around her arms, holding tight to the disguise she'd once worn to fool Manus into doing her bidding to kill Nicholas. It was time for a good old-fashioned uprising. It was time for the evolution. You're sure you feel up to this? Flint questioned her strength as she walked to the stage. She thought by getting rid of Nicholas that she was done having people question her. Flint, I told you. The fainting was just a spell of grief that came over me. I'm fine. But it hadn't been from grief. She had no idea what caused her to black out. She handed Flint her cloak with a look that said, Don't ever question me again. Hello, faithful pilgrims. Alexandra faced the simmering crowd and waited until all had eyes on her. The group before her included those who were silently devout, praying in basements, all the way to the extremists who performed rituals and hollowings. She looked for Manus's horns, which typically stood out in the crowd, but there was no sign of him. He needed to speak with him, make sure he'd keep his word, and that the arrangement between them was still private. He didn't trust any of the pilgrims, much less one who'd killed a member of the Godhead. Faithful pilgrims, I bring you sad news today, but first I bring you news of hope. She placed both her hands over her heart as if to brace the people of Alaska for Nicholas's loss. A crazed pilgrim, almost naked, with jittery eyes as white as two soap dishes, screamed at her. The lights are solar flares! We're doomed! Those around him faltered in their faith, murmured agreement. She hated how easily the fear of simple things could affect their simple minds. She had almost no patience for this. For the uneducated, she counted the digits in her head while the crowd calmed again. No, the lights are our hope. She waved her hands before her, slowly like the movement of the aurora borealis. She turned on the melodrama. The colors in the sky represent the colors within us. Our light within is coming back. And just like the skies above have evolved, it's time for us to evolve. Murmurs again rumbled through the pilgrims, and Alexa wondered even if they knew what the term evolved meant. Society had been stuck in survival mode for so long that she doubted many of them had an ounce of hope left for the future. Any hope that life could ever be anything more than what it was right then, but it needed to be. Humanity needs to survive. My pilgrims, we are at a crossroads in civilization, and it is our job to choose faith. It is our job to change history, and it is our responsibility to stand strong. She again allowed space within her speech for the crowd to react, and they did. She spotted a set of horns moving through the crowd, and as she made eye contact with Manus, he tapped the side of one of his horns. She had all but forgotten her promise to remove those damnable things from his head. What is this? What is this news? Or what is the news? The child grunted for her to go on. The news is of hope and our ending peril, the hope that we will soon become greater and more than we ever imagined possible in the past. We will become not only resistant to the flare, but evolve with gifts that will allow each and every one of you to become a god within your own right. She held up her hands to the sky as she took a breath, but the crowd didn't cheer. They only rumbled in confusion at this. Impossibly, she'd overestimated them once again. Surely they'd understand what she said next. But the sad news I bring you today hurts my heart to announce. She cleared her throat and lowered her head for dramatic effect. Our god, Nicholas, was brutally murdered by those who opposed his plans regarding the evolution. It wasn't a complete lie. Murdered? Gasps arose from the crowd. Pilgrims moaned in mourning and turned to each other for support. Yes, it is true. Our dear Nicholas died defending his vision for the land. Each of you have the privilege of living on a godly life. She paused and rubbed her temples. The loud buzzing in her ears started again, as if she couldn't speak of Nicholas's death without her body having a visceral response. Hold on, a little bit of air trap. Who murdered him? A loud, scratchy voice asked, and Alexandra looked up to see Manus, the murderer, asking her. She squinted at him and shook her head before addressing the crowd. We're looking into who could have committed such a hideous, blasphemous, violent crime. The hollowings must be increased, a tattooed pilgrim shouted. 2 a day! Alexandra turned to Flint for crowd control, but he was useless. No, the hollowings must stop at once. Nicholas asked this of us, and it is the one thing we can do to honor his memory, to be more godlike in his absence. She reached for the mustard yellow cloak from Flint. Pilgrims clamored too many phrases for her to hear all at once, and calming them was much harder than she had anticipated. The disbelief draped over the crowd's faces, and this was the outburst of emotion that she needed in order to manipulate their reactions for her plans. She let them erupt and share each other's pain a little longer. The more she let the outrage and fear simmer, the easier it would be to steer them into her intentions. The fear that annoyed her so much could be used to her advantage now. The fear that annoyed her could be used to her advantage now. Dearest pilgrims, you must understand the full truth. Her eyes met Manus's in the crowd, and she quickly looked away. She would not be sharing that truth. You must realize that this horrible news comes about because Nicholas had discovered a cure, an immunity to the flare. The crowd became quiet, just as she had hoped. It was as if her eardrums had ceased to function all at once. Perhaps they weren't too far out of control after all. A cure? Finally? Could it be true? A woman in the front row asked gently as she reached out to the goddess. Alexandra took her hand and squeezed it as she answered with a giving smile. Yes, she needed to cement their shock. What he discovered is a preventative that keeps you healthy from the world's deadliest virus, but also will boost your DNA to be smarter, stronger, and more gifted in all areas of your life. Nicholas had indeed discovered a way to be immune to the flare, but she'd never tell them the rest of it, that the same variant which kept them resistant could also cure the half cranks to be whole again. She didn't want Alaska to turn into a refuge for cranks. They'd likely be more dead inside than Mikhail and cause more hollowings. Alexandra knew the majority of people might agree with her, that they'd be hesitant to let half cranks back into society. Those abominations of the world, no matter the internal ratio, belonged on the outskirts of every town and in the flare pits of Crank Palace. When can we get this cure? The same woman in the front row asked. In due time, patience is necessary, dear pilgrims, but soon we will eradicate every strain of flare and each of you will evolve to the infinite potential of the human race. Capabilities that until this moment only members of the Godhead had possessed. Time was right. She made a show of unfolding the cloak, and she swung it wide around her shoulders before securing it at the neck. You will all become gods and goddesses if you accept the cure. Some will oppose its advancement in medicine, but let me be the first to tell you that those who oppose the evolution are as evil as the flare itself. The crowd cheered and her fanfare just as the crowd cheered at her fanfare just as she knew they would. Those who oppose the evolution are themselves responsible for the death of the god Nicholas. The crowd booed along with her. The cure is on the horizon. It is the dawning of a new day, and Alaska will be both home of the maze and now home of the cure. All things begin and end here. The crowd's faces lit up with hope and joy, and something so intense that she hadn't seen from the pilgrims in a long time. A fight in their eyes. A willingness to do more than just survive. Hysteria, fanaticism, exactly what she wanted. New Petersburg will be the most powerful of all cities, the highest of all populations. No longer a place to be feared or to be looked down upon. New Petersburg, the site of the maze, will rise of again. The people cheered louder and louder. She breathed it all in like fresh air. She was their only remaining god, their one true goddess. Mm-mm-mm-mm. You're staying in Alaska, part three. Then we chapter 9, we get Mikhail. Okay, so we're staying with the Godhead for a bit. It's cool, very cool. We've done a lot with the Islanders. And then there's a new name. There's a new name up ahead in on the path chat. Zimena, chapter 12, words of wisdom. Zimena. I only know the name. I only know the name. I only looked at the name. Cool. New character. The last time we got a new character was when Jackie's group got split off from Isaac and Sadina when they went to the house. Tasty. I'm gonna sip this tea real quick, chat, and then I'm gonna go pee. Back to it. We're about 30 pages or so away from end of stream today. We'll get there pretty soon. Thank you for joining me. Appreciate you. You're fantastic. You're amazing. For stopping by. Don't forget, like and subscribe, everybody. Share the video around if you're so inclined. We appreciate it. Da-da-da-dum, da-da-dum, da-da-dum, dee-dim, dee-dee-dim, da-da-da-dum, da-da-da-da-da-da-dum, da-da-da-dum, da-da-da-da-da-da-dum, da-da-da-dum, da-da-dum, da-da-da, da-da-da-dum, dee-dee-dim, dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee, da-da-dum, da-da-da-dum, da-da-da-da-dum, dee-dee-dee-dee-dim, dee-dee-dee-dim, da-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dim, dee-dee-dee-dim, dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dim, dee-dee-dee-dim, dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dim. Bum bum bananam 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 dee 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 bananam do 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 dee 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 do 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 dum dee 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 da 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 dum da da dum da 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 dum da 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 dee dee da 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 dum da 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 dee 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 dum now now na 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 dum na 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 dee 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 na 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 Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to like stretch out those vocal cords that aren't getting used as much. Bum 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 dee 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 na 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 dum dim dee 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 ha 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 So good. Alexandra felt dizzy. Was this how Nicholas felt with all that power he once held? Her ears buzzed louder with each step she took into town. Nope, she's sick. This girl is sick, right? Now that she was the singular god, she wondered if her head could take the pressure. Her hands shook without reason, which she tried to hide from the evolutionary guard. Goddess Romanov, shouted someone from the crowd chasing behind them. But the guards knew to keep anyone from getting close to her. She wouldn't be touching them on their foreheads, their noses, and then their mouths like dear Nicholas did. She'd never touched them at all. Goddess Romanov, I've done your bidding. Now you do mine. The voice of the follower rang clear. Stand back. The evolutionary guard pushed the man with horns. You'll speak again next Sunday. But Alexandra held up her hands to stop them. I'll speak to this one now. She motioned the guard to give her space. Please, allow us privacy. She knew such a request might cause suspicion and that heads might roll if she invited this monster of a man up to her quarters for a private talk. The middle of the street south of the square would have to do. The guard hesitated to leave her side, as if they knew Manus was a Godhead killer. She motioned with a little more threat for just a few feet of privacy. You've got a kindness owed to me, goddess. Manus tapped his right horn. Yes, I do. Thank you. It will be done. She smiled so that the evolutionary guard allowed her to comfort a spiritually lost pilgrim. When? Manus forcibly demanded, the when and how of it. But the more he pushed, the more she'd delay. She didn't come out from under Nicholas's reign to be bossed around by anyone ever again. She couldn't let Manus forget who the true god was. She held up her hands in front of her, palms up to show her dominance and leadership as she spoke to Manus. Dear Pilgrim, do you have faith? It was something simple she'd learned about body language and casting doubts that easily controlled another. She doubted Manus could even control his own body, let alone his mind. Of course, he was a simple man with simple words. Maybe she could mold him into being something more. She needed him and his closest allies on her side. They'd been a tool in her plan to get rid of Nicholas, but perhaps tools so useful should be kept close. It will be done when my bidding is done. I have one last request. She held up a single finger. Our deal has already started and ended. Manus inched closer to her, and she looked back to the guard, but they were distracted by a street fight. Interesting. They're just breaking up a fight over there. But this is also bad for Alexandra. She her deal was done. Manus fulfilled his part of the bargain. But here we go. Okay, now but one more thing, and then I'll do it. Alexandra, you it's done. The deal is done. Get rid of his freaking horns. But no, that's not what's gonna happen. And so, is Manus really loyal to Alexandra? That's our question. That's what we're gonna find out for sure. Alexandra took a deep breath and repeated the digits in her head. Then I have a new proposition. Oh, okay, here we go. Changing the deal, changing the terms. If Manus was impulsive enough to get horns sewn on his head years ago to please a woman, then his curiosity could be manipulated again. And after all, Alexandra was more than just any woman. She was a god. I'm listening. He lowered his tone and took a step backwards. She held up her finger again. You will be the first of New Petersburg to experience the full evolution. The cure? Okay, so she may have done it. She may have got that hook back into him. His eyes glistened, and it reminded Alexandra of the power that the flare still had over everyone. The man in front of her was strong enough to kill a god with his bare hands, but his voice weakened to that of a child when asking about the cure. Yes, the cure is the culmination of the evolution. We'll remove your horns at that time for a full transformation, both inner and outer. All right, she made it appealing. All right, I'll be a whole new man. She allowed her words to linger, dance around Manus. When? When? He asked with a look of honor. Soon as humanly possible. So stop asking. He smiled at her use of the word humanly. Manus and the other horned pilgrims were about as odd looking as the half cranks. Some with tattooed faces and necks, wearing hardly any clothes, looked more like animals than people. They were still human, but they could become more human like. To humanity's truest form, their DNA needed to open up, to recreate all possibilities. She watched as Manus walked away, his horns bouncing with every step. For far too long, the world had veered off course. Humanity had given up on itself, but this turning point in history would be a sharp one. Sharp as the tip of a horn. So interesting. So I mean, I don't know how we always end up with like books like this, but yes, the progress of mankind, humanity in Dune, that was a process that would take thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, and something called the Golden Path, this and that. He sets Heterak, la 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 la. If you know, you know. If you don't, then please go read Dune. It's a very good book. And if you don't want to read the ones written by his son Frank Herbert and uh Kevin, wait, is it Brian Herbert? Brian Herbert is his son. I think it's Brian. Yeah, Brian Herbert and something Anderson. They worked together to complete the series. Frank Herbert died before he was able to complete whatever he had planned for the last book of Dune. But yeah, they went and they completed it, and then they wrote some prequel books which related back to the ideas that they created and their ending for the series. Some people hate it, some people like it. It's fine. It does the job. I'm not upset about the way that the series ended. You know, it is what it is. Some people are upset about though as well because of the fact that the son, Brian, right? Brian Herbert. He claims that it was all written in a notebook, and that's how he had the outline of what was gonna come, what was to come in the following books. But I don't think anyone's ever seen that or any proof of that, right? So that's one of the reasons why they're like, "No, you just made it up, and it's not as good. It'll never be as good as your dad's." Blah blah blah. Whatever. It is what it is. It is its own unique thing, you know. And I'll take it as the ending to Dune. That's no problem for me. But yeah, make up your own minds and decisions and stuff like that. But it is worth a read. the Dune series. And so part of the Dune series, the purpose is, like telling the story of humanity and its evolution, because we need to evolve. Things staying the same just means that, at some point things stagnate and then decay, and then we're gone, right? But if we're able to evolve and change, then we may be able to get out there into the universe and to do new things, great things, horrible things for sure as well. A lot of the things that were happening that happen in the Dune universe are terrible human experimentations and stuff like that. A lot of these books, if you're not the main character, a lot of shitty things are happening to you, chat. Honestly, you know, look at all these people that are victims of Claire and all that. You're not the main character. Most of the time, you're probably having a shitty life, which is why I wouldn't mind being a support character. I don't need to be about the future. Give peace a chance, chat. Chapter 9, The Infinite Glade. Isn't that the name of. Yeah, it is. The Infinite Glade. That's right. It's also the name of chapter 9 of this book. Or what it means. Mikhail, part 1. Nicholas had known better than to trust Alexandra completely. Okay, so we're about to learn plans within plans within plans, chat. That's another Dune thing. Cause the wheel. That's Dark Tower. But it's also okay. So I like that though. That the whole cob, like everything being like cyclical. Because then there's also this sci-fi show called Lex, and in Lex, the ancient past is also the distant future. So the people who are able to see into the distant past are able to help make predictions about what's going to come in the future, which is how the whole thing starts. There's a prediction that the Brunnen G, there's one man from the Brunnen G, will be the one to defeat the Shadow. But first, he has to die, and so the first episode begins with him dying, and then the rest of the series begins because the series is actually about Stanley Tweedle, and not about the Kai the the last of the Brunnen G. Lex. It's called Lex. Lexx. A bit more mature in the themes, so maybe not for the younger crowd out there, but I'd say yeah, give it a watch. Lex. 3 seasons. It was 3, right? 1, 2, 3. Is it 4? Yeah, 4 seasons. Well worth a watch, I would say. Sci-fi is so cool. Nicholas had known better than to trust Alexandra completely, but it turned out that their beheaded god hadn't trusted Mikhail as much as Mikhail had once thought either. Was he as unhinged and as assumptive as Alexandra suggested? Why didn't Nicholas tell him what he'd done with the real vials of Newt's blood? The only thing Mikhail could do was walk the path of the maze amongst the stone ruins and rampant ivy and try to decode where Nicholas had deposited the cure. There were 100 places he could have hid something if he meant for Mikhail to find it, but none of them were checking out, and Nicholas had been the telepathic one, not Mikhail. The best he could do was sit and meditate and hope visions of the cure's concealment would come to him. So interesting, so interesting. It seems like Nicholas did have an idea that all this was going to come to pass, right? Or at least something like this. The blood in his body still boiled deep with anger and a heat that reminded him of the sweltering inflammation he'd endured when he had the flare. He breathed in for 3 seconds, held his breath for 3 seconds, and exhaled for a long 3 seconds to enhance his calm. He couldn't get visions of information if he were angry. Only being calm and centered or asleep would allow his intuition to flow. He leaned against prickly vines and mossy rocks. He closed his eyes and put his hands in his lap in the position of the first mudra, something Nicholas had shown him. The gesture of knowledge. With his forefinger and thumb joined, the other three fingers on his hands extended together, Nicholas had compared it to the Godhead, to always standing together. His rage curled up inside him once again, and he reminded himself that it was always supposed to be this way. He had prepared for this. Maybe not without Nicholas, but he had prepared nonetheless for the uprising of all uprisings. So even he had an idea that this was on the horizon. For years, Mikhail had prepared without fully understanding why, until Alexandra's own evolution became out of control. Nicholas had once quipped that he hoped he didn't live long enough to see the aftermath of Mikhail and Alexandra's love. They were once each other's moon and stars, but Alexandra's star in Mikhail's world became too much like the sun, volatile flares scorching all those around her. He breathed deeply. He concentrated on nothing except clearing his mind, like the clearing of the glade. He breathed in, held his breath, and exhaled. The open, empty, vast space of nothingness, and everythingness. He entered the place in his mind where anything was possible, and all was revealed. The infinite glade. So the infinite glade is something that exists inside Mikhail, but does it exist inside others? Others who might be godheads? Is that what? So they're all gonna achieve their own infinite glades once they become cured? Colors and shapes seemingly swirled around as if to ask him, "What would you like to know?" Source of all knowledge, he focused his thoughts on the vials of Newt's blood and the cure and waited. But nothing appeared. The only time this happened, when he wasn't able to see anything in his mind's eye, was when he tried to conjure. Why am I reading this? Conjuring. The only time this happened, when he wasn't able to see anything in his mind's eye, was when he tried to conjure conflicting ideas. Was Newt's blood not the cure? Try to see where the cure was. The same cure that had changed his blood and body back to humanity from the gone. In the infinite glade of his mind, only one word grew bigger. The word was in itself a vision. Big white capitalized letters growing in a sea of blackness. Island. What in crank's breath did that mean? There were over 2,000 islands in Alaska alone, but the islanders, there's the island of the immunes. Mine itched with the unlimited possibilities, the frustratingly limitless. He had no reason to question the same man who saved his life and raised him to power, but Mikhail often wondered if the power was worth it. Part of him still felt like a crank inside, and the pressure of being a man of godliness clashed against the parts of him that still screamed with the madness. Show me the cure. He hoped for a vision that held something, anything of detail. And with another slow inhale and another deep exhale, the infinite glade opened up to show a rack of vials, hundreds of variants of the cure. Is it at the villa? And within the room of his vision, Alexandra walked around, smiling and directing scientists. Yeah, the future was changing, but the constant of his fellow god obtaining the cure for the evolution remained the same. How could he let her be the one in control of others when she lacked so much self control herself? With the anger rising up in his chest, almost a comfort, the vision evaporated before his eyes. It didn't matter. He had seen all he needed to see. With no clear path, he would plow his own, and it would be a war path. A war like Alaska had never seen before. Maybe the world. Interesting. And with another slow inhale and another deep exhale, the infinite glade opened up to show a rack of vials, hundreds of variants of the cure. And within the room of his vision, Alexandra walked around, smiling and directing scientists. So it has to be at the villa because there's all the scientists, right? Up north, up here, there's nothing but those who are maze fanatics. And it also in the beginning, in the prologue, it was said that Nicholas would instruct the scientists on the things that they would need to change regarding the next variant of the cure. He walked toward a patch of light that shone down into the dark, damp tunnel. The light where the outside world leaked in just enough to guide Mikhail toward the exit. Some people believed that a light awaited them at the end of life, but he imagined only darkness. That's why it was better to be a god in this life. Feet sloshed through an inch of water along the stone tunnels. Water that held a stagnant stench. Sewage and mold permeated the smell. But this was a path he knew as well as the veins tunneling through his own body. Besides the entrance to the maze and the path that were sacred within the glade. Alexandra knew nothing about these secret tunnels, especially the one through which he walked now. Alexandra didn't know what she didn't know. He's found it. He's found the location. He lifted the vines and moss that camouflaged the end of the current trail, and he crawled up onto the Alaskan ground. He was outside the city limits, the sun moving towards dusk. Squee! The sound sent a cold wave through Mikhail's body. It sounded like a knife or an axe being sharpened across metal, ready to strike in battle. But once his brain caught up, he realized it was just pig traps he'd set. A wild boar squealed at him again. Oh, hello. He shivered with the good fortune. He'd take the poor animal to the Remnant Nation as an offering. To the Remnant Nation? A feast meal. He dragged the trap along, thing kicking up dirt as the pig wrestled with the moving ground below it. Squeak, squeak. It's so interesting, so freaking interesting. He's going to the Remnant Nation to offer them a pig that he caught. But aren't the Remnant Nation in like Michigan or something like that? Is he going all the way over there? The heck is going on? Plans within plans within plans, chap. They're tied to the scientists. They're tied to the Remnant Nation. They're all tied together. Ways that we just can't predict just yet. Who knows? Like I said, the answers to these questions might all be in the last book. We might be left holding the bag here. He couldn't blame the pig for crying. Emotions were what made animals and humans alike fear, terror. That's also another thing from Dune too, because in the beginning, when honored Mother Moime comes and gives Paul the test, that's what separates people from the animals. An animal reacts to all the pain that's inside the box, and then they would get killed by the Gom Jabbar, the poisonous needle held to their neck. But to be a human, to be a true human, you must endure. You must endure, and you must wait for your chance to strike. Go for the neck. Emotions were what made animals and humans alike fear, terror, the will to live. Mikhail understood that better than most. In a way, Mikhail felt like crying too, not just for the loss of Nicholas, his most trusted ally, but for the future. The future looked about as worthless as Nicholas's body without a head. Even with the effort, the future is never worthless. Tomorrow is another day. Don't worry, Mikhail. Things work out in a way. Heaving with the effort, he pulled the wild pig and the trap closer to the berg, hidden just beyond the pine trees. A hidden berg, just a little further. He too felt like kicking and screaming. It brought him no joy to unravel the plans that awaited. Boar snorted and snotted and blew an attitude that made him question if he shouldn't do the same. He could throw a godly fit, abandon his plans, stop Alexandra in a way that would be less violent, less death, less destruction. But for nearly 30 years, Mikhail had known his part of the new Alaska would end everything that Alexandra and Nicholas had built. Removing Alexandra would be easy, but her cult like followers of the Godhead might take generations to deprogram. Death and destruction were a shortcut for humanity to thrive. Another thing from Dune. Okay, so at the end of the book, and if you've seen the movie, is, did it happen yet? I don't think so. Part two covered. Okay, yeah. So Dune Part Two, I haven't seen it yet. I haven't watched the new Dune movies. I love the books, but I haven't seen the movies yet. Just so you're informed there, and I will watch them eventually. But I'm not much of a movie watcher, guys. Maybe I'll read Dune to you, and then I'll go watch the new movies. Maybe that's how we'll do it. But so in the spoilers, Dune spoilers, Dune spoilers, Dune spoilers, Dune spoilers, spoilers to the end of the book. Maybe like the beginning of like the second book, and then like the rest of the series. The end of the book, the Paul Atreides, he becomes Muad'Dib. He uncovers the memories of his past and the past of humanity. He's like the first male honored mother, undergoing the spice transformation. Turning it from poison into the spice water, the elixir of life. But so he starts the jihad, and it's one of the things like that people think about Dune is that Paul was the hero. that he saved the galaxy by doing what he did, but he was never the hero. Charismatic leaders are not to be sought after. It's up to all of us together to come in, change and evolve and, bring about the future. And to put it all on one person's shoulders, that just means that there's going to be a lot of violence. A lot of violence. Paul's jihad could not be stopped. The Fremen left Arrakis and they went throughout the entire galaxy. And the new regime was put into place. A lot of deaths, a lot of fighting, and that's one of the things that Paul had to live with. It was all caused by him, and there was nothing he could do to stop it because it just had so much energy behind it. Like that's all it was. So this seems to like echo that sentiment. Like you're gonna get a lot of things done, but like it might cost a lot of lives. And then it was his empire. It was Paul's empire. But then he went into exile in the desert. He was kind of a coward, honestly. He couldn't stand up to the things that he had brought into fruition. And so then it was up to, and this, like I said, spoilers, it was up to his son become a god emperor and to direct the evolution of man. Death and destruction were a shortcut for humanity to thrive. He lifted the wild pig onto the berg with a mighty groan. Just a few hours in the air and we'll be there, he told the pig. The animal squealed back as if it knew its fate already. Mikhail would enjoy having company on the flight, even if it was a crying, squealing, smelly mess of an animal. Once he arrived at the Remnant Nation, he planned to do what he'd done every month for years: meet with the grief bearers and instruct them on the coming war. But this go around, there'd be an escalation. Time to end the Godhead once and for all. What the heck? So, this entire time he's been working with the freaking Remnant Nation. And I'm sure that Nicholas had to have known about this, right? Right? There's no way he didn't because he trusted Mikhail so much. Is this so he knew Alexandra was gonna come and take over the Godhead, and so he needed an army to fight her? That what's happening here? Oh, freaking interesting. Chapter 10, Library of Secrets. Almost there, chat. Almost there. Chapter 10, Library of Secrets, Part 1, Alexandra. She wrapped the scarf around her mouth and nose, but the material was too thin. The smell of rotten flesh and spoiled meat filled Nicholas's apartment and seeped through. She'd do her best to get what she needed and get out, even if she wasn't exactly sure what it was she needed. If she found something to answer even one of the hundreds of questions she'd had over the years, the foul-smelling visit would be worthwhile. Even though Nicholas's body was no longer physically in the room, the weight of his stench hovered over her like spoiled mist. Dear Alexandra, what you search for is already within you, he'd say, if you were there watching her rummage through his belongings, and even the thought of the man's voice caused tension throughout her body. Her shoulders scrunched and her head pounded. The buzzing in her ears started again. Damn it. Thought death had freed her from Nicholas's control, but instead it seemed to allow him to be everywhere at once. She pictured his smug face reading her thoughts now. She recited the digits, but even those reminded her of Nicholas's teachings, his words, his rules, his power. The only way she could disconnect from the bit of control that still remained was to visualize his head removed from his body, his bulging eyes that no longer could blink. She pictured that, and it brought her peace. The buzzing in her ears steadied, and she continued on through his library. She flipped through books upon books. Nicholas was a hoarder when it came to publications of old, and rarely did he ever share the good ones. Poor guy. All the good books, no! He should have at least made copies of them. The ones she could have used to enhance her gifts. Books on history, books on psychology, books on telepathy, and the invisible sciences. She set aside a pile for herself and stopped at a large leather tome of a thing. She opened the cover to find the book itself had been hollowed out. Her mind went straight to the hollowings. Had Nicholas been responsible for the town rituals and emptying bodies? Probably, from what it sounds like. It sounds like he had his hand everywhere. She had always assumed it was Mikhail and his remaining animalistic instincts that kept madness in its every form right at the tip of his brain. She ran her fingers along the roughly cut pages that left an empty space in the book. What did Nicholas hide in here? She frantically opened each and every book in Nicholas's entire collection. A storm of paper and board flew through the library, but none of the others held a compartment within them. When he was alive, Nicholas had always invaded her space, and for the first time she felt as though she could return to torture. Being inside his room in the tower was like being inside his head, but even then she only found the things he wanted her to find. How could one man keep so many secrets? Yup. She counted the digits, the flaring discipline. That's another word bolded over there. Helped her to hone into what she needed. Patience, dear Alexandra. She could almost hear Nicholas say as her eyes landed on his workspace. He hated his lessons in patience and felt like lessons. She hated his lessons in patience that felt like lessons in torture. She walked over to his mess of a desk, where he wrote letters and reviewed the needs of the pilgrims, but the contents held nothing more than written prayers. She stopped reading the letters of the people decades ago. Why Nicholas still bothered to read and reply to them was beyond her, because he was a caring man, apparently. We don't know what to think about this guy. He's already dead. Let's not speak ill of him. He did what he did, and now he's gone. The single solution to all of the problems within the city could be solved by the culmination of the evolution. Not everything was complicated. Plea for more rations. Wild pigs outside of town. No plea or prayer, just a letter of useless information. Of course, there were wild pigs outside of town. There were wild animals, wild cranks, wild everything outside. She threw the letters back on the desk, but from within the center of the stack fell out a page in Nicholas's handwriting. One of his unsent replies. She held the letter in her hands. She started to open it, but as she did, pain surrounded her. Her ears started to buzz. Her head vibrated with noise. Was Nicholas torturing her from beyond with these headaches and buzzing? Interesting. He had almost hoped for it, because if it wasn't him influencing her now, she was surely going mad, which is probably what it is. The buzzing grew louder as she lowered herself to the floor. She couldn't allow any more of his words into her head. Whatever advice he had written to the pilgrims, she didn't need it. She opened the center desk drawer from the floor and shoved Nicholas's letter into it, slamming it shut. She should have read it. I'm thinking she should have read that letter. As if the drawer talked back to her, it bounced off its track, collapsed onto the chair, and emptied its contents onto the floor. You're a mess of a god, Alexandra screamed, as if Nicholas were standing right there. She sifted through the piles of pens, envelopes, rubber bands for something, anything of value, but it was clear to her that Nicholas had gotten caught up with the day-to-day of power and lost clear sight of the greater picture. How did he still call himself a god with such lost focus? Nicholas may have had the time to respond to all the people to silence their fears, but Alexandra refused to be a goddess who held the hands of her people. She would be a goddess who taught her people how to hold their own, like Leto II. Under her, the people could rise, they'd be stronger and smarter, and not send in weekly written compliments. Not send in weekly written complaints. The people of Alaska would be the opposite of victims, become the problem solvers of the world. On her hands and knees, Alexandra shoved the rest of the clutter back into the desk. But once she did so, she felt a false bottom to the drawer. Dear Nicholas, always the secret keeper. Under the lining of the drawer, she pulled the wood free to reveal a small, pathetic folded piece of paper. She didn't expect riches or gold, but surely more than a simple note. She carefully unfolded the aged parchment, and despite her gentle effort, the paper neatly ripped in half. How old was this thing? Every fold went so deep into the paper that she could only see the creases within the document until her eyes focused on the picture as a whole. Could it be? A map to the villa. The mythical place Nicholas often referred to, but never breathed the word more. Brought the villa to her, he'd say. He'd half expected the villa to be some private room beyond his library with a secret passage. She looked closer at the map and the placement of the secret location. She never imagined it to be on the most remote island of Alaska. In fact, whenever she searched her mind of ever expanding knowledge, she sometimes pictured the villa along the Californian coast. Sometimes she pictured it within the city limits of Crank Palace in Colorado, but never did she picture it in Alaska. On St. Matthew's Island, marked with an X. How quaint. So, are there multiple? This is the question then. Are there multiple villas? The mythical place Nicholas often referred to. You have expected the villa to be some private room beyond his library with a secret passage. So she thought it was there, right there in Alaska. She never imagined it to be on the most remote island of Alaska. So then what's in California? They weren't going to Los Angeles, remember? And I was thinking they were going to the Getty. In fact, whenever she searched her mind of ever expanding knowledge, she sometimes pictured the villa along the California coast. Sometimes she pictured it within the city limits of Crank Palace in Colorado, which is the Remnant Nation. Wait, no, is it called Michigan? Remnant Nation's in Michigan. Is it Colorado? Where's the Remnant Nation? Nebraska. That's what it was. So what's going on in Colorado then? But never did she picture it in Alaska, on St. Matthew's Island, marked with an X. How quaint. And what if this is, yeah, what if this is something else entirely different? Very interesting. We won't know until we get there, chat. We won't know until we get there. Chapter 11 Rash Decisions. Part 1 Sedina. She kept the fire going that night and let Old Man Frypan rest on the rock closest to the flames. When it was just the two of them, when it was just the two of them left, awake in the middle of the night, Sedina could finally ask some of the questions she felt too silly bringing up during the day. If Newt wasn't immune, what makes his family blood so important? Why not Thomas or Chuck or you? He snapped a thin piece of firewood and tossed it onto the flames. It, it's nice that they still refer to Chuck. Died at the end of the first book, so they must have kept his memory alive for sure in the next two books. That's a good question. He stretched his back and looked up at the stars. Newt was always special. The kind of special you didn't need to look at nobody's blood to see. He chose everyone they studied back then for a reason, right? They had their reasons. The ancient man rubbed the back of his neck. We're all our own curse and we're all our own cure. I don't pretend to understand science, but if you ask me, humans are a lot like these trees. He looked at the woods and then pointed to the cut branches in Sedina's hand. Trees have a root system that goes down deep into the earth, as wide and vast as their branches above the earth. Often the roots branch out to weave into other trees, deeper and more complex than the palms on our island back home. Sedina looked around. She had never thought about roots being intertwined underground. Ah, there's too many of them planted here, so they fight for their space underground. Ah, there's too many of them planted here, so they fight for their space underground. She was proud, thinking she'd figured out Firepan's latest parable. That being overcrowded meant there wasn't enough room for everyone to grow as tall and as strong as they might if they had more space. No, it's quite the opposite. Sedina felt deflated a little, then proposed the opposite idea. So, the more trees around, the stronger and better they'll grow? He gave a single nod. Exactly. See, out here, the more trees that grow together, the better they protect each other from the wind or a big storm. And forests with different types of trees grow better than a forest of just one species. Education and exposure, chat. He pointed across the woods behind them as if to count the variety. Other than the times on the island when storms had blown through hard enough to uproot a couple of palm trees, Dina hadn't thought much about species of trees or their roots. It wasn't her thing. She almost felt bad stacking the cut firewood onto the flames, but the colder nights required more warmth. Plus, the fire kept the riffraff away, as Dominic said. Ever since his bee sting or ant bite, he'd gotten a little soft to the elements. How do you learn so much about plants? Sedina asked. But as soon as the question left her mouth, she knew. She shook her head. Glade. Yep, there were a lot of trees in the glade, Frypan nodded, and the fire popped. And from watching the trees, we could see that when one got cut or sick, it healed itself. But it wasn't truly healing itself. The other trees connected underground to send nutrients to the one in need. The root systems are complicated. Sedina watched Old Man Frypan speak. She was in such awe of how much he knew about so many things. Living in the maze must have been awful. Truly awful, but she appreciated him sharing what he had learned with her. Why didn't we learn about this in school? He let out a sigh with just a hint of a laugh. She liked that, even if it was because she asked a dumb question. Island school is for the island life, not enough variety of topics to expand your horizons. Only in the glade, she examined the forest and imagined all those trees connected underground, sharing nutrients with each other as if they had hands, as if they held hands through their roots. This made her think of Trish. Maybe she just wanted connection to fix the parts of her that needed healing. Not every person or tree had a love like that. Sedina was lucky. She studied Pripan, who didn't seem tired at all. You know what? You're the smartest person I know, Sedina smiled. Well, that doesn't say too much with the characters around here. He joked, nah, a lot of brains in these people. I've just had more life experience being my age. He handed Sedina another block of wood. My mom is educated, but she's also very stubborn, and her stubbornness gets in the way sometimes. The older generation, me included, right? I'm an old man. I'm just an old man, chat. Sedina still thought about that night when they left the amphitheater and poisoned everyone on the island to escape. Why couldn't they just tell them the truth? That it was Sedina's choice to leave and to donate her blood for whatever higher purpose. She loved her mom, but if Sedina were on town congress, she'd have done things much differently. It felt like only damage could result from how they left things on the island, like the flames that grew in front of her. Smart people tend to be stubborn, Frypan agreed. They know what they know, and they don't want to know what you think you know, he chuckled. But that's why I think trees can teach us a thing or two. Nature doesn't need science. Nature does what it does. It's people who need science to understand nature. She thought that people needed science to understand nature. If her blood was something special that Kletter had searched the whole world for, then maybe she didn't need to understand all the hows and whys of it. Maybe she just needed to trust in nature and let nature do what it was going to do. Could it be that simple? Part 2. Jackie, Trish, and Miyoko helped carry armfuls of palm leaves and branches aboard the ship. If they learned anything from their first adventure on the boat, it was this. Jackie did not have the stomach for ocean travel, and they could have used something to work the boredom out of their days. Miyoko had the idea to braid and weave palm leaves into mats, blankets, hats, and bowls. Or for Jackie, a puke bucket. Not like they planned to show up in Alaska looking like a bunch of islanders wearing palm hats, but something about the idea of weaving while sailing put Sedina at ease. At the very least, it might keep her hands busy to distract her from anxiety. The closer they got to boarding the ship, the more intense Sedina's nerves got, because despite Minho's drive to find the Godhead, he actually knew very little about who made up that trio. The trio, they still think. And it's funny that they have that information that it's 3 people. Every time she asked him, he just repeated the same thing. The Godhead is not what you think it is, whatever that meant. She didn't have enough thoughts about what made up the Godhead to even have an opinion about what it was or what it wasn't. That's why she asked. That's why she asked. Letty and Timon had seemingly known just as much about the Godhead as Minho. Absolutely nothing. Womp. The horn of the maze cutter blew louder than any noise Sedina had ever heard a man, animal, or machine make, except maybe the grief walker. The wah, something like that, right? The vibration of sound shook her bones as it reverberated within the ship's deck. Dominic! Miyoko turned to look for him, but he stood right behind her, a little dazed himself. Wasn't me, he protested. Sorry, everyone. Minho poked his head out of the captain's room. I'm just adjusting everything to get all the knobs and whistles figured out. Miyoko glared at him. Yeah, take your time and make a note. The one you just hit was the horn. Dominic laughed. Thanks. Minho looked around at those on the deck and those disassembled camp. Thanks. Minho looked around at those on the deck and the disassembled camp on the beach below. Everyone ready to go soon. Sedina carried her last sack of belongings down into the cabin. I'm ready. She handed her sack to Trish. It was the original pack she'd brought from the island, plus a few items she collected along the way. Rocks that were sparkly, a stick she used to poke the fire every night, and a special piece of wrapped metal Isaac helped her create on the temporary forge. You're ready? Trish asked as she set Sedina's pack beside her own on the cot. Not ready, but that's the last of my stuff. She wasn't looking forward to the seasickness and the cold nights out on the ocean without fire to keep them warm. She knew the road or the waters ahead were bumpy. They went back up to the deck. Ready as I'll ever be, Dominic patted Minho on the back. Captain. Where's Isaac? Sedina asked. She didn't see him in the cabin or on the deck. She looked over the railing and found him still on the beach with his pack, standing next to Sedina's mom, an old man, Frypan. 3 of them, staying behind. Isaac, same sleeping spots as before. You're downwind of Dom. Sorry. She waited for a laugh, but he only looked to Sedina's mom as if it were up to her what he should do. Can everyone come here for a moment? Her mom asked. Trish followed Sedina off the boat. Stricter rules for the trip, Trish whispered. Sedina had no idea what her mom was doing. Some kind of proper bon voyage send off? Or prayer on land? One by one, Jackie, Dominic, Miyoko, Orange, Roxy, and then finally Minho, a little peeved, walked off the ship and joined them on the beach. Poor Minho. He's known this whole time. What? What? Sedina asked her mom. Everyone had gathered now, but she still wasn't saying anything. Something was off. She looked at Isaac. Was he sweating? Isaac told her to tell the truth. They're telling the truth. They're not lying, right? This is gonna be truthful. We need to talk about the trip. Minho adjusted the gun strap around his shoulder, and for the first time, Sedina felt nervousness coated in fear, not anxiety. See? Something was definitely about to happen. Sedina looked to her mom for support, but she appeared more tired and defeated than when Willem and Alvarez died. But she finally stepped forward and stood straighter. I have an announcement. I wanted to wait to share until we were all ready. What are you talking about? Sedina snapped at her mother, like only a daughter could. Mom's stance and body language only added to the fear. What's going on? I'm so sorry, Sedina. Her mom looked at her as if she were supposed to know what that meant. Sedina turned to Isaac, but he just stared at the ground. I won't be traveling to Alaska with you all. She avoided her own daughter's eye contact. Sedina froze top to bottom with a stunned sickness. Then she began to tremble with anger and hurt. Words poured out of her. What's the point of a vote if you're going to make your own rules as you go, Mom? We voted. Majority wins. We're going to Alaska, all of us. She tried to be verbally cutting as she spoke. Not because I don't want to go, but because Isaac and I have decided. Isaac? Sedina's torment shifted to her old friend. What in the hell was going on? Isaac's only response was to look at Sedina's mom, as if he wanted her to give an excuse. But no excuse could settle the fire in Sedina's stomach. We're going to the villa, Isaac said unapologetically. And that hurt more than the rest of it. As much as it hurt to see his hand fly up for the villa when they voted all those days ago. She searched for answers to make this make sense, but she couldn't. Even the way Isaac and her mom stood 5 or 6 feet away from the group seemed like an ill omen. Like they had already split apart. Why didn't they show any emotion, regret, remorse? She tried to use reason. Simone and Letty said the villa was bad. They saved their lives to get us away from the villa. She was yelling by the end and turned to Trish for support. Yeah, we all promised we'd stick together, Trish said, somewhat pathetically. It's our only chance, Isaac said to the ground. Chance at what? Sedina stepped forward, demanding that they tell her their full plan. And in the moment, she completely forgot the others were standing there. They were all so quiet, all anticipating the same thing. Answers. I'm so sorry, sweetie, her mom said. Tears in her eyes as she pulled the scarf from her neck and revealed the nastiest, reddest rash Sedina had ever seen. She trembled with disbelief. Oh my God, Roxy sputtered. Miss Cohen, Miyoko cried. Sedina felt her whole body shake as if Minho had blown the horn of the maze cutter again. Not the flare. It can't be. Her mom rambled on, trying to reassure her that everything was okay, that they'd meet up again soon, but Sedina heard none of it. She knew the truth. Her mom's eyes looked hollow. Everything was far from okay. Part 3. Isaac. The knife that he'd forged wasn't sharp enough to cut or kill a slug, but it was sharp enough to carve something in the tree bark. He traced the point of the blade across the downed tree while the others gathered around Cohen and Sedina. He didn't need to witness the long goodbye, and he didn't know what to say anyway, so he just sat back. Cohen's rash looked worse than it did 2 days ago. Even that morning, Isaac had still held out hope that maybe it would fade. But no, it was worse. There was no other plan now. This wasn't going to be some breakaway adventure where Cohen and Isaac just waited behind for everyone to rejoin them later. This was a rescue mission. He needed to figure out how to get Cohen to the villa. Minho kicked up sand with every step as he walked over to the downed shore log. If I knew saying goodbye could take a whole day, I'd have made you do this announcement yesterday. Minho sat down next to Isaac. Poor guy. Isaac never felt jealous of Minho, not until this moment. There they were, around the same age, with the same goal, to go to Alaska and protect Sedina. But only one of them would be getting up off the log to do so. He hated thinking of all the things he'd miss out on, and what awaited him on his new path, and he felt empty. He just needs some time to process. He gestured at Trish, consoling Sedina by the remnants of last night's campfire. It's not easy saying goodbye to to a parent when you might never see them again. He wasn't sure if Sedina was lucky for the chance to say goodbye to her mom, a chance he'd never had, or if that made her unlucky. I wouldn't know, Minho said as he looked out at the ocean. Isaac pushed his knife deeper into the log and removed chunks of bark in a specific design that would last long after he was gone. Sorry, life doesn't always make sense. He didn't know what was worse, never having parents to miss like Minho, or Isaac having the best parents in the world and knowing exactly what he missed when they left. If you did know, you'd understand. He waited for Minho to say something cold and soldier like. But he just looked out at the small waves as they crashed against the boat. The soft clapping sound reminded Isaac of life back on the island, and how he used to watch the waves hit the rocks along the cliffs. He wasn't just missing home, he already missed everyone who reminded him of home. Dominic, Miyoko, Jackie, Old Man Frypan, and of course Trish and Sedina. Minho picked up a stone and began sharpening his own knife. The rock has to be porous for this to work. He looked up at Isaac and his newly forged blade, his pathetic attempt. I don't know if it'll work with yours. Any other advice? Isaac meant it sarcastically, but it wasn't received that way. Good old Minho. Minho used short, quick strokes of the rock. Watch for cranks. Don't trust anyone. Always assume the person you come upon is going to try to kill you, because out here, they will. Isaac looked down at his carving, thought about everything. He'd miss Old Man Frypan's cooking. He'd miss Roxy being snarky. He'd miss the group campfires. Here, take this. Minho handed his freshly sharpened knife to Isaac. I know you're not good with guns, but you'll need something out here, more than an art tool. Isaac took the better blade. Good old Minho. The weight of it felt like a force to be reckoned with. It sure beat the one he tried to hammer up on the fly. Thanks. Isaac sat with a sense of disbelief and something like grief, emptiness and loss, watching the others. He was losing everything he'd ever known all over again, and that's its own kind of grief. If things don't go well for you in Alaska, will you promise me something? What's that? Minho asked. If things turn sideways, promise me you'll come back down the coast and check this spot right here for me. I'm not sure about the villa, and if something happens to Cohen, you'll be fine, Minho said. I don't know about that. We could get to the villa and it could be empty, or worse, it could be filled with cranks. Minho leaned over to see what Isaac had carved into the log. Isaac used a sharper knife to improve it. Now his message could stay marked in the tree forever. Minho motioned to the left side of his neck with one finger. You go for this spot here. Any man, crank, or animal will be gone in a second. The jugular. Minho leaned over to see what Isaac had carved into the log. Isaac used a sharper knife to improve it. Now his message could stay marked in the tree forever. Minho motioned to the left side of his neck with one finger. You go for this spot here. Any man, crank, or animal will be gone in a second. And what if I can't get a good go at the neck? Isaac thought about the half pranks he and Jackie had faced. Minho stood up from the log and walked around to Isaac's back, tapping spots on the lower back to the left and right of his spine. You get him here, Minho dug in with his knuckles, or here. Kidneys, they're full of blood. You hit that spot, either side, they'll be dead within minutes. Even the knuckles had hurt in those two spots, so Isaac couldn't imagine getting stabbed there. He committed it all to his memory. Okay, so if things don't work out for either of us, we'll meet back here? Sounds fair. Minho sat back down on the log. Although it wasn't a promise like Sedina had made Isaac, he'd take it. Thanks for this, he said as he tucked the knife away into his pocket. No problem. Minho leaned over again to see Isaac's fresh carving. Now what the hell is this supposed to say? Isaac traced the deep grooves he'd made into the wood with his fingertips. He didn't expect Minho to understand the symbol of water below a sun, with an arrow pointed in both directions, from the sea to the sky. This is my promise, he said. We'll make it back together. We'll find each other. From the sea to the sky, that we do promise, that we do swear. Mm-mm-mm. Chapter 12, Words of Wisdom. And we have a new name. A new name. Chapter 12, Part 1 of Words of Wisdom. The Mena. No hay dos sin tres. Ximena's abuela had sayings that became like prayers to their small family. No hay dos sin tres. No hay, you can't have two without three. Ximena's abuela had sayings that became like prayers to their small family, always repeated with an urgency that felt like a stern, ominous warning. And even though her grandmother was far back at the village now, Ximena had the wonderful woman's words echo in her mind as she stopped in her tracks on the desert. Heat rained down on her and Carlos like hot, invisible rain. No hay dos sin tres. There is not two without three. Something can happen once and be not of worry, but if something happens twice, it will surely happen a third time. All bad things happen in threes. Dimana wondered if good things were the same, if maybe good things happened in a sequence of three all the time. But we were too distracted or too unimpressed to notice. Dimana looked for the good and the bad in everything. But the echo of her grandmother's adage at the sight of another dead and bloated jackrabbit landed the omen square in her stomach. Within the next day or two of walking, she'd surely stumble upon another one. Something's happening to the wildlife. Shame we didn't get here sooner. We could have had supper. Carlos jabbed at the tiny corpse with the pointy end of his walking stick. But she'd have rather eaten rat meat. She could never eat a rabbit without thinking of its pounding heartbeat. Anytime she managed to catch one back in the village, the poor little thing's heart raced faster than it could hop. What do you think is killing them? She asked Carlos. Could be anything. Snake, bird of prey. He continued walking, but Ximena stopped to examine the rabbit on its back, moving it to its side with a rock. No visible blood, no holes or cuts in its body, just dead. Muerto. Snake or bird eats its prey after they kill it. It looked like it's been here for maybe 2 days. She shook her head and wondered what her abuela might say about two dead blackened rabbits. Blackened rabbits, yeah, decomposing. All things in nature held a language, a symbolism that her grandmother seemed to have memorized. Dimana stared at the ratty fur, waiting for some bit of information or wisdom to come to her. Was this a warning from creation? Sometimes animals just kill just to kill, Carlos said from ahead, and Ximena pulled herself back to her feet to catch up. She hadn't minded not having kids her age to play with growing up, and even now Carlos, as her only friend, didn't bother her. But her only friend was often wrong. It wasn't that he was stupid, it was that he let hope outweigh his critical thinking. He hoped nothing mysterious had killed these rabbits, leaving their carcasses to rot. So he reasoned it away. He was like, there's no way. Life's good. Animals kill to eat. They kill out of instinct to survive, killing just to kill. You're thinking of humans. Ah, Ximena, always the wise one. He smiled as if neither of them knew how truly murderous humans could be. People are inherently evil. You know that. Carlos was trying his best to ignore reality, but she couldn't let him. Now, I don't believe that for a second. I think that human nature tends to, like path of least resistance, water always flows downhill, that kind of thing. It's easier to be against someone else than it is to try to come and understand them, especially when you don't have like the right symbols in order to, make that connection and understanding with another person. So it's not that humans are evil by nature. It's just that overcoming that base sense of, animalisticness, like survival, their survival instinct, takes time and effort, that's what it is. And it's easy to slip back into old ways even, especially, education and exposure. It's a constant struggle, never ending, never ending. She waited for Carlos to reply, but he only responded with the same rehearsed thing that all the adults seemed to love repeating. The Council of Elders said it's wolves, wild wolves. Wolves are wild. You don't have to say wild wolves, it's redundant. Wolves are wild and dogs are domesticated. Wild dogs, they're wild dogs. And then we have tame wolves. Little Merida, little tame wolf. And I think you would know. And I think wolves couldn't slice a human open with a clean square cut. Wolves don't have thumbs to pull out organs, and they wouldn't leave all that meat behind. Zemana waited for Carlos to respond, but he didn't. He walked like a man on a mission, and she hoped he was just trying to protect her. Real caliente. She had enough doubts without having to distinguish the truth from the lies. She didn't need protection, she needed the truth. Do you really think we'll find them? It doesn't feel in my heart as though we're getting any closer to them. You and your feelings, of course we'll find them. He added no additional reasoning. Ximena had thought that once they started the search for her mom and Mariana, that she'd feel better, like all of creation might play a game of hot or cold with her and shout through various signs, "Caliente, caliente!" But their search was not a game of frio or caliente. Even if it were, surely 2 dead rabbits in 2 days were a sign from creation that they were very cold, very far from finding her mother, and even further from finding out the truth. Just then, Ximena's entire will to take one more step in the hot desert sank to the bottom of her feet. That's it. Dios mío! The reason she didn't feel any warmer, any closer to finding her mom and Mariana, the more they traveled up the California Baja Peninsula, could only mean one thing, and it wasn't good. She thought back to when she first told Abuela about leaving to look for her mother. The old woman hadn't been shocked or scared, just serene. Is it Letty? They're looking for Letty? Ximena hadn't understood the calm reaction at the time, but it all made sense now, just like how adults responded to hollowings. As if Abuela already knew deep in her bones the dark truth, but wanted to protect her granddaughter from the pain. 2 dead rabbits. Not being able to free her mom's presence from her existence. Ximena knew the truth already. Her mom and Mariana were dead. No, it can't be. It's got to be somewhere else because Letty is with Timon. Mariana is someone new. Chapter 13. Wild Animals. Mikhail. The animal was a beast. Mikhail carried the wild pig on his shoulders, bound by its feet with a rope that wrapped around his right hand so tightly that it rubbed his skin raw. The boar wiggled and squirmed like one might when they were about to die. Understandable. Mikhail's back already panged from the quickened pace. He needed to arrive at the Golden Room at true noon. At the same time, he always entered the Remnant Nation's most important site. Consistency created trust with the grief bearers. The Great Master would appear at the same time if he decided to grace them with his presence. Grief bearers collected each day to see if he might show. Mikhail never showed his face, his presence cloaked in dark wool. Mikhail shifted the pig's weight to distribute it across his broad shoulders, and the pig squealed right in his left ear. If those squeals could have been words, they would have been, "Stop, put me down!" But there was no stopping what Alexandra had put into motion. So, that's right. So he's always meeting with them, always talking about these plans. But this time these plans become real. Something's going to change. They're going to take some sort of action this time around. Mikhail walked the abandoned tunnel underneath the Remnant Nation, a tunnel system none in the nation knew about, a tunnel that allowed Mikhail to sneak in and out of the nation's path, past the prisons of hell, and into the trapdoor within the golden room of grief above ground. Oh, into the golden room of grief. Above ground, the infamous orphans lined the walls of the fortress exactly as trained, ready to shoot without warning, without question, without explanation. The orphans he collected. The orphans he trained. So this Mikhail killed Minho's parents. He stopped to shift the weight again and to tighten the rope before continuing down the tunnel. Mikhail needed the wild pig alive as a sacrificial offering. He offered it to the grief bearers, who would then offer it as a sacrifice to the flare. It didn't matter what sense it made. Rituals didn't make a lick of sense to him. More about faith, yeah. The Remnant Nation had spent its entire existence preparing for battle, and now the long-awaited time was here. It needed to be marked with a sacrificial feast. Ancient armies of old had sacrificed animals before a battle, sparing their blood on the altars smearing their blood on the altars of their worship, on their walls, on their faces. Mikhail would show the Remnant Nation how to do the same, and then he would march them all to war, where many of them would die a death far less dignified than the pigs, with a vicious cycle, a truly tired cycle. Men feasted on the dead fleece of animals, only to become the dead flesh on which the animals later feasted. It's yep, circle of life. War didn't make sense. It didn't need to. All Mikhail needed to do was to overtake New Petersburg. In the end, the evolution once and for all. He couldn't worry about the amount of death that lay ahead. Animals, men, half cranks, and orphans. Almost there, he said to the pig. The wild animal quieted down. With every step closer, Mikhail felt a sensation of finality. In an infinite world with infinite possibilities, few things felt final. Even fewer things felt final to Mikhail since coming back from the gone. Miracle, a curse. How could something be both things? Life was his own, but at the same time, it was never his own. He saw everything in contradictions. His brain worked differently than Alexandra's, whose mind only allowed her to see what she wanted to see. Mikhail is erratic. He can't be trusted. It never offended him because he knew her brain and her intuition battled each other. Mikhail wasn't erratic. He wasn't in an unpredictable mess without any direction or consistency. He was quite direct and consistent with his plans for the Remnant Nation. His plans were to eradicate the people of Alaska. What the frick? He's the one who established the Remnant Nation? And that's why did Nicholas know about this? Did he know? He had to. He did. Oh, so Nicholas was tied to the scientist. The Godhead. 3. Scientist was Mikhail. Alexandra is whatever is happening in Alaska with the maze and all the fanatics. And then he's wait, but so I guess she's usurped power from Nicholas like years ago, but he was always tied to the. I don't know. I'm just making things up now, but so it seems though that yeah, did Mikhail found the Remnant Nation? Were they already there? Did Nicholas found the Remnant Nation? Things that Alexandra doesn't know about. So mysterious, so mysterious. But so currently, Mikhail is taking the Remnant Nation. They're gonna have a war feast, and then he's gonna march them up to Alaska. Not march. He has a berg. He has that hidden berg. He's gonna fly them up to Alaska. She, the goddess, obsessed with correcting him on his misuse of vocabulary, was at the fault of her own assumptions. Her ego made her intuition less powerful, and her ego was the exact reason the evolution would never work. She only heard what she wanted to hear. She only saw what she wanted to see, and she didn't know what she didn't know. It was Alexandra's war within her own mind that made it possible for Mikhail to sneak away so often to the Remnant Nation, to build an army of orphans solely for the purpose of defeating her and wiping the flare from the earth for good. As Mikhail walked closer to the connecting tunnel to hell, he smelled fresh blood and all the scents of stress, sweat, urine, tears. Hell had all the worst smells. The wild pig on his shoulders wiggled and squealed. Mikhail shouldn't have brought the pig with him alive. He'd have an easier time carrying the beast than sneaking past the tunnels of hell without the added noise. But then again, who would hear him other than the orphans banished to hell for punishment? And they'd be close to death. A creaky tunnel gate opened in the distance, or closed. In all his trips, in all his passages through the tunnels, Mikhail never heard sounds from hell other than the moans and groans of children trapped inside the dark, dank prison, wishing they were dead. How sad. What a world that this is. He heard and felt the pounding vibrations of footsteps behind him, quick, small footsteps, but the wild pig shrouded on his shoulder prevented him from turning his head. Before he could turn his body, before he could even wonder who was behind him, he felt the screaming stab of a knife in his lower back. 3 inches to the right of his spine, a pain so great he could only collapse to his knees. Though it's an orphan, he dropped the pig from his shoulders with a thud and grabbed at his right kidney. One of the first lessons of defense for the orphans, learned at a young age, was how to render a man useless and dead within minutes by stabbing him in the kidney. Mikhail knew because he was the one to teach the grief bearers who taught the orphan soldiers. Pig squealed and flailed its hog-tied legs. Mikhail rocked on his knees and breathed in deeply for 3 seconds, held his breath for 3 seconds, and exhaled for 3 seconds. Then he watched as a young boy, barely a soldier, used his knife to cut the hog's ties loose. Mikhail's prized pig and the wild orphan ran off, together through the tunnel, not looking back. Breathe in, hold, breathe out, seconds each. You gonna die here? Interesting. Were they warned? Were they warned that he was coming? Does Alexandra know more than she lets on? Is that what's happening here? This is it. This is where we're gonna end, chat. Chapter 14. Little ways to go, and we're there. Thank you for joining me. Appreciate you. So interesting. So interesting. My question though is, how does this compare to the original trilogy? If the second and third books. Oh, so I was reading. There was somebody that had said, where was it? Where did I read this? I think it was on Reddit. I was on the Maze Runner Reddit. They were saying that yeah, the second book was all right, but it was the third book that was sort of like not as good, you know. But how does these books? How does Godhead complex compared to Fever Cure and Death Cure and Scorch Trials? How does it compare? Are you liking this book? People who are Maze Runner fans. Demon Lord Kitty, have you read this yet? Am I reading it for the first time for you? Are you watching? Demon Lord Kitty, hi. If you have read it, how do you compare this trilogy? So we only have two books so far, but this is another trilogy. How does this trilogy compare to the original trilogy? That is my question. I really would love to know, honestly. Mm-hmm. I can't make that decision. I mean, I can't make those judgments on my own until we finish the original trilogy. So we'll probably do that before we finish this trilogy. The last book's coming out in September. We have a couple months to go. So I'm sure we will finish it. But yeah, as it stands now, what do you think? What are your thoughts on this? I would love to know. Chapter 14, Destiny Awaits. Part 1, Sedina. In a matter of seconds, her entire life had changed. Sedina sat next to her mom and squeezed her hand tight. She went from hating the people of the villa to hoping they could save her mom. For the first time, she understood just a tiny amount of what it must have felt like when Newt and Sonia were pulled away from their families. Except, unlike them, Sedina would remember every painful thing. She couldn't help but look at the scarf that covered her mom's rash. Doesn't hurt, her mom offered without prompting. Sedina had so many questions, but deep down she knew they weren't worth asking because there were no answers. How had her mom gotten sick? Why? Wasn't she immune? And then something worse crept into her mind, doubt. If her mom wasn't immune, how could her own blood hold any cure? I'm sorry, I was being so. I thought. Selena felt like apologizing for the entire trip. She'd never have left the island. Sorry, I was so mad. I didn't want us to split up, and now we are. Maybe forever. Stop it. It won't be forever. Her mom squeezed her hand, but Selena was old enough to know that sometimes parents said things that they hoped were true, as if they were true, or even if they knew they weren't. She looked over as Isaac hugged Dominic goodbye. You're going to leave me with Happy? Dominic pulled on Isaac's shoulder as if to twist his arm into staying. Good thing Minho wasn't paying attention to them. You'll all be fine, Isaac replied, and Happy isn't so bad. Try not to annoy him too much. Minho's a good guy, Dominic. Calm down. Adina couldn't let her mom and Isaac just slip away down the coast. What if she never saw them again? There has to be something the Godhead can do to help. You both should just come with us to Alaska. We can quarantine you on the deck and create a makeshift. Can't sail with that, Minho motioned to Sedina's mom's rash, as if it were a bomb that might go off at any moment. It's just not safe. His voice was just loud enough to circle the whole group back together. Could make it work, Miyoko said. We should stick together. Dominic piped in. We've all been together, not quarantined this whole time, and she's already been sick. What's another week or so? Shook his head and palmed his gun. Things on the open water are different. The ocean makes every problem you have harder. The sick get sicker. The weak get weaker. And we don't go on the ocean. We can stick together on land. This came from Trish. We'll all go to the villa then. Sedina looked to Jackie for her to chime in, but she was sullen, silent. Old man Frypan just looked down at the sand. I'm not going to the villa, Orange said. Minho nodded. You all can decide what you're doing. Orange and I have business in Alaska, and me too. You're not getting rid of me that easily. Roxy, good old Roxy, elbowed Minho. I'll miss you all, but you have to do what's best for you. She motioned to Cohen and the Islanders. What even was best for them? Their mission got so mashed up after the kidnapping, and now with their mom being sick and the thought of losing Isaac, Sedina didn't know what would be best. She wanted to stay with her family, but all the other islanders had left their families to come help in some willy-nilly quest to find a cure. We can figure it out. We can figure it out. We just need to figure something out. She didn't know what the solution was, but she panicked at the thought of Isaac and her mom leaving the group. Old man Frypan stuck his walking stick deep in the sand. Sedina's right. We should think this through. If something happens to Cohen, Isaac will be all alone. Not only that, but there's strength in numbers. Sedina thought about the trees in the forest as Frypan had described them. How they were more likely to survive storms when there were more of them in a group. They all needed to stick together. Yes, he's right, Sedina said aloud. At least one of us should go with them, Frypan continued, and Sedina felt a pain in her chest spread out further in all directions. I'm volunteering to help make their group stronger. I've seen Isaac's fire making skills, and I know they'll be living off raw slugs if I don't go along. He was right. For a blacksmith apprentice, Isaac wasn't great at cooking fires. But she couldn't take the thought of losing old man Frypan too. He was never going. He was never going, Sedina. It's okay. Sedina felt as though all the pieces of her heart, all her favorite people, were leaving her when she needed them the most. When she needed them the most. Except for Trish, who pulled at Sedina's hand and squeezed it. She'd still have Trish. She'd always have Trish. Sedina looked at her, deep into her eyes, as if to say thank you, and squeezed her hand back. Frypan put his hand on Sedina's shoulders. You know I'll miss you, kid. The look in his eyes reminded Sedina of the promise he'd made not to step foot back in Alaska. His soul couldn't take the Alaskan adventure any more than her soul could take losing her mom, her best friend, and her mentor. Gonna miss you too, she said through falling tears. Isaac's face had relaxed into relief, probably for having someone else join him. But Sedina couldn't hold her emotions in. She knew Firepan wasn't looking forward to Alaska, but she thought he'd do it for her. This whole journey was supposed to be to support her, and now it felt like almost everyone she loved most was bailing. Firepan hugged Sedina. Maybe it's like the trees. Maybe it's me who. Maybe it's like the trees. Maybe it's me who can help your mom. She squeezed him hard, hoping this wasn't the last time she'd ever see him. I want you to have this. He reached into a coat pocket and pulled out his copy of the Book of Newt. Read it. Keep it safe. But it's yours. He has it memorized. It's okay. It's okay. Don't worry. And also, if they get to the Godheads and stuff, they have bergs. There's always the chance that they'll be able to come and meet up with them again. Because right now they're traveling by ship, which is going to take a long time to head up north. But if they can acquire some of these bergs, which they do know are up north, because the rest of the Remnant Nation was headed up there to wage the war, which is also very interesting, right? Yeah, there were those other bergs that were headed up there, and they've just been waiting. So are they waiting for Mikhail to come with the rest of the army and wage the war? Interesting, so interesting. Things that we forgot about, things that we don't know that we know. Hmm. But yeah, so there is a very good chance that they may come to find each other yet again. Never say never. But it's yours. She couldn't take his most prized possession, his only connection to his friend from the past. No way. You need it to help you sleep. Nah, I got it all up here. Frypan tapped his head with his index finger. And in here, tapped his heart. Placed it in her hand and pressed his hands over hers. I want you to have it in your heart too. Sedina held the Book of Newt, a copy written in old man Frypan's handwriting that chronicled the journals and the last thoughts of her great uncle Newt. She doubted she'd ever held anything more precious and meaningful. Thank you, she whispered as she hugged the dear old man again. Then she looked at Isaac and her mom. We'll all just stick together. We have to. We'll just all stick together. We have to. And it doesn't make sense to split up like this. Anxiety filled her core. Whatever you decide, can we do it before sunset? Minho asked impatiently. Poor guy. Doing his best. He's doing his best. He's doing his absolute best, chat. You have no idea. He's keeping it together so well. Sedina's mom cleared her throat and everyone got quiet. Miss Cohen was the elected official back home, and island laws or not, the group still listened to her and respected her authority. You're going to go to Alaska and meet the Godhead. You've still got big things to do, and I can't let myself get in the way of your destiny. And with that, the anxiety in Sedina's stomach finally settled. Because deep down, the call to Alaska was just as strong as it had been the day they'd left the island. She felt it in the center of her bones. Her life had a purpose. She needed to help end the flare for good. She didn't know how. The answers are up north. The only thing she knew was where. Alaska. Part 2, Minho. Orphans never had goodbyes, and they certainly didn't have long goodbyes. What orphans did have was patience. Minho stood alone on the deck. Okay, so all right, so he's just trained. He's just conditioned to be here, but he's also like he's just ready to freaking get the frick out of here. Minho stood alone on the deck of the boat, eating almonds from a nearby tree. Oh, nice. No matter how long he observed the group below, he didn't understand the time it took to part ways, and why all the touching when the risk of infection lingered. Once Old Man Frypan announced he was staying behind, all the goodbyes and hugging started all over again. Minho thought about blowing the horn to get everyone's attention, but he thought that was something Dominic might do. Orphans had patience, and Minho would be patient. Okay, that's funny. That's so funny. You know, if Dominic would do that, I ain't gonna do that. Ready? Orange joined him on the boat's deck, just waiting for the rest of the crew. He tossed another almond in his mouth. Well, you called it, she said with a raised eyebrow and a smile. Minho rarely saw her this impressed. At the same time, he wasn't sure what she meant. The stock of food for 7 people, she added. You knew someone else was going to stay behind. He shrugged. Just a feeling. In truth, his feeling was that Sedina might stay behind. But she didn't. The orphan named Minho still struggled to understand what family meant and how they behaved. Turns out he didn't understand the relationship between a daughter and a mother at all. What a crazy day, huh? Roxy boarded the ship and joined him, leaning against the railing, looking at the islanders' long goodbyes below. Gonna miss those three, especially Fry Pan's cooking. Your cooking is better than Fry Pan's. Maybe your nickname should have something to do with cooking too. Roxy is just fine, she laughed. Or Rox. My dad used to call me that. Orange let out a nose that sounded like it came from a wild monkey. What? He asked her. Whatever she thought was so funny was only funny to her. I was just thinking, rocks sound like rocks. Like the potato rock I gave you to cook for breakfast. You could really make rocks taste good enough to eat. Orange giggled again, so unlike her, and Roxy smiled. Minho felt a little jealous, wishing he could lighten up. You'll get there, Minho. And even if you don't, you're doing fine. You're doing fantastic. Don't worry. Maybe you're just not meant to lighten up. Don't worry. You're great. You're fantastic. He handed Roxy some almonds while the islanders slowly started to board the ship. Dominic nodded at him and said something about being happy that Minho didn't quite make out. But he nodded right back. A happy crew was a good crew. Roxy leaned into Minho. You don't ever have Roxy leaned into Minho. You don't have to ever worry about me getting sick or infected. I'll just end it all myself. I wouldn't put that on you. Don't say that, he snapped before he could stop himself. See, he is getting it. You see that? You see? You don't think a cure is possible? Orange asked. Oh, hell no. Don't you think if there was a cure, they'd have found it by now? Maybe 50 years ago? She wrapped her arm around Orange's shoulders. This is all we have. What's here and what's now? They both looked out at the ocean that awaited them. Minho nodded. The here and now. That was something the orphans could understand. There was no past and there was no future in the Remnant Nation, only the here and now. He looked up at the sun in the sky and wondered about the tide. They needed to set sail. He leaned over the railing and, in his kindest tone possible, asked, Can we hurry this up? Thank you, Minho. You're doing great. You're doing fantastic. We're just going to keep saying it. They were still waiting for Trish, Sedina, Miyoko, and Jackie. Miss Cohen waved from the shore. Yes, he's right. We have to get on our way too. At least now with Frypan, we'll have a better dinner. Miss Cohen, Isaac, and Old Man Frypan separated to the left of the ship to allow everyone else to get on their way. And to Minho's surprise, more hugging ensued. It was like an execution line, but instead of bullets, Cohen, Isaac, and Frypan lined up for hugs from each one as they climbed the deck. At least the sick woman had her neck covered up. Minho watched closely as Trish reached for Sedina's hand, and Sedina shook her touch away. You'll all be safe. He didn't know what else to say. He nodded a goodbye to Isaac, feeling like they had an understanding he'd never really experienced with anyone else. Both leaders, both people getting stuff done, right? He turned to pull the anchor up and get the engine started, but a commotion erupted on deck. No, please! He turned around and half expected to see Cohen dead on the sand and another change of plans, but there was no visible reason for any of the commotion. Who'd shouted? Cohen, Isaac, and Frypan all looked up from the shore with wide eyes. What? What happened? Minho held his gun tight to his chest and looked around the perimeter. Trees, water, sand. What the hell was it now? Dominic was the one to explain. Jackie's not coming. She can't take another boat ride. Barfed nearly 12 times a day on her way here, and almost barfed now walking across the deck. Minho watched as Jackie threw her pack off the boat to the dry sand. Trish stopped the girl and hugged her. Are you sure? We'll all miss you. Sorry, I just can't. Land seems like a better option for me, and I can help Isaac if any cranks show up. He was the one who also helped him kill those other cranks. She apologized for changing her mind, but Minho didn't understand all the sorry this and sorry that. Orphans never apologized. Orphans just do what has to get done. Dominic went up to Jackie and wrapped her in a hug that looked like it hurt. Miyoko squeezed Jackie's arm. Minho didn't understand these things of holding onto someone when they wanted to be let go. And he watched in shock as Orange went over to hug Jackie too. Oh, how nice. Good old Orange. He took a deep breath as Roxy followed suit. Another goodbye would take another hour at least. He looked over at the sun's placement in the sky and then at the ship's deck that was now empty again. It felt like a failure to stay another night, but in order for Minho to have a successful chance at sailing the boat, he needed all his senses, including sight. He couldn't wait another hour for goodbyes and needed his crew alert to help with the journey. What do you think, son? Roxy shouted up at Minho from below. One last fire here? We'll catch some fish? His shoulders tensed before they relaxed. What choice did he have? We'll set sail at first light. The islanders cheered as if Minho was a god that had just granted them their one wish. He never wanted to be like the grief bearers of the Remnant Nation, who enforced rules just for pain, rules just for rules. If he was going to join the Godhead, he needed to first understand the balance of power and people. First lesson: people needed time. Good old Minho. What a guy. Minho the Orphan. The orphan named Minho. All right, chat. Part 3: Direct Observation. Every day I change my mind about going back and finding my friends for a proper send off. But would one long goodbye ever be enough? Nothing ever seems like enough, does it? So today I'll decide not to go back and find them. Today I'll decide goodbyes are rubbish. Who knows about tomorrow? Maybe tomorrow I'll change my mind again. Book of Newt. When we resume next time, we'll be on chapter 15, Sound the Alarms, with Alexandra back in the maze in Alaska. Sound the alarms, which seems to imply that maybe they've already brought the war to the Godhead. Maybe Mikhail already has all the orphans on the berg and they've landed, and they have their rows of combatants set up, ready to storm the complex, the Godhead complex, as it were. Good read. That was a lot of fun. This is a very interesting book. I like just the implications of everything, because this is the future of humanity, things that we don't really need to worry about here in the now, right? Because we're here in the now, we haven't experienced an apocalypse like the flare or such things. You know, here and now, we're still just arguing and squabbling with each other about dumb things and property rights and who owns this earth, and instead of getting along and working together. But hey, maybe someday we'll all advance and, evolve and grow up as a species, not just as individuals, chat. But until then, who knows? Take care of yourselves, be well, sing a song, eat plenty of good food while you can, if you can, drink plenty of water. Water is important. Go for a run, go for a walk, smell the flowers, and take care of yourselves, everybody. Count your blessings, everybody. Don't forget to be thankful, be grateful. The universe loves grateful, grateful person. And we'll see you next time. Bye. Thank you. Bye. Don't forget. Before I go, follow us on all socials. Catch us on Twitch when we're back over there tomorrow. We're not doing a reading stream tomorrow. So we'll be there. Don't forget, join our Discord so you can see what we're up to. Join our Minecraft realm. Do those sorts of things. Follow Japan Spits at Japan Spits on YouTube. Maybe he'll be doing some Helldivers stuff sometime soon. He did recently just stream Helldivers. That was his last one. Please go like, subscribe, Japan Spits. Very good friend, member, mod. We love Japan Spits. And we will see you all next time here. Bye, chat. Take care and be well. Bye.